Okay, shalom. Hope everybody is doing Tawab today. Shout out Cabo Cabo and his congregation in Guatemala and the brothers and sisters that he teaches from Cali to Georgia. Hope everybody is doing Tawab today. I'm Ayatazah in London. Shalom, sir. How you doing today? Also, Kazaki SOW family in Virginia, Kazaki SOW family in Houston, and Zion SOW family. Jeez, good way to do it. SW family in Rochester. Hope everybody's doing Shabbat today. Shabbat Shalom. The water again, everybody, for tuning in, listening to the classes. We appreciate you. San Antonio brothers and sisters. Shabbat Shalom also. The water for the brothers and sisters in San Antonio who commit to the body, commit to the word, commit to being accountable one for another. And also Shabbat Shalom to all the sisters and brothers who listen to classes and just contribute with your ear. We appreciate that also. We're going to send our prayers to the Most High, give the Most High his praise and his honor. We're going to start off on our class today. Can you get that thing on you? On the ground? Move it.
Looks like a penny on the ground.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ha-ha-wa'ah.
Hawa.
Nakal Lanawa. Award. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ha-ha-wa'ah.
Hawa.
Nakal Lanawa. Raya. Naya Kaka. The water. Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the sweet Savior. So thank you, so be it.
Amaju Mapanya Yerat Shalom.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ha-ha-wa'ah. Nakal Lanawa. Shabbat. Ba'Shalom. The water. Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha. Ayanyamya. Aharya. Ma'aya. Yabua'ah. Isaiah. Yabua'ah. Yahweh. Sha'asha. Shemaiah. Wa'arataza. Ra'ah. Yanatan. Lamawat. Regania. Yala'ah. Nawam. Shashamaya. Mana. Yala'ah. Nawam. Wala'ah. Yashai. Shashamamar. Yashurala. Yahweh. Shemariah. Yahweh. Zaliah. Ayo. Yanyamya. Gad. Hashemat, Yala'ah, Akaya, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Alabana, Balayala, Yashimoya, Nicole, Rai, Yashimor, Napacha, Yahweh, Yashimor, Hawalakya, Wabua'aya, Aita, Wa'ai, Aiwalam,
Aman. Psalm 21 in English. I will lift up my eyes into the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Allahayanawa. Yahweh. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Allahayanawa. Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Achad.
Achad.
Shema Yahshua,
Shema Yisrael,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Elohim, Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Achad.
Achad. Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa,
Abanawa,
Shabbat Shemaya,
Shemaya,
Wadat,
Wadat,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Ramkah,
Ramkah,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Malak Wakah,
Allah,
Taba'ah,
Taba'ah,
Ratazakah,
Ratazakah,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Haisha,
Haisha,
Ba'aratazah,
Ba'aratazah,
Hawa,
Hawa,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Bashemaya,
Bashemaya,
Lakamanawa,
Lakamanawa,
Lakam,
Lakam,
Ho, Yawam,
Yawam,
Wasalat no,
Wasalat no,
Hawat no,
Hawat no,
Hasalat no,
Hasalat no,
Hawat no,
Hawat no,
Wala'ah,
Wala'ah,
Babiyano,
Babiyano,
Balasawan,
Balasawan,
Abo,
Abo,
Outshino,
Outshino,
Mayan,
Mayan,
Ran,
Ran,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Laka,
Laka,
Amalakwa,
Amalakwa,
Wahala, Hata Ma'ara, La'ay
Lord's Prayer in English, Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Ten Commandments. La'ay Yahaya.
La'ay Yahaya.
Lakam.
Lakam.
Alahaya.
Alahaya.
Aparya.
Aparya.
Aya.
Aya.
Panya.
Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah.
La'ah.
La'ayna.
La'ayna.
Lakam.
Lakam.
Basal.
Basal.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
La'ayban.
La'ayban.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah.
La'ah.
Talak Waka.
La'ah.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Washawah.
Washawah.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakor.
Zakor.
Hayawan.
Hayawan.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
Lakwadashwa.
La'ah.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
La'amaka.
La'amaka.
Honor thy father, thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah.
La'ah.
Taratazah.
Taratazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah.
La'ah.
Tana'ah.
La'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah.
La'ah.
Taganah.
Okay.
Thou shalt not kill.
Number 9. La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'ayna.
Ta'ayna.
Shakur.
Shafor.
Thou shalt bear false witness against thy neighbor.
10. La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'tamah.
Ta'tamah.
Ko. Asherah.
Asherah.
La'ra'aika.
La'ayna.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor.
Okay. Brother Tayyam by Shem Yahshua.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Israel Yeshavu.
Be seated.
Yeah. Bring the dog. That looks so good. There you go. Is that it? No, it isn't. Listen, watch. I'm gonna tell you why I said that because we're gonna read maybe in a week or two how like the Jews started calling this prophesy. They prophesied obvious outcomes. Right? Obvious. Anyway, I knew it. Yes, not. Israel, I hope everybody is doing Tuab today. Today's class is going to be a good one. Last week, we dealt with John Hyrcanus, I guess, the beginning phases of him being challenged as a leader. It's almost like anybody that has to take on the mantle of leadership has to get proven. Everybody. And it's because, when we went through all these chapters in Maccabees, it's like whatever Mattathias had to face, Judas had to face it also, starting from the scratch. And then after Judas passed on, Simon had to get tested in the exact way. Jonathan had to get tested in the exact same way. Jonathan gets killed. Simon has to get retested in the same exact way to prove and to justify their times in leadership, to prove and justify their stewardship. And the Most High does the same thing to us when we become leaders of our families, leaders over men. We're all tested. And it's like this is the cycle of life. And these tests determine the caliber of man that you are, or the caliber of woman that you are. It's how you handle these specific challenges that the Most High presents to you.
And when you got those challenges, it validates to the people that you're leading that you're qualified to lead based on the decisions that you make throughout the test.
And this is literally a repetition from one generation to another. It's this constant proving yourself. I guess exhorting or showing an individual's mercy, patience, discipline, virtue.
Spiritual competence.
Spiritual competence and spiritual virtue.
Because people can look the part, talk the part. The Lord wants to see that your inward parts match the part that He wants you to play.
That's why the scriptures even talk about how the Most High is like a light looking at your inward parts.
Yeah.
So everything in our life. Read that verse. Let's get that verse. It's in inward parts is the key word to find. And it is in it's in Psalms or Proverbs.
I got one too.
Proverbs 20 and 27.
Yeah.
That's the one. Proverbs 20 and 27 was the one I was kind of thinking about when I said it. Going over studying in that area not too long ago. Proverbs 20 and 27. Can somebody, let's get somebody to it in. Brian, this will be in the shortest period of time.
Come on.
Correct. Shaw Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashala.
Correct.
Yahaba Shem Yashar Katam.
I don't know what it is. And I don't know how like professional trumpeters do this. But this is what I mean. I can blow it. But there's like a glitch I have. There's a period of time I have to wait before I blow, before I hit the tune right. So I don't know how professionals can sit back here and blow on cue. Because I have to sit back here. Everything has to feel right. And there's a pause before I do it. And I've been thinking about this. So on this last blow, I tried to just blow on cue and it was all janky and choppy. And I don't know how the heck guys can sit back here and when the music is playing, they're reading the notes and they can hit it on cue. So I'm like, and for anybody who can, if you're listening, send me a text or text me or brothers or whoever's listening. How do you blow on cue? I don't know if you ever seen like Charles Barkley when he sits back here and he when he golfs, he'll sit back and golf, but he'll have this glitch. And then he'll go, he just can't hit a smooth hit like he's hitting the baseball. Exactly, but even the baseball, he don't do that. He's sitting back here, he'll do this and he'll glitch. And then he'll go. And it's choppy. I'm like, how do you sit back here just on cue? Because I'm sitting back here, I'm telling you, I don't know what it is. You ever see me when I'm blowing? I'm like, there's a pause. Mm-hmm. Then I go,
Maybe it's control.
Well, I understand it. It has to be something because I just can't just do.
I say the trumpet is celebrated.
There you go.
So it's always practice. You do it before, and you're moving your, I don't remember what they're called, but you move your fingers around, you clean out your tool, your trumpet, your mouthpiece goes in first, and you start hitting notes before you actually play.
I guess I'm overthinking it. Maybe I'm trying to blow too hard. I'm like, and there's like a pause. Anyway. I don't know what the hell it is. It's a glitch. It's a horn glitch. I'm gonna say it online. It's a horn glitch.
Horn glitch.
So be it, man. I get it. Because I would like to blow on cue versus like, watch, you'll see it. If you go back on all the oracles of my horn, it's whenever I blow it, I want to blow it like 3 seconds before I actually blew it.
I didn't know that.
Now you know.
Now I know.
Okay, so here we go. We're going to teach the word of the Lord and get this out. So, get the Proverbs 20 and 27.
Proverbs chapter 20 and verse 27. The spirit of man is the candle of the Lord.
The spirit of man, our spirit, is the candle of the Lord. Read on.
Searching all the inward parts of the belly.
So our spirit is a candle. And the Most High is looking at each and every one of us with that candle, looking and determining what kind of man or woman we are. And he's looking at all the inward parts, meaning every facet of your soul, every facet of your character, every facet of your thinking, which determines your decision making, which determines the character that you have. And if the Most High is looking at every aspect of you, now we understand why the Most High sets up life the way he sets up life. Now you understand why you have certain people over you that ride you and hound you and make things difficult. And whatever you got going on in your life, the Most High mirrors or puts these oppositional forces in front of you to determine how you're going to react spiritually to it. And how you react spiritually pretty much justifies what the Most High already sees inside of your soul, already sees inside of your inward life. So everything we go through in our life is handcrafted for us to determine, to either prove or disprove what's inside of us.
You know, that's why the scripture says, be not deceived, or the Most High is not mocked. Whatsoever man sowed, that he shall also reap. Because the Most High gives a man his reward, even though we disagree with the fact that we think that we should have filet mignon rewards, but we're giving hamburger helper spirit.
Oh, that's always the word. That's the word of the century. Yeah. That's the statement of the century because it's true. We think we're on a level that we're not. Going back into the 30 class liar class between me and you. I've been like 30 classes dealing with the deceptive nature that's inside. But that's neither here or there. The reason I'm driving this point about the Most High looking at us because it ties into the next phase what we're about to go into. So let's do 2nd Ezra chapter 14, verse 10 through 18. Because as we were going over even last week, we were going over one of the first, John Hyrcanus' first battle as a leader, showed that John had a zeal for the Most High. He had a zeal. There was good in him. But the decision making was not exactly like his forefathers. It wasn't at the same potency as his forefathers. Remember we read about David had his wives taken and his family was in danger of being destroyed. What did he do? His decision was to sit back and inquire the Lord to determine what he should do in his pursuit of his enemies. What did John Hyrcanus do? He prayed to ask forgiveness for whatever mistakes that his forefathers had done, maybe Simon or his mother or his family members had done to get the family in this pickle. He did that, but he didn't send prayers to ask what to do concerning the siege. He didn't seek counsel, at least historically it wasn't explained, that he sought counsel of the Lord when he went out here to retrieve his family, his two brothers and his mother. So he didn't seek counsel. He besieged Ptolemy. And Ptolemy goes about torturing his mother and his brothers and dismembering parts. They were throwing parts over the ledge. So all this stuff is happening. And it exposed that John had good intentions, prayed, did half of the battle spiritually, but the other half, he didn't follow through with counsel. So then when a monkey wrench came in to the equation. He stopped the battling and just said it was because of the high holy, it was because of the Sabbath year, and left. And then told him he kills his family anyway. So it exposed that John didn't seek counsel and didn't do things in the most spiritual way possible to at least operate guilt-free. Because listen, nobody, I don't want to sit back here and try to portray that if you counsel and you do everything right, things are going to work on your behalf. It's unfair to lie and explain it that way. But what does the Most High sit back here and do? If you do things the right way, if you counsel, if you communicate, if you study, you pray, you do everything the right way, at least you can operate without regrets. And you can accept, hey, this was the Most High's will. I did everything I could. The Most High didn't want to happen. He didn't want to happen.
Give yourself a better chance.
The worst thing we can do that you would want to do as an Israelite man or woman is to live in regret. Live making a bunch of bad decisions without counsel, without communication, without going up the chain of command the right way, and then get stung and not know and not be 100% sure if you would have did things through counsel, maybe your outcome would have been different. You don't want to live like that. Too many of us live that level of regret. If you want to live guilt-free, stress-free, the way you do it is through counsel and do things decently and in order.
It was maybe a couple months ago, we brought out a verse, oh, not a verse, but a line out of, I think it was Josephus. You brought out how it's often after men make the mistakes, are they able to see the things that they would have done?
Yes. After the pride, it was talking about when the Philistines were besieged by Jonathan, and Jonathan gave them the option: join us, because we are on the side of Trypho and Alexander VI. And then the Philistines told him, nah, we're not sure who we want to side with. Part of us want to still side with the king that is partially in power. And because they were unsure about the position they want to take, Jonathan besieged the city and burnt it down. Then they want to say, save us.
Yeah.
We'll fight him. And you want to fight with him after your city is burnt down?
Right.
And you got to start from scratch? Maybe if you would have just sought counsel and made the right move first, your entire city wouldn't be destroyed. And that was the explanation of this one. It was during the time of Jonathan when he was given power to be the governor of the region. But with all that being the case, it explained that how Jonathan moved wasn't at the same frequency or potency as his father's move. Simon was Simon, and Simon's brothers, Jonathan and Judas, would they have sat back here and just stood pat while somebody was cutting off a family member's limbs and just sat back and done nothing and just called off the damn besieging? Or would they have sat back here and finished them off? Or would Jonathan have sought out counsel of the Lord before he made this move? There's a lot of questions that you have to ask yourself, because our responsibility as students of the Bible and students of our history is to read, study, and analyze what's the best way you can do things. I'll never forget reading about Abraham when he sacrificed Isaac, or the attempt to sacrifice Isaac was there. You couldn't have asked for a more potent and pure response to the Most High's will. Textbook. It couldn't have gotten any better. The Most High said, I want your son. After he promised him that was the son he was going to work with to maintain and reestablish his project. To the point where he said, I don't even want Ishmael in the house. Let him go, because I'm working with Isaac anyway. So think about this. Abraham gives up the firstborn son because he was promised that his second son would be the one that holds and maintains his name. Then Abraham knows the character of Isaac and how potent he is and how pure of heart he is. Then the Most High says to kill him. And what does he do the next day? He sits back here, doesn't tell his wife what he's going to do, because he knows if he does that, her petition would weaken him. And I'm not going there to the story because we'll eventually get back to that. But what he did, he took all the materials he needed to sacrifice, and he goes up, doesn't even tell his son until the end. And then his son, in his youth, says, I gladly accept this sacrifice. And if I'm the sacrifice, I am more than fine with it. And just the exchange was so pure. You can't ask of two men, father and son, a better exchange of humility and dedication. But you can also see over time that the caliber of thinking, the caliber of spirit amongst the people truly started diminishing from the old time until now we're dealing in this generation. And just people aren't operating and haven't been operating at that level of purity at this point. Hell, even Simon, with all the good Simon did, man, you bring an Edomite or a pro-Greek Jew into the family and you give them power? And then that mistake spirals the family into chaos and you get killed earlier because of this grave mistake of judgment. It just lets us know that even though Mattathias, Judas, Jonathan, Simon, and even John Hyrcanus were great men in their right. And as we go into this topic, I am not trying or intending to attack the character of John Hyrcanus. This is not the goal. But you have to be able to see things clearly. And honestly, in evaluating even the greats of our people. Because you have to be able to sit back and acknowledge the good intention and the potency of our brothers, and also acknowledging what they could have done in greater virtue. Because we talk about this, and we're going to go into this concept the next few Mondays, dealing with the process of godly discourse. And we're going to talk about godly discourse in more detail later. But godly discourse is conversation about what is the best way a man and woman can handle adversity spiritually. And the debates and the councils are always about striving for the best way to do it. And that godly discourse concept destroys the concept that men like to push. Well, that's just your way. It doesn't have to be that way. That's just your opinion. It kills that spirit.
Well, yeah, that's your style.
That's your style. People like to throw that angle out there because people just don't want to submit to the greater wisdom, to the greater spiritual way. But there is 1,000 ways to skin a cat. But you know what? If we're going to be about the Bible, what should matter the most is the greatest spiritual way to apply the word. That should be the standard. That is what should rule and dominate the nation. And that should be what establishes what makes leadership move and operate, and what makes the body of Christ move and operate. If it's about submitting to the Lord. So as we go into John Hyrcanus and these decisions that he makes, it's important that we're conscious of this. So when we deal with scrutiny, you have to deal with scrutiny so you can understand when we're in a situation similar, how should we act? The things written aforetime are written for our what? If you don't think that there's going to be a time when we have to sit back and operate with spiritual judgment, you're tripping. If you don't think we're going to be in a situation where we have to establish scenarios to help save our brothers and sisters, you're in a delusion. You're in a dreamland. We might have to face circumstances that John Hyrcanus is about to face in these stories. So, without further ado, 2nd Ezra 14, chapter 14, verse 10 through 18.
Right. 2nd Ezra chapter 14 and verse 10. For the world hath lost its youth, and the times begin to wax old.
The world has lost its youth. When you think about youth, youth is, you can explain youth in different ways. Youth is just an age. The world is getting older, and the world has lost its what? Spiritual innocence. The world has lost its spiritual innocence. Because when you sit back here and read about Adam, you read about Noah, you read about Abraham, it was almost like they were spiritual, yes, and they were also innocent to even worldly wiles.
Yeah.
It was almost like they were somewhat disconnected from even carnal, worldly concepts and ways of processing things. Because how Abraham thought was it couldn't have been more pure in intent. So does that mean that he was innocent and understanding? No. I'm just saying that as time has gotten older, the innocency and the purity and the clarity of motivation has worn off too.
We've been polluted.
It's no different than when you sit back and look at how David thought. He was an outlier of the entire generation. Why do you think so much of David was focused on in Psalms? And his stories were magnified to the degree that it was. And even in Ezekiel, they said David's going to be your prince. Why? Because his mindset and his archetype was the standard of the time.
Yeah.
And it was the standard because most people weren't thinking that way. So it's letting you know, even by the time we got to David, that spiritual archetype wasn't even on a more consistent level. Hell, how Joseph thought. Who in the hell would think like Joseph? Your brother stole you in slavery, and you're in 3/4 of your life you're a slave, and you have the capability to serve with honor and dedication, and just wait for the Lord to bring you up, and then you forgive when you're at the top, and you don't have to forgive no more. Just his archetype, you just don't see. Moses and the things he handled and what he went through. You don't see that archetype anymore. You don't see that level of clarity and strength, spiritual strength. So, read verse 10 again.
Okay. 2nd Ezra chapter 14 verse 10. For the world hath lost his youth, and the times begin to wax old.
The times begin to wax old. And as the time begins to wax old, we're going to read down this line that the caliber of men start to diminish. The spiritual strength and virtue starts to diminish. Read on.
Verse 11. For the world is divided into 12 parts.
We know about the world of Israel was divided into 12 parts, the 12 tribes. Read on.
And the 10 parts of it are gone already.
So he's explaining that, hell, even the majority of the tribes aren't even where they're supposed to be. Because over time, the nation has diminished. So 10 parts is already gone. Read on.
And half of a 10th part. And
So that means 9.5 tribes are gone. And 2.5 tribes remain in the Most High's vision. Because Scripture, the Most High says his eyes are fixated on Jerusalem.
Yeah. On
Israel. So it doesn't mean that he doesn't see the rest of the world of Israel. He's just, they're not his priority anymore. And you know why? Because the further and further they left Jerusalem, the more they left the Most High's law, statutes, and commandments. So they're disconnected from even having a relationship with the Lord. So let's continue.
Verse 13. Now, therefore, set thine house in order, and reprove thy people. Comfort such of them as be in trouble, and now renounce corruption.
So now he's saying, Ezra, your job is to renounce corruption and to rebuild your people. Because Ezra at this time, he's commissioned and he's getting prepared to do what? Rebuild the nation. Remember that 10th part of Israel is finally coming back to Jerusalem to resettle and rebuild? So now Ezra's job is to teach and rebuild the nation that has been corrupted and has been watered down over the generation. Read on.
Verse 14. Let go from thee mortal thoughts. Cast away the burdens of man. Put up now the weak nature.
What he's explaining is you have to be the symbol of what the nation needs to be. Because overall the nation is weak. Overall the nation is full of mortal thoughts, meaning thoughts that lead to your death. Thoughts that lead to your spiritual death. Burdens of man is dealing with simply thoughts and the mentality that separates you from the Heavenly Father. These carnal burdens that detach you from what pleases the Most High. So he's inspiring Ezra to shed all this off so he can be the man that's necessary to help rebuild the nation. Read on.
And set aside the thoughts that are most heavy unto thee, and haste thee to flee from these times. For yet greater evils than those which thou hast seen happen shall be done hereafter.
So he's saying greater evil shall happen down the line. So he's saying whatever the hell we experienced in Babylon, down the line, things will get worse. But things are going to get worse for the nation because we continue to deteriorate. We continue to break down and fall short of the Most High's will and expectation. Because as the generations continue to diminish or expand out, we continue to get watered down. The nation waters down. We get weaker. Even us on our best day isn't even as close to what the best day for the strongest of our people used to be. So let's continue.
God says, for look how much the world shall be weaker through age.
Now he explains. Now he says what we've been building up to. The world has been weaker through age. The world and all of its inhabitants have less discipline, have less virtue, have less spiritual inner strength, self-control, more pride. It's almost like, a great example of it, when all throughout history, even in like Philo and Josephus, all these guys comment on people who pursue greater virtues, and they're all respected. When they talk about like the Essenes, they say, I respect how disciplined the Essenes were. Philo talks about people who pursue virtues, and he gives them like the highest honor. The men that dedicate themselves to discipline, self-denial, humility, seeking the greatest way of doing things. That mindset is loved and respected. You tell an Israelite now that they have to fight to be a better man, and they crumble. They tear up. They don't even want to hear it. Think about when you sit back here out of love and purity, you show a brother that what the method that they're doing is not good enough. You have to give more to the Most High. And they fall apart. Then they say you hate me. Then they almost look at you like you have a problem with them. Then they're like, they almost give you the look like, how come I'm not good enough? How come? It's almost like we're looked upon disrespectfully when we're trying to give brothers and sisters the greatest virtue that one can have on earth. That is a perfect example of how far detached from strength we've become and how weak we've evolved to, or we've devolved to. We've devolved to just pure weakness as men and women because we can't even handle a check. We can't handle correction without breaking down. Is it true? How many of us, don't raise your hand, when you get checked and get shown you can do more, how many of us come back the next day with more communication and with more humility? Most men that get checked, they don't even come back to their elders for months. They stay away. They hide. They run. Why are you running when a brother's giving you the virtues you need to get stronger? Doesn't make sense. Didn't David say, smite me and it should be a kindness? For brothers now, correction or smiting means you hate me. Let me stay away. It just lets us know how we have diminished in our character. So, read verse 17 again.
Verse 17. But look how much the world shall be weaker through age. So much the more shall evils increase upon them that dwell therein.
So now we know why greater evils are going to happen to our people, because we do more evil and sin. So the Most High has to ramp up the consequences for our actions because we're sinning at a greater level.
Like might have it Genesis chapter 6 when he said you got
I don't have it.
Oh, okay. If you can read that too real quick. Genesis chapter 6 and verse what he said, I think it's like around verse 1. Yeah, he said yeah, read verse really quickly, verse 3 and verse 3 and 5, just get to the point.
Right. Genesis chapter 6 and verse 3. And the Most High said, my spirit shall not always strive with man,
Go ahead.
but that he also is flesh.
It said the Most High said, man, the Most High knows that man is flesh, man is sensual, man is emotional, man is carnal.
And that was when we were at our best.
And that was at the beginning of the Bible.
That was at our best.
Yeah.
And he's telling you, we've gotten weaker over time. That's why the Most High says, all flesh is like grass.
Like grass.
Or he says, all righteousness is like wicked, like filthy rag. Like, when we were at our spiritually strongest constitution, he still said, man, I can't deal with the flesh. I can't deal with these men.
Yeah.
And that was when we were potent, at a potent age.
Early.
How much more now? All these YNs run the street, huh? I sit back here, I was watching NBA YoungBoy say something about pizza, right? I was trying to look at this guy's face like, how do you take this human being serious, huh? How do you say, listen, he got all these tattoos and he looks prettied up like a little gal at the same damn time.
And
He said he's gonna shoot you and kill you, but he looks all pretty too.
he redid his teeth. He looked like Mr. Ed.
I'm like, you got all these weird, you got all these pretty features, and you a thug, and you got tattoos, and you don't speak English properly. Like, what? It's so many confusing things.
And he got his nails painted.
That's what I'm saying. It's all messed up in the head. It's like seeing rappers with wedding dresses and AK-47s in their hand. Like, what is this? I don't get it. I don't get it. You got, Young Thug, Albert Coming, Jeffrey. He got this blue dress, this 1800s umbrella on the album. Like, what's going on? This doesn't make sense. But you a thug and you a killer, and you really are a killer. Like, what is this? Anyway, it doesn't make sense. It just lets you know this is bad. This is how mankind is diminishing.
You know, I was looking at YouTube where Prince and Michael Jackson were supposed to do bad together.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, they were supposed to. Prince was supposed to be on bad, but they said Sheila E. said that when her and Prince was in the studio, and as soon as Michael Jackson said, "Your bud is mine," Prince said, "Stop." Who's singing that to who? Because I know he ain't singing it to me, and I ain't singing it to him. So that whole idea of Prince and Michael Jackson coming together was killed off of one verse. Your butt is mine. You know what I'm saying? Prince threw that whole idea in the trash. But if you look at how these men, Prince dressed in heels.
listen, that was the pot calling the kettle black.
Right.
Remember Controversy video?
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw it. Controversy video. I was a kid. It came out before me. But when I saw the video, this dude sitting back here walking in his yellow outfit. Bang, bang, bang.
Yeah.
And he's jamming out. And all of a sudden he turns around and his whole backside is exposed.
That's what
Yeah.
And it fits him.
It
It
fits-
blew me
And I'm
away.
like, what are you talking about? You're talking about my buddy's mind is bad?
Yeah.
What were you doing 5 years ago?
He was wearing booty pants.
That's what I'm saying. Look, booty exposed pants. Like,
Yeah.
what is this? And you wanna be morally like, I'm not doing this. He's literature off.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? This is crazy. I don't know. When you're sitting there, I'm like, the first song was controversy.
Yeah.
And bro, that song was crazy. How about all the songs he's androgynous?
Yeah.
You don't know if he was a gal or a dude. That was his whole persona.
He was pretty.
Genderless. That was his angle.
He was a unisex.
And now you want to trip on lyrics and words? When your lyrics is trippy too.
and dress code.
God, it's crazy.
And he wore them heels too.
He wore those pirate blousey outfits too.
Yeah.
He always stayed in the pinks and purples.
And he could hoop.
Yeah. Anyway, that was true. Anyway, keep going. Chuck.
No, you said that distorted mentality.
Yeah.
You can only imagine how worse it's got.
Kind of.
Read verse 5.
Verse 5. It says, and the Most High saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth,
Go ahead.
and that every imagination
They said that every imagination, read.
of the thoughts of his heart
Go ahead.
was only evil continually.
So can you imagine how evil the mind is now?
How that evil, that continual evil that runs through his mind is amplified now.
It was bad back then. It's only multiplied now.
It's crazy, bro. It lets you know how people now are giving more to those evil thoughts. And it's almost this is why you have to study so much. This is why you have to be so much more committed in that book to even stand a chance to be received after him. There's a reason that Christ said the days have to be shortened or no flesh should be saved. Because man is corrupt. And there's so many that's why every Jew that talks about the 144,000, you almost got to laugh at it. There's only 144,000 throughout history that are the ruling class of the nation. And you think at the weakest time a Jew can exist, you're one of those 144,000? That's laughable. And it's only 12,000 per tribe. There's only 12,000 per tribe. Now, if you were like Zebulon, you might have a chance. Because historically, you don't read a lot about Zebulon. I'm joking, but you get my point. You can't sit back and act like you're a Judite and all the great Judites ever of all time. You one of those 12,000? Get out of here.
It was you.
Stop lying. How do you even sit back here and look yourself in the mirror and say, yeah,
I know.
I think I'm one of those 12. Are you serious? That's crazy. You're competing against David? You're competing against all these greats? All the mighty men, Jehoshaphat, great kings? Come on. You think you can be Levi? You got a shot? All these great Levites? Are you serious? That's craziness. You, out of all the history of mankind, you're the one. You're him?
Yeah.
You're him, huh? Come on, huh? You're lucky if you can just make it. Can I sit back here? Listen, let's be honest. If you're a porter in the kingdom, you did a damn good job.
Yeah.
Can you sit back here and realistically slot yourself where you fit? The greatest of us are doormen, huh? Nowadays, because the caliber has been so diminished. That's crazy. That we would even think that we're in that 144,000 class, 12,000 per tribe. And you gonna front 12,000 men out of all the history of Israel. And you're one of the 12,000.
Because you woke up.
Huh?
Because you woke up.
Because you got a couple breakdowns and you wear stringy clothes. And you got some confidence. You know more than the people in your block. Serious?
That was it.
Okay. So let's keep going back. 2 Ezra 14 and 17.
2 Ezra chapter 14 and verse 17. For look how much the world shall be weaker through age, so much the more shall evils increase upon them that dwell therein.
Listen, this verse is being written as we are migrating from Babylon back to Jerusalem. He's like, evils are being multiplied now. He's like, in 586, the Jew sucks and the Jew ain't potent. That's what he's saying. 586 BC, the Jew is weak and is extremely flawed and diminished. How about 2026? How much more we're diminished? It's amazing. Anyway, read on. So 586 we're diminished. Now we're here in the 100 BC range with John Hyrcanus. We're around 100 BC or so, in the hundreds. That's 400 years after the prophets are realizing that there's a significant fall off in the caliber of the nation. So 400 years more of decay, more of moral decay. And we understood that the Tobias brought down the caliber of the nation even more. Because now we're sitting back here fighting that Greek element in the Jew culture. So you know we've diminished on a greater level. By the time we're at John Hyrcanus' time. Hell, why the hell is it called John Hyrcanus? That ain't a Jew name. Is that a Jew name? No. All of a sudden it was Mattathias, which is a bomb Hebrew name. Then you got Mattathias and Judas and John and Jonathan. These are all biblical names. Then we got John Hyrcanus in here, right? And the next name is Aristobulus. Aristobulus, that's his son. Why are we naming guys Greek names now?
It tells you a lot.
It's telling you about the decline gradually of society. Now we got Greek names, huh? Why we got Greek names? We just fought the resistance. Doesn't make sense.
So now we got to name our kids after cars. Mercedes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alexis.
Porsche.
Alexis.
Yeah. Porsche. Mercedes.
Oh yeah. Chardonnay.
My nephew now there.
Yeah. How can you be taken serious for driving?
Isaiah.
Alizé, Mercedes, Johnson. Like what? Jackson. Like what? What is this?
Isaiah Jackson's here. Present.
So listen, what are we trying to explain? I'm trying to set the tone. So when we go into the story, it has more context and we can understand and we can wink at the failures of our nation or the weakness of our nation. So read verse 18 again.
Verse 18. For the truth is fled far away, and leasing is hard at hand.
So leasing is hard at hand. What the hell is leasing? Can we get the 1828 correct?
Leasing, 1828, Western Dictionary. Falsehood.
Lies. There you go. There you go. We're still back in the summer of lies, Act. But he says, as the nation diminishes, the self-lies intensifies. Because you have to cope with the fact that you're lesser caliber.
Yeah.
That's us too. But for those of us who are more weaker at the things that we do, and we're more flawed, it's almost like the more flawed we are, the greater liars we become.
Oh yeah.
This is he's explaining the more flawed we are, the more we lie about who we are in general. And you know how we lie? We create these personas. Yeah. You ever see the lie? Like I've seen brothers constantly. All of a sudden, when a brother is looking real weak, he starts changing how he talks. Like his language talk changes. Why are you changing your tone of voice? Why are you talking like a New Yorker all of a sudden? What I see brothers all of a sudden they're talking like New Yorkers. They're talking about Cali or talking like Cali. What's going on?
In the same speech.
Huh?
In the same speech.
The same, yeah. But
I'm serious.
it doesn't make sense. Israel starts changing their language, starts talking, changing their tone of voice. Like, what are you doing? Yo, well, what's all these yos now? Oh, this is crazy, son. Like, what? You're in Texas.
What's up, money?
Yeah, money. Everybody talks like baby.
What's up with that?
Everybody talking like baby.
Playboy.
Listen, if y'all think I'm lying, I'm not lying. Brothers are changed up, making up personas.
Yeah.
Why? Everybody but being who they are and dealing with what they don't bring to the table.
Yeah.
Let me be somebody else. Listen, brothers sit back here and change their clothing style. Change how they dress. That's the thing too.
Right.
Why you change? Listen, why are you having a midlife crisis in your mid-20s and 30s?
It's only
What's going on here?
The issue is changing the dress. Let's just clarify. The changing of dress is only after correction.
Yeah.
Never after. That's why it's a problem. If I get spot on corrected, boom. I'm now a leprechaun. I'm a leprechaun now. You get checked again, boom, I'm a ninja. I'm an actual.
Now you're a cowboy.
I'm
You're a
actually
cowboy.
Japanese. And black and Japanese. Check him again, boom. I'm an Eskimo. I like this trench coat. I got to have these furs.
In the summer.
In the summertime. You only change your image or rebrand yourself after you get a correction. That's the problem. I'm not saying changing clothes is wrong and changing colors is wrong.
Thank you for clarifying that.
But because people think we're mad at people, we got women like black t-shirt every day.
Well, you can't sit back here and be a black cowboy after you got corrected out. You just showed you got issues in your spirit out.
Now, how
It's like Toy Story. You just change out your astronaut next week. Like, dude, what are you doing, huh? You're all the characters in Toy
I'm
Story.
going to the moon tomorrow. I'm going to the moon.
Infinity and Yo.
That's what I'm saying. That's just Infinity be all out today. You cowboy this week. What are you doing, huh?
Let's go all over the place. Now they just Tuskegee Airmen.
Yeah. You fight 99. Like, get out of here. What is this, huh? Crazy.
I
Huh?
keep rebranding it because I don't want to associate with the shame that comes with correction.
That's the point. And that this lets you know the diminishing of the people. You know the nation is diminishing when the leasing is the priority. Lies is the new trend.
Yeah.
But lies is just hiding. You're hiding from what you're not. Because a lot of people can't deal with being in a space where you're lacking. But the funny thing is, you're only lacking until you change the things you're lacking in. But people can't accept that. I'm weak now. I'm only weak until I get it. I never forget, I was sitting back here trying to learn geopolitics. Kyle was just showing me how to go about doing it. You can't be taught geopolitics. You got to sit back here and be a student of news. He can sit back here and show me different sites to look at, to learn. But you have to sit back here and just learn it and watch it and give yourself to it long enough to where it starts to stick. And it's weird. It's hard. You don't know what the hell you're saying. You start talking it. It's choppy as heck. You feel weird. You feel kind of out the spirit. You think you know, but you don't know. But that's what growth is in general. But can you deal with looking like you know what you're talking about until you do know what you're talking about? That concept is what the pursuit of virtues is all about versus the pursuit of leasing. Israel will rather hide and lie about their condition than face up to what they don't know and pursue the virtue. And that's how you show that the caliber of man has diminished. Because nobody is enthusiastic about change. Nobody cares about change. Change is almost growth, and the pursuit of virtues is painted like it's weakness. He's just letting us know the state of mankind, the diminished state of mankind. Leasing is common. Leasing is key. Man, so for truth is fled away, and leasing is hard at hand. Read on.
For now, hasten the vision to come, which thou hast seen.
So he's like, Ezra, you're starting to see how leasing and lies is taking the forefront. He's like, now lies are going to sit back here and continue to build. So let's continue.
Verse 19.
No, not 19. We're going to jump now to 2nd Ezra, chapter 5, verse 1 and 2.
2nd Ezra chapter 5, verse 1 and 2. Read. Nevertheless, as concerning the tokens, behold, the days shall come, that they which dwell upon earth shall be taken in a great number, and the way of the truth shall be hidden.
The way of truth is hidden. But why is truth hidden? Truth is hidden because lies predominate on earth.
Oh man, that's
Lies
sense.
predominate on earth. This is why truth is hidden. The understanding. You can't get understanding if you're living a lie.
But now it goes back to that point because I had walked back in y'all. That's what I'm talking point about evil imagination.
Mm-hmm.
The lies and evil imagination have to be hand in hand because it takes an imagination to lie.
Right. Yeah.
I got a good,
An evil delusion.
that's not what happened. This is what happened. You got to use your imagination to project this lie so you can feel good.
Or you just have to accept that. Listen, remember John's mom. Jeremiah said, listen, y'all, you guys are going to die in Babylon, but rejoice, your children have a chance to make it back. How can a person sit back here and digest that and accept it? Remember the Hebrew leaders in Jerusalem said, Jeremiah, don't send that letter. Yeah. Don't send that letter.
Don't do it.
Because you're going to sit back here and discourage the nation. Well, how about the nation needed to be discouraged?
Yeah.
How about the nation need to hear that for your F-ups, you're going to die in a foreign country and your bones are going to go out there and not go where your family's bones have been in your homeland. And that's the shame that you deserve because you didn't care about it. And you didn't put the Most High first. And maybe you should sit back here and teach your children how to appreciate the Father because you surely have been. That's your sentence. So then you know what most people do? I'm just going to sit back and print off your ego.
Yep.
I'm going to lie. Because I can't look myself in the mirror and accept that I failed at life. And now I'm a political prisoner and I'm going to die here because I screwed up. So that's when you start to lie. The lie kicks in then. No, it was a conspiracy. Remember they kept saying, no, we're going to get our kingdom back.
Yep.
Because remember, we got taken out in waves. I think we got at least three times we were taken out. So we were getting taken out in waves. So after the first wave went, there was a growing sentiment. No, everything's going to be okay. We're going to regain our power and they're going to be sent back. And then the next wave came out. And then 3 months later, we lost it all. So, but you got to keep lying to yourself or you own up to the issue and own up that you failed and you have to deal with the consequence of your failures. Everybody wants to sit back here and tell themselves, yeah, I screwed up, but I'm gonna make it up. Everybody tells themselves that, right? I messed up, but it don't matter. I'm gonna get back right real soon. How about the answer is you messed up and you got to feel the consequence of your failure.
Yeah.
And then maybe after your failure, you might get close to what you once had before you failed. That's a reality. People don't want to accept that once you screw up from your position, you probably won't get back to that position. Think about when Manasseh sat back here and was completely against his father Hezekiah's leadership. He was killing Jews, killing prophets, killing anybody that believed in the Most High. And then all of a sudden he got sent as a captive by the Assyrian Empire and was sent to Babylon to rot. What did he do? He made things right to the best of his ability. He humbly submitted to the Most High, and somehow the king took him out of prison and sent him back to Jerusalem, did he regain the sentiment and the respect of the Most High that he had once before he started going left? No. When he died, did he get buried with all the other great kings? No. He got buried in the garden. He couldn't sit back here. He didn't earn the right to be buried with other great kings. Because even though you sit back and say Salakia, you have to accept the consequences of your wicked action.
Same with King Uzziah.
Con. Listen, you can't sit back here, screw up, repent, and still think when you repent, you're going to get back to where you once had your opportunity. You've lost that opportunity. Now your reality is a little different. Doesn't mean the Most High is going to cut you off, but your reality is diminished. And you have to accept that. This is why it's so important to fight, to stay honorable, and to stay on point. Because once you mess up, you mess up. And yes, there is forgiveness. But people think forgiveness is being put right back up to where you once were. No, you know, in the Most High's eyes, you've lost a level of trust. And he's not going to look at you the same. Is he going to forgive you? Yes, he did forgive you. He did forgive Manasseh. But was he looked upon the same after when he repented from his evil? No. That trust was broken. Just like our trust is broken on the Father when we go against him. And we smile and think, yeah, you can screw up and everything's going to be okay because you say sorry. No. You'll be forgiven. But he still don't trust you.
But your status is going to change.
Your status is going to drop. And that is the facts. But people don't want to accept that, so they start leasing.
Your aura is no longer on 9,000.
Con.
Yeah. Your aura is like on 2,000.
2,000 degrees. Not 5,000. It was 5,000. Now it's 2,000 degrees. And that's the truth. And how about he pulls off some of his spirit from it, some of his virtue from it? But do people want to accept that? That you got to deal with the fact that you failed and your spirit diminished because of it? No, you start lying. You start creating characters that are acting like it's different. No, you got to deal with that consequence. So what are we explaining? We keep failing. The nation has diminished. So now the leasing picks up. Now the lies intensify. The lies justify yourself until you literally face the maker and get judged for your conduct. That's why the leasing is all vanity. Just because you lie and tell yourself it didn't happen this way doesn't mean that it didn't happen that way. It happened the way the Lord saw it. And you can lie and lease all you want and operate vainly all you want. Doesn't change your reality. And that doesn't feel good.
That stinks.
It stinks all the way. But you got to live with that mark on you. You got the mark on you. And there's no running from that. So the best thing you can do is to stop running backwards and push forward and make the changes necessary. So, 2 Ezra 5 and verse 1 and 2.
Right. 2 Ezra chapter 5 and verse 1. Nevertheless, as concerning the tokens, behold, the days shall come that they which dwell upon earth shall be taken in a great number, and the way of truth shall be hidden, and the land shall be barren of faith.
The land is barren of faith because nobody is desiring to have a relation with the Most High. Because everybody's leasing.
They're not tethering themselves to the Lord.
Because everybody's lying. Listen,
Wow.
when the Tobias came into power, everybody thought that tax farming was the business.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what tax farming ended up becoming down the line? Being a publican. Tax farming turned into being a publican. And then the Jews ended up hating the public. But it was the same thing. It was just on a minor level.
You want to be a public.
Because tax farming, you sat back here and farmed the taxes for the entire city. So you were on a more corporate level. The publican was knocking down doors.
Small business.
They would, yeah, I fill up my 1099. My 1099 was sitting back here busting down doors and strong arming individual people. But it was still tax farming. That's what being a Republican was. It was a tax farmer. It was a low-level tax farmer. Well, who brought that low-level, despicable approach into Israel? Moab. And what did we do? Walk right into it. Living the lie. It's the truth. So the lies increase, the lack of faith increase. Because you know why? Having a lack of faith and lying goes hand in hand.
Yeah.
Because I don't believe in the Most High. I depend on my life and my logic and how I look at things. You see how it all ties in? It explains how we diminish. We lie to ourselves more. We trust in the Most High less. So the bigger lie we make of ourselves, the more we depend on that lie. And the less we trust in the Most High.
That's like the first sin with Adam and Eve. You know, when the first sin through the first mistake, they knew that they were naked, and so they put on fig leaves.
There you go.
And those fig leaves was guilt.
Yep.
Because they knew that they had transgressed the laws of the Most High.
And they put a covering over themselves.
And the Most High asked, well, who told you you was naked? How did you know you were naked? Well, because the Most High knows, because you're living a lie, because you got these fig leaves on now that weren't given to you by the Most High. You got a covering that's not the Most High Spirit. You got a self-made, fabricated fabricated outfit on that wasn't made by the Most High. That's how the Most High knew something wrong with you. Because the Most High didn't give them no fig leaf dress.
Because the thing because the mindset you're putting on, the Jew track suit you put on, isn't of the Lord. Huh? You put a Jew track suit on, you put a Jew Adidas suit on,
Yeah.
thinking that you're the spirit.
A Maduro suit.
You put one of those Puff Daddy suits, those velvet suits,
The shiny
those velvet jumpsuits, and you sitting back here telling yourself, this is your thing. It's your mindset. Your clothing is your mentality to justify your existence. Because living and serving the Most High, you just can't live in that space.
You know,
Because you know you're wrong.
I hate to bring it up, but we had a brother that he had some paraphernalia on him. You know, he was coming out of the world, and he had made a decision. He had to give up street pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
And we were in Miami. It was 105 degrees outside.
He had that jacket.
And he had a snow jacket on. Like, brother, what are you doing?
It was a parka.
Yeah.
It was a damn parka. It was a big ass parka. You know, parka's like, it's like your arm, you might have a little baby arm, but the jacket looks like your arm is like this, huh?
With the Charlotte hoodie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're sweating. How can you not sweat and lose like 5 gallons of water in your body?
I asked him, brother, are you hot out? Ain't you hot that jacket out? Everybody got on swim outfits out here in Miami. Everybody got on flip-flops and shorts and t-shirt. No, I'm all right. Come to find out, he had the paraphernalia in the coat. But it just shows you how people they'll lie to themselves so they can continue with whatever it is that they're doing.
Yeah.
So they can maintain their negativity or they maintain their evil.
Yeah.
But I'll lie to myself and say, no, I'm not hot. I'm not sweating. I'm not hot. Man, it's 100 degrees in Miami. That's why the basketball team's called Miami Heat. It's hot out here, man. But people will
Then
lie.
he'll say the nomads in Saudi Arabia covered their head and covered their neck. Get out of here with that crap. People that say that lie to justify you sweat in the park. That's supposed to be, you're supposed to wear that in Utah, huh?
Yeah, you got a
In
North Face.
Colorado Springs,
You got a
huh?
North Face suit on that.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Gore-Tex.
Yeah.
You got Gore-Tex head to toe on.
You know, with those pants, those hot ass pants out.
Yeah.
But keep going.
I'm just saying on how people, they'll keep lying to live with themselves.
Yep.
The fact that they don't want to give up what it is that they're doing.
Yep.
Or come to grips with the fact that I need to change.
It's all facts.
Oh man. Yeah.
So this is an aspect of the diminishing of the nation. The diminishing our people. We're weaker. We fight less. We fight our battles less. We stand up less for what's right. We compromise. We lie. We tell ourselves we're doing great when we're not. We tell ourselves we're growing when we're not. We sit back and keep creating these ulterior images and personas to not face the reality of who we are. And that's an example and an indicator of a diminished nation. So the nation in general is diminishing, no doubt about it. This is what the scriptures are saying, right? And he said over time, the nation has gotten more watered down. So what I want you to do is jump. You haven't read verse 2 yet. You haven't? Okay, Elisha, let's do this.
No, verse 2.
We got to slow the man real quick. I didn't want you to forget that. Thank you, sir.
Elisha, Shaw Shabbatam, Ban Rabban, Ban Yashala.
Elisha, show us up. Ban Banya Shabbat. Much. Yahweh Shema Shabbat.
How about Shema Shabbat?
See that? You see that hesitation? That glitch in the flow, man? And the horn.
Oh yeah. No, I didn't. I wouldn't
I'm
say
used to
that.
the rhythm of it.
Okay, you pick up on it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just scared. You got me hyped.
Okay, 2 Ezra 5 and 2. I'm like, what we doing here?
Heat on me, huh? That was a crazy story of Miami Heat story. It's crazy. I didn't know the brothers.
Yeah, he always wore that jacket, even in hot San Antonio.
I knew that, but I didn't know that Miami's a different level.
Let's read it.
But
2 Ezra 5 and verse 2. But iniquity shall be increased above that which now thou seest.
He said, iniquity shall be increased above that which now thou seest. Meaning it's going to get worse. Iniquity and sin get worse and worse over time. And that's starting from the Babylonian time on. Really from the beginning of time, men in the caliber of our people have diminished in our spiritual character. Read on.
Or that thou hast heard long ago.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't want verse 3, but let's jump. Verse 52 to 55.
2 Ezra 5 and verse 52. Say unto her, Wherefore are not they whom thou hast now brought forth, like those that were before, but less of stature?
He's telling you, the people are of less stature at the time of Babylon that they once were during the time of Adam. And he's letting you know that it keeps getting worse. If the caliber has gotten worse then, it's gotten worse definitely now. Read on.
And she shall answer thee, They that be born in the strength of youth are of one fashion, and they that are born in the time of age, when the womb faileth, are otherwise.
He's saying the womb has failed now.
meaning what?
Meaning the caliber of men coming out now has failed. Versus the woman, the youth. The youth was what? The youth of time. We read that in Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14, where it said, as earth has waxed old. Let me get the verse. It was 14 and verse 10, if I'm not
17.
mistaken. No. I'm talking, it's 2 Ezra. It was 2 Ezra 14 and verse 10. It said, for the world has lost its youth. So what does it mean? As it's gotten older, the womb has gotten
The vitality.
the vitality of mankind has gotten weaker as the nation has gotten older. Okay, so read verse 52 again. No, was it 52 or 53? 53, read that.
2 Ezra 5 and verse 23. And she shall answer me, They that be born in the strength of youth.
In the strength of the olden time. The youth is in the youth of our nation. Read on.
Are of one fashion, and they that are born in the time of age.
So he says the people born in the time of our youth is of one fashion and one caliber. But now the ones that are born in this time of age, the age of time and years and attrition. Read on.
When the womb fell, are otherwise.
He says the womb has failed by this point. By the time we're at the time of Babylonian captivity, the womb has failed. The caliber of men and women coming out of the earth has diminished significantly versus the nation that was born many years before. He said that was a different caliber of man, so they were judged according to their caliber.
What we saying now?
So now we're here now, and the caliber of our nation has diminished greatly.
Yeah.
So the Most High is judging this caliber differently.
Hmm.
And if you can see it that way, you can obviously see that if he's judging the Israel from the time of Babylon differently than he did from the time of Moses, then he's judging the nation even less harshly down the line past Babylon. Yes, sir.
Or we're not the same as when we come in bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Well, but this is about the youth of literally the world, the youth of existence. And that's true too. But that's only based on our negative and our hard heart. But continue.
Verse 54. Consider thou therefore also how that ye are less of stature than those that were before you.
He keeps telling us the same thing.
Same thing, same thing.
Read on.
It's crazy.
55.
But once again, I say this, and we're going into this because it goes into the story about John Hyrcanus, but it also breaks down the notion of this 144,000 crap. We print the shirts 144,000 mentality. Never said 144,000 guaranteed. The goal is to shoot for gold. You shoot for gold, and if you get silver and precious stones, you won. That's the point. But for us to sit back and walk around thinking that we got some 144K things going on, what about the men who actually were great men, were born in the earlier times, and were the greatest of their generation? You don't think they get first dib out of that 12K, that 12,000 of each tribe? Yeah.
What would someone need to do to aspire for that higher stature?
And all you can do is go over what the scriptures say that great men do, which ties back into why when we watch what John Hyrcanus does, we have to scrutinize it and say what was the best thing that could be done. How do we establish godly discourse and discuss what's the greatest thing, what's the greatest spiritual decision one can make when faced with certain challenges in their life? That's the whole concept is to talk about and constantly be in conversation about what's the best thing you can do spiritually versus the easy paths we choose to take when we're dealing with moral decision and spiritual decisions. The only way we can do is be the best version of ourselves we can based off the biblical templates of excellence. This is why you got to go through the entire Bible. This is why sticking in the first 5 books of the Bible, you can't get the whole picture. You can't get it. Because you got to sit back and see the greatest of our people and then see good men of our nation that did it not as great, but they did it to the best of their ability. You can compare and contrast how to operate.
It's like watching the first 30 minutes of a movie over and over and over again. But you didn't get the whole saga, the whole process.
So
it's still important.
So to answer your question is, you got to keep looking at all history and determine what's the best way spiritually to handle these scenarios that keep repeating itself through each generation. Because each generation, each man that you're reading about has their new battle that they have to face and overcome.
A verse on that, 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 22.
First Corinthians chapter 3 and verse 22.
Yeah, just looking at, based on that point towards driving rate.
Whether Paul,
It said, read verse 21.
verse 21.
20. Read verse 20.
And again, the Lord knoweth the thoughts of the wise, that they are vain.
It said, the Most High knows that the thoughts of the wise, that they are what?
Vain.
And the wise are people that are self-proclaimed wise.
Yeah.
People that are high on their own opinion or their own thought process or have an inadequate assessment of themselves. He said the thoughts of the wise are what?
Vain.
But it's not talking about wise men coming from the Bible. Read verse 19 real quick, just so we can get the context right.
1 Corinthians 3 and verse 19. For the wisdom of this world is foolishness.
So when we talk about those wise men, these are self-proclaimed wise men from the world. He said that their wisdom is foolishness. But now go back to verse 21.
Verse 21. Therefore, let no man glory in men.
He said, therefore, let no man glory in what?
In men.
So he said, let no man glory in man, meaning what he's saying is that you got to know how to look at the men in front of you. You got to know how to look at man in front of you. You got to know how to take the good from the bad and separate the strong from the weak, the good decisions from bad decisions. But we're not supposed to just look at men the wrong way, like man will never fail me, man will never do me wrong, man will never defect on me. We know that's not true because we know man is fallible. Man has flaws. But what he's saying is you got to know how to look at men. You got to know how to look at people around you. Read on.
Of course.
Yes.
Would you say that thought process is closer to, I want to say idolatry, but that's not right.
You know, it would be idolatry if you don't know how to look at man right. If I don't know how to look at men around me the right way, it is a form of idolatry because I don't know how to look at men without separating their strengths and weaknesses. He'll explain. Read on.
Verse 21. Therefore, let no man glory in men,
Read.
for all things are yours.
He says, for all things are yours. Now he's going to explain what he's talking about. When he says, for everything is ours. What does he mean, everything is ours, pertaining to how we look at men? Read on.
Whether Paul.
He says, whether it be of Paul. What does he mean? He says, Paul is for me. What does that mean? I'm supposed to look at Paul's life. And I'm supposed to take away and extract the good and bad from Paul. What else?
Or Apollos.
I'm supposed to look at Apollos' life, and I'm supposed to take away the good and bad from Apollos' life. Read on.
Or Cephas.
Or who?
Cephas.
Cephas. Read. Oh, that's Peter. Read, which means rock. That means Peter. So what is he giving a list of? He's giving you a list of strong men. So when he says all these are yours, what does he mean? All these are your examples.
Full example.
These are examples that you're supposed to learn from. So when he said all these are yours, he's talking about Peter's writings are for you. Paul's writings is for you. Apollos' writings is for you. Meaning it's supposed to be for your example. It's not that these men are gods. They're just examples. Just like elders. Elders are not gods. They're what? They're examples. Read on.
Or the world.
Or even from the world. There's good and bad in the world that you're supposed to be able to take away and say, you know what? I wouldn't do what they did. But I would do what he did, but I wouldn't do what he did. So everything is for what? It's for example's sake.
Now, with that, you have to take that mindset and connect that with godly discourse. Because if you have Peter, if you have Paul, and you have Apollos, and you're determining who to follow, who and what method of them should you follow? The method that brings about the greatest virtue. And that's how you're supposed to do it. That really should be the determining factor about who you should follow. He's saying these three are there for you to follow. But if this is about growth, you should choose the greatest of the examples. And that's what we're trying to establish in the midst of our class. Because as we go into John Hyrcanus, historically, John Hyrcanus is looked upon as doing great things in the eyes of the Most High, which he did. But if we're going to sit back and look at if the decisions he made in the Most High's name was the greatest and most virtuous decision he could make, you have to compare it with men who had to face similar battles and determine whose approach was the greatest. Because what he did, you look at it, what we're about to go into is like, man, did he have to do it this way? Was this the most spiritual way to handle this confrontation? I promise you, when you hear it, you're like, damn, he did this. This was spirit. And you got to ask yourself, damn, what did the other kings do when they had this opportunity? And how did the Most High look at them? Exactly. So when we're looking at great men doing good things, the only thing you got is, okay, let's look at all the kings. Let's look at all the leaders and see who did it the best. Just like in 1 Corinthians 3, you're looking at Peter, which is Cephas, Paul, Apollos. Out of all these three men, whose virtue is the best virtue to follow? That's all you can do if you want to be perfect. Or a lot of us don't want to be perfect, and a lot of us want to settle for the easiest of the three. And that's how you have your camp do. You'll have somebody push a certain standard, another push a lesser standard, and another person push a lesser standard than that. And half of the reasons camps go bad is that there's 3 and 4 different calibers being pushed at the same time. And you're weakening the fabric of the body. When you sit back here and throw all these different levels of intensities in the mix. This is why Paul had his standard. And there was a lot of people that didn't like what he was pushing, because what he was pushing was a standard that was greater than theirs. Yeah.
I guess the question I would have is it not a good thing to have different standards within the camp?
I would say this,
Virtually.
not when they clash and people have options to choose weaker elements or stronger elements. Because the goal, if we're going to push, listen, we're supposed to push everybody to the greatest strength possible. Now, if they fall short of that, cool. Or to be specific, the funny thing is, it's not about falling short of it. It's can you maximize what you can bring to the table. Luke 8:15 talks about some people that receive the word and they're growing. Some produce 30-fold word. Some produce 60. Some produce 100. What does that mean? People are going to give their max, but their max may produce 30-fold. Or their max may produce 60 or 100. But the goal is to push everybody to their what? To their max. So when you have different standards in the camp, pushing people to give less, then are you giving everybody the best opportunity they can to be the best version of themselves? That's the challenge. You got to give people at least a chance to choose the best virtue of themselves now.
And that's why it's important that we look at the scripture. Finish reading that.
Yeah. Whether Paul, it's 1 Corinthians 3 and verse 22. Whether Paul or Apollos or Cephas or the world.
They said there's good and bad examples in the world.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you're going to follow everything you see in the world.
Huh?
But you're supposed to take what you see in the world and distinguish the two and keep the good and throw away the bad. Read on.
Or life.
Light. Read on.
Or death.
Read.
Or things present.
He says, or things what?
Present.
There's some strength now. There's some things that you can pull from today. That's good. That there's good around us if you're looking for it.
All things are yours.
But that's what he means when he says all things are yours. All these are for your examples. If you're looking for it, you can see the good. You can see how to strive for the best gifts in whatever it is that I'm trying to do. There's always good around us. He says things present. What else?
Or things to come.
Or things to come, which they have. He says, what? Read on.
All are yours.
He said everything is what?
Yours.
Everything is yours. Meaning what? If I understand what he's telling me that everything that I'm looking at in the Bible, all the great men of the Bible, Paul, Apollo, Cephas, which is Peter, all these men are for me. All of them are for me. Their whole lifestyle was for me. The life of Christ is for me. The good and bad of all these for women. If you're a woman, all these great examples of Ruth and Sarah, all these are for you.
And that's what Paul said, to covet the greatest gifts.
Right. So if you want to push for the best and look at the best examples, there's examples that are in the past, there are examples that are in the present. But what are you looking for? But you got to know how to, you also got to know how to look. It started off by saying you got to know how to look at men. You got to know how to take the good from men. There's good and bad from everybody.
Yeah.
But what we'll do is we'll just say, well, that person's style is different, so I don't like that person. That means that because that person's style is different, there's nothing good that you can take from them. Of course, there's something good you could take. There's something good you can take from everybody if you look enough. But a brother will say, man, I don't like that brother. That brother's full of crap.
Mm-hmm.
Well, where's the good at? Okay, you can see where he's full of crap at, but can you see the good in him? He's there for a reason. There's obviously something good about him. The Most High made him. The Most High put him on earth. There's got to be something that you could take from him. But what we'll do is we don't know how to look at men. We'll either idolize them or we'll either be disgusted by them and not know how to take from the best example.
Yep.
Taking from the best example is eating the meat and throwing away the bones, spitting the bones out. But there's meat that you can take from everybody. And that's all he's saying right here. Everything is for us.
Yep.
Every example is for us. Every patriarch
Every person in the Bible is for us. Whether they made good examples or bad examples, they're still examples. Yes, sir.
I'd say that was like when we went over a Saul.
Yeah.
He showed the example of his courage, what he ended up making as a decision, knowing the condition he was in.
Yeah, there's people in the Bible that you read of knowing what not to do. I won't do what he did. Or there's examples that say, man, I will do what he did. I will do what that person did. So there's examples everywhere. But you got to know how to look at people. If you don't know how to look at man, you won't know how to take the good from them. And that's the problem. So to answer your question about how do you strive to be the best, well, there's you got to look at all the examples around you. All of them are for us. They're all for our learning. That's why they said the things written aforetime written for our learning. They're all for us. All these examples are ours. Help with the point? All right. You can let that go.
Okay, so let's continue. And I think it's 2 Ezra 5 and 54 and 55.
2 Ezra chapter 5 and verse 54. Consider thou therefore also how that ye are less of stature than those that are before you.
Mm-hmm.
And so are they that come after you less than ye. As the creatures which now begin to be old have passed over the strength of you.
He's just letting you know that the next generations are going to continue to get weaker than the generation of Israel in Babel. We get weaker and weaker, and that means the strength of our virtue, the strength of our decisions start to diminish. Now, the Most High has enough mercy based on how he's dealing with John Hyrcanus to still wink and still honor what this man is about to do. But if you look at it from a broad perspective and what John Hyrcanus does, King Hezekiah would have got stung. What John Hyrcanus does, King I think Asa would have got stung for. We're about to get into what he did. King Rehoboam was shameful. So we're going to go into all these scenarios. I want to go into one more kind of analogy what we're about to go into, and then we're going to go into Josephus.
It shows also the Most High judgment is perfect.
It's perfect based on the caliber of our people, and he's taken into effect how we've diminished. So let's go real quick. Philo, page 20. I guess paragraph for line 140 and 141. Can somebody read this? Okay. Yeah. So it's page 20. Line 140 and 141. I think it was a paragraph. I don't know if it was lines or
line 140.
140 and 141. I want to.
All right. It says the first man therefore appears to me to have been such both in his body and his soul, being very far superior to all those who live in the present day.
Stop. The first man is talking about Adam. And he was far more superior than those that are living in the present day. And his present day was right around the time we're talking about now with John Hyrcanus. No, it was after. It was after. So it had to be maybe early hundreds. What was Philo?
Philo was right before Christ towards Paul. He was a contemporary of Paul and Christ.
So it was more of like, okay, so it was the AD, the beginning of the AD.
Beginning of the AD.
Okay, so he's talking even now in the AD. This is after John Hyrcanus lived, that men are continuing to diminish. Mankind is continuing to diminish. Adam was far greater in caliber and stature than the men in AD time. Read on.
It says, and to all those who have gone before us, for our generation has been from men, but he was created by the Most High.
So he says our generation from the womb are from men, but Adam's generation was from the Most High. Read on.
And in the same proportion as the one author of being is superior to the other, so too is the being that is produced. For as that which is in its prime is superior to that the beauty of which is gone by.
Is that which is prime. What was prime was Adam's generation. And the generations, whether it was Enoch and all those men were of greater and more superior caliber than as mankind starts to diminish. and the generations get weaker and weaker over time. Read on.
Whether it be an animal or a plant or fruit or anything else, whatever of the productions of nature. So also the first man who was ever formed appears to have been the height of perfection of our entire race.
Because even when you sit back and deal with different crops, after each crop, the ground loses what? Potency. The ground loses strength, it loses minerals, it loses vitality after every crop. And he's like, after every crop of nation of Israel, it gets weaker and weaker and weaker.
So the sin.
Because of sin. Read on.
Sin weakens the man.
Well, you can't. Continue.
And subsequent generations appear never to have reached an equal state of perfection, but to have at all times been inferior both in their appearance and in their power.
In spiritual power and appearance, we have diminished. Read on.
And to have been constantly degenerating.
He's letting us know we've been in a constant state of degeneration since Adam.
Oh my God. What's so important? It hits hard because we're very judgmental against our parents.
Mm-hmm.
And we're very able to critique. We don't know about the time period they were in.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know about the pressure they're under, or the level of ignorance they dealt with,
Mm-hmm.
Or the sacrifice they made.
or what they had to go through, what they really had to go through.
Yep.
And it's easy to point the finger and say, listen, man, you failed me. And you didn't give me this, you didn't give me that. And I don't think you did right, which, they did fail because there's curses. There's curses. So there was failure. But to the degree that we're angry at these people, we're angry at our parents, and we're angry at our people that came before us.
Swap out our life for theirs and put us in our parents' shoes, and we would have fared far worse than what our parents
Because how about your caliber is weaker than your parents' caliber? Your spiritual constitution and mindset and physical strength is weaker than your generation, your father's generation.
If what they're saying is true, I know it's true.
It is true. Listen, the apocrypha says it. This guy follow. He ain't God, but he just
Bible
explaining
he had the book.
what he's saying connects exactly what the scriptures say. That's the only reason I'm going out here.
Well, I'm just saying, if this is true, then this totally obliterates that ill perspective we have on parents.
That's why I say the servant is not greater than his master.
Come on.
There should be more respect to the elders.
God. Let's continue. And we'll be going out on Monday too. But let's continue.
Line 141. Which same thing I have also seen to be the case in the instance of the sculptors and painters of art.
He says even art has diminished.
What?
He says the art from back in the day is way better than the crappy art you got
I
now.
would say look at the buildings we get now.
Listen.
I hate these buildings. You see the building we get now? I go downtown, I'm like, man, I'm about to see some black and something.
It's not just San Antonio. It's in all places.
That is here,
it's
bro.
down on the same
They
level.
call it modern.
You sit back here and look at the art in the 1800s, buildings in the 1800s. Then you see this malarkey here.
I could do this. I could do this with no training now. I could make it square.
Well, listen, there is a thing where it's like they'll talk about. You ever seen like the Chicago Fair, the Chicago
World
Fair, the World Fair in Chicago in like the 1900s, and you see all these beautiful buildings and all this beautiful architecture. And the designs that you see there, they say that they just built that for the fair and they got rid of it afterwards. But it was there before.
Yep.
That architecture was there before. And then all of a sudden, when the 1900s came, they just destroyed all of that art. All of that art, all that of the structures and the buildings of that age. They just destroyed it. Why? And then they brought these whack, lower level building designs. Hell, even the funny thing, they'll even say that that during the Roman and Greek time, they lost track and they lost the building designs of the ancient. And they only they only got the understanding of how building was from the ancients when they went back to Jerusalem during the Crusades. And they went underground and they found all the ancient architecture. And once they found all the Knights Templar, who were referred to as like the Masons, they started naming themselves Masons. They sat back here during the Crusades, recaptured Jerusalem, and found, this is the architecture of how the old world was. And they took that old world architecture and started rebuilding all those places in Europe. And that's where you got the castles and the most beautifully built temples.
Yeah.
After the Knights Templar came in here and reestablished their architecture. Because, but contrary to popular demand, when the Romans came into power, all those Colosseum cathedrals, did you not know that they just housed them from the Etruscans? The Etruscans built those places, and they just came in and housed it. Because don't forget it, their generations came from what? Well, that and just they were raised by wolves. Remember, it was
Remus and Romulus.
Remus and Romulus. They sat back there. The Greeks and the Romans' nativity came from these two little boys being raised by she-wolves.
In the tribal
That's
system.
literally the history of it.
Yeah, in the tribal system. Yeah.
And then they sat back here and they developed warlike approaches and took out the Etruscans, took the art, took the structures, took the buildings, and they just housed it.
Yeah.
They didn't build anything.
We did
the
that.
Greeks didn't build anything. They'll tell you that in Josephus. They just housed the information. They took all the knowledge, all the information, made it there.
All the cathedrals in Spain and Portugal was built by the Moors.
Exactly. And then it stopped. And then the Knights Templar came in here with Hebrew architecture, the knowledge of it, and they rebuilt England and they rebuilt Europe and made these beautiful castles. That's how it got done. They took the old world architectural concepts and brought it back to life in the medieval.
But it was superior, other than the lie that education pushed that we are far superior than the ancients and we know more than the ancients. So really,
They you know, you look, even the pyramids in Giza are aligned with Orion's belt. They're identical to the stars that make up Orion's belt astrologically. There's just a precision of understanding to make a building of that size.
And what makes it great is everything you're saying. But they didn't have the machinery that's accessible.
they have
now.
computers.
You're sitting back here bringing up these blocks, and they were cut with perfect precision, where you don't need a bunch of glue and all this.
Mortar.
No mortar was needed for these pyramids.
They found an artifact which was made up a bunch of probably about 80 to 90 cogs, and they said it literally had like the functionality of a computer of its time. The way that the mechanics operated, they couldn't
Ancient
figure
computer.
out how in the world they put this together. It was like a miniature super.
Yeah.
It's crazy. That's why it's superior. At least nowadays, there's machinery and mechanics and tools.
The AI in your pocket. You got AI in your pocket.
There's temples in Mexico that based on where the sun is, they have a little hole that shines through the tip of the pyramid, and when the sun moves, the serpent moves up the staircase.
Yeah.
The shadow of the serpent moves up the staircase.
Indiana Jones stuff right there.
That's
Indiana
real.
Jones stuff.
It's perfect. It's a
The
car.
Temple of Doom stuff. That's what it is.
Yeah, like a shadow serpent crawls up the temple based on where the sun is in proximity to the temple.
Only at a certain time of year, though.
Only during a certain time of year.
It's perfect.
And you have echo chambers also in Guatemala, where whatever you say, you clap and a bird sound will come back to you.
Oh,
It'll reverberate back to you in the sound of a bird.
And commission line where you whistle, they'll make like a screech, a loud screech. The entire area can hear. Like
Something amazing.
They knew sound, they knew light, they knew astronomy, they knew all these things, and they could put that in and fabricate that in their knowledge in real time, in their structures, in their art.
And that's why
We can't do cursive no more. You're like, cursive, I can't read that. I can't. Coca-Cola, what is that? Coca-Cola?
what is he saying? Even in art and sculptures,
Yeah.
the caliber has diminished. This is a humbling concept for us to realize. We're just diminished beings fighting to get the last scraps of the kingdom. We're the last generations here. We're not that good. We're not that potent. We're not that great. And we better give our damnedest to be the last doormen coming into the kingdom.
You know, we move.
You better be happy if you're a street sweep
we
in the
move
kingdom.
furniture, and the furniture ain't even made like it used to be.
Yeah.
This furniture now, you move it wrong.
Yeah.
You go in the truck. A brother giving you a crazy look. You already know he broke something. You move it wrong. I just pulled it like this. He got the door in his hand. I just move it. I just tried to move it. I got the door and all the buttons in his hand. Yeah. Nothing's made like
Then the first one, fix
yeah.
fix.
Hey, who got the sauce? Anybody got the
Everybody
sauce?
he put the dressing on it and fix that. Listen, this is the reality. So let's get back.
Hey,
in
sauce is the wood glue. That's
Yeah.
what
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
We all got codeine.
It's wood cussing. It's saw everything. Okay, let's get 141 again.
All right, line 141. He says, which same thing I have also seen to be the case in the instance of the sculptures and painters' art, for the imitations always fall short of the original models.
No.
And those works which are painted or
But
fashioned.
how about we're imitations of the original one?
Yeah.
We're imitations of the great men we're trying to mimic.
Grace.
This is why people say they're prophets. Stop lying. You're not a prophet. You know what we're doing? You know, Most High says, he says there's apostles, there's prophets. He says, and thirdly, we're what? We're talking about great men. We're teachers. We're talking about the stories and histories of great men. We're not prophets. Why are we acting like we're prophets? Because, oh, you're street prophets because you sit back here and on the outside and tell the white man he's the devil? That makes you a prophet? No, you're not. You're a teacher talking about the actions of great men that you're not. You know why you have to say it that way? You got to put who you are in perspective. We're not prophetic like these great men. Hell, even Mattathias, Judas, Jonathan, and Simon weren't prophets. They were warriors that fought for their nation. Let's keep things in context. You're not Ezekiel. You're not Isaiah. You're not Jeremiah. You want to talk about street prophets? Did you sit back here and get chained in human feces for an undisclosed period of time? And you can't tell me you're no prophet then. You sit back here and prophesy naked and barefoot for 3 years in a foreign country? No, you didn't. So you're not a prophet. Did you get hacked in half because you taught the word of the Most High? No, you didn't. So you're not a prophet. Did you get crucified upside down teaching the word in different countries? No, you didn't. So you're not a prophet. You are a teacher talking about great men that did it better than you. So we are imitations of greater men. And we are talking about the actions of men that did it 3 times better than us on our best day. So let's be humble about what we do. Stop acting like we're on some level, like we're not.
Operating in inflation. Look at it. It's inflation. That's ego speaking.
I know it is. And
delusion.
And that's the point.
Yeah, men can't even get around without their phone.
Yeah.
If they don't have their GPS, phone die, they can't make it. They can't make it back home.
I can't get home, man.
Yeah. Where you at? I just see some streets.
They look the same, man.
Yeah. They got.
I swear I saw El Pollo Loco like 2 exits ago. Yeah, that's all you.
Where's 410? Huh?
It's on one of these circle highways. Like, Dad, you're on one of the circle highways.
I'm just on the circle.
There's a couple circles in the city, brother.
How much gas do you have left on? I don't know. I can't read the gas number. The gas number.
What exit number you in? I don't know. Without GPS, a lot of people couldn't function. Couldn't get around.
Yeah.
But we're master of the universe. Get out of here.
Harriet Tubman freed the slaves from the stars, and we can't use GPS. We can't hear them.
If you have an Android, you got you have a problem. You're suffering. I got Android. So I can say that. It don't be working right now.
Let's continue.
So he said,
141 again.
all right, he said, for the imitations always fall short of the original models, and those works which are painted or fashioned from models must be much more inferior as being still further removed from the original.
Mm-hmm.
And the stone, which is called the magnet, is subject to a similar deterioration.
There's a stone that's called a magnet. Because there's obviously there's stone rocks that are used as magnets. He says, using the analogy of the magnet explains the deterioration of mankind also. Read on.
And the stone, which is called a magnet, is subject to a similar deterioration. For any iron ring which touches it is held by it as firmly as
So
possible.
now if you have a magnet and you sit back and have one iron ring, and you'll stick that iron ring to a magnet. He says that first iron ring is strong because it's right attached to the magnet. But if you put an additional iron ring right next to it, it's strong, but it's not as strong as that magnet, that iron ring that's the closest to the actual magnet.
So you're saying iron ring is what? Metal?
It's the iron ring is iron. Iron attaches to the magnet.
Yeah.
But he's saying the first iron ring that attaches to the magnet is the most potent. It's the most, the connection is the most strong. Then you put a second ring next to that's attached to the other iron, which is attached to the magnet. It's strong too, but the connection to the magnet is a little weak.
It doesn't have the same polarity.
It's not as potent. So it diminishes the more rings you attach that is not as close to the magnet as that first iron piece that's connected to the magnet.
Wow.
And he's explaining that the further you bring these iron wings away from the magnet, the rings get weaker. The connection to the magnet gets weaker and weaker and weaker. And he's explaining that Adam was that first ring that connected to the magnet. And then all these generations afterwards, they're connected to the magnet, but they're not asked to make it to the magnet.
It makes sense because you're doing 986 years of life. You're dealing with the lessons.
When you look at these blocks of centuries, like for instance, you'll have from the time Israel got to Jerusalem to the fall of Jerusalem. No, by the time we got to Israel until we got to the Age of Kings was around 500 years. That was a block of time. Then you had the Age of Kings. The fall of Jerusalem was another block of time.
Yeah.
And then you had from the fall of 586 till the Maccabean times was a block of time. It's like the blocks are like 500-year blocks.
Yeah.
But each block, the generations are diminishing. So you'll take those blocks like rings, and each ring gets weaker and less connected. The weakness is based off a less connection to the rock, the magnet. So the more generations pass, it gets more disconnected to the potency of the rock, which is the magnet. And that's what's being explained. So what Philo was saying is each generation is more detached, has a weaker vibration in connection to its creator in the first. Does that make sense?
It's important to know.
It is. Let's go back to that part again.
It says, for any iron ring which touches it.
Can you give me the stone part and the stone which is called the magnet?
Okay. And the stone which is called the magnet is subject to a similar deterioration. For any iron ring which touches it is held by it as firmly as possible. But another which only touches that ring is held less firmly. And the third ring hangs from the second, and the fourth from the third, and the fifth from the fourth, and so on, one from another in a long chain, being all held together by one attractive power.
It's held by one attractive power because all those iron links are connected to the magnet.
But they're further away
They're further away, and each iron link that's further away from the original one is a little weak. The polarity and connection to the magnet is not as strong as that first iron ring that connects to the magnet. And he's explaining this to let you know we're in 2026. You think our link to the Father is as connected as ones that had it in the early 1900s?
Nope.
There's no way. He's saying those connections are getting weaker and weaker and weaker.
I mean, the faith is not the same either.
That's what we read in Second Esdras. The faith has diminished. Why? Because the weaker those rings are getting, the more lies are being connected. We're leasing more. We have less faith, and instead of replacing the faith is lies and leasing. And that is how the diminishing is happening. Because we lie more, we make excuses for ourselves, there's no accountability. We're weaker and weaker and weaker.
And even then, also, the scripture say, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is older, he should not depart. There's not even no training anymore.
I know.
No way.
You know, it was always, an elder person would always want to pull a young person under their wing and give them some knowledge and pass down some understanding. But nowadays, there's no training. Kids are raising themselves.
And there's no community to help teach the kid. There's no parental correction, and there's no societal correction. There's no community correction. And that's another reason why people are weakening. But however we want to play it, each generation is collapsing and weakening in their connection to the magnet, which is the Most High. Read on.
It says, but still they are not all supported in the same degree. For those which are suspended at a distance from the original attraction are held more loosely.
They're loosely. So you get 10, 15 generations down, that connection of that iron is not as potent as that first iron that connects to the magnet. Read on.
Because the attractive power is weakened and is no longer able to bind them in an equal same degree.
So obviously the generations down the line are weaker and it's susceptible to falling off that chain of connection. Is more susceptible to falling and getting weaker. And that link isn't as potent. Our spiritual link to the Most High is not as potent as 5 or 10 generations ago.
And you could express that because even people went to war. They went to war with swords. They went to war. They felt it was blood. Now you just like press a button.
Yeah.
You see somebody, you hit it with a drone now.
First person shooter now.
Yeah,
you don't got to sit back here and deal with
1,000 miles
real
away.
fear.
I hit him with plank.
You don't got to do with real fear.
It's not the same.
I know.
Even 100 years ago, you look at your grandparents, they know how to build a whole house from scratch.
Yeah.
They know how to do the roofing, the plumbing, the walls, the siding, the flooring.
Facts.
We couldn't build a birdhouse right now.
Remember, there was a brother who lived in Fort Lavaca. Remember he talked about his grandfather, right? Who could sit back here and work a jackhammer better than all of his sons and all the people around. He was handling a jackhammer, right? He was 80
years old.
He was 80 years old and calling these guys 5-letter derogatory words out because they just couldn't do what he did as long as he could do it.
Yeah, and he also used to drive in metal stakes in the concrete. And most people, when they drive in a stake, they use one sledgehammer. He said his grandfather had 2 sledgehammers, and he could hit them like this, one at a time.
With precision, with control. What kind of force do you have to have? What kind of force trick you got to have to knock that down? His base has to be out of this world, right? And he's calling these young guys a bunch of chumps and punks, right? Because they can't do what he do, right?
He got 2 sledgehammers, and he's 80 years old.
Hey, he's working jackhammer stuff that's crazy.
Now he was Issachar.
Yeah, that's
what I'm saying. And he was potent as hell.
He was made that way. He came out the womb with a jackhammer.
What is he saying though? He's just saying the virtue of that man back in those days was way more potent.
He was stronger than his
than the next kid, than the sons and the grandsons. That's crazy.
The grandson,
you're working with grandsons.
And he said he had rock hands. He said his grip was like vice grips.
Just letting you know the generations they move better than that. And they move better back.
He was poodle.
You gotta see that captain, that strip.
80 now?
Yes.
He's 80, bro.
Working out there in hot South Texas.
He wasn't in a wheelchair 80. According to Americans, he was in a wheelchair.
And he's still getting it. He's still getting it in at 80. You know you gotta get him. You get him at 6 in the morning putting the work in.
That's literally the man I was raised with. My uncles.
They call it country strong, huh?
They're literally picking up men by the heads. Picking up men by the head, just flinging them like rag dolls.
That's crazy, bro.
Me and Nigga have a little joke now. There's men, there's men.
Ain't nothing like money.
There's a lot of men. Ain't that many men. You gotta be a man to pick them up in the head. That's a man. That's crazy. That's a man.
Brother. So listen, it's like that's like Jack Johnson's slave strip.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Like I remember all the old boxing matches that they fought for like 100 rounds.
But they fought like 50 rounds in batting gloves.
People would die. Right?
But it was batting gloves. They weren't sitting down on no chairs. They would fight outdoors at noon.
In the sun.
In the South. You're fighting at noon in the South for 50 rounds? What the hell's going on? They were fighting at 40 years old, 50 years old, throwing hands out.
That's all they do is fight.
Old rag.
And I never forget, I've seen old Jack Johnson fights. And I went to this museum and I was watching videos of him. He would sit back here, pop, 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 knock a guy down, take his teeth out of his gloves out, and keep going out. He's taking teeth out of this man's glove. But the guy that lost teeth, he's getting up again. The guy respect though. That's rugged. You're losing chicklets out and you going back to go to the next round? Chicklets. Like it's okay. Like you'll be okay. Like that didn't change your life forever.
It's acceptable.
That changed. Listen, that was a life-changing experience. Doc. You lost 3 or 4 teeth, Doc. You gonna go back again and get some more?
How much money was you getting on that fight? And you usually getting paid
It
like
was
that?
actually, it was an exhibition.
It was almost like Django Awards. You get some beer out. You get some beer out, and that's what you get from cold beer out.
Fighting
That's what
spirit.
you get. You get a tall thanks, son. I get a tall beer.
I think so.
Listen, I get a 32 ounce versus a 16 ounce. Crazy guy.
Different time.
Anyway, different time, greater caliber people. Let's continue.
It says,
Give cold beer. It's crazy guy.
and the race of mankind appears to be subject to an influence of the same kind, since in men the faculties and distinctive qualities of both body and soul are less vivid and strongly marked in each succeeding generation.
Listen, it's less vivid and less potent for each generation.
Art, strength, vitality, spirituality.
Plant,
Every level.
animals, everything.
So what that should do is give us clarity so we're not judgmental. Because as I explain what we're about to explain, it can come off judgmental, like I'm coming from some higher seat and coming off like I'm a know-it-all in understanding what John Hyrcanus does. But we have to put things in perspective, do proper spiritual comparative analysis, understand that what the Most High judged John in is not what he judged the kings in. But take it with a grain of salt and have mercy in how we're judging a situation. And also have mercy in judging our elders. Because I've seen a lot of brothers online smash elders for what they did and the mistakes they made, but then make worse mistakes when they get in power.
Yeah.
Because they don't get it. Can I sit back and understand that what they knew and what they understood, they just didn't understand and made mistakes? Because you can't see. Because if you can't sit back and understand that, you start looking at yourself like you're greater than what you are.
They're a pioneer.
They were pioneering. Listen, they had less knowledge of what they were doing than you. So what's your excuse for failing and being weak and succumbing to your flesh? What's your excuse? So you take it with a grain of salt. You understand what men did, what they didn't do. You try to do things better, and you try to do things as spiritually connected as possible. So with that being the case, now we're going to go to Josephus. We're going to go to Josephus. We're going to go to book 13, chapter 8, paragraph 2.
This information really puts things in perspective, though.
It should.
In proper, clear perspective.
In context.
Because it's good to be proper judges and fair judges.
Because I don't want to come off like we're just some spiritual know-it-alls. Some spiritual know-it-alls and we're on some other level because we're like hindsight 2020 guys, but not realizing, let's take and extract from this lesson, acknowledge the good, but also acknowledge what we could have done better, what we're going to have to do better with the knowledge we have. So, paragraph 2.
Antiquity of the Jews, Antiquity of the Jews, book 13, chapter 8, paragraph 2. But Antiochus, being very uneasy at the miseries that Simon had brought upon him.
Oh, say it again. I'm sorry. Read it again from the top. Slack, I was asking that we had a question.
The Antiquity of the Jews, book 13, chapter 8, paragraph 2, line 236. But Antiochus, being very uneasy at the miseries that Simon had brought upon him, he invaded Judea in the 4th year of his reign.
So, Antiochus the 7th. This is Antiochus the 7th now. He didn't like that Simon had actually taken out his captain and regained control and maintained control of the region. Antiochus the 7th, like, I need my money back. I need my tax farming that I would get from the south region, from the Philistine capitals, from the coastal cities.
What were we in a different situation? Were we in a non-tax situation?
No, hear me out. We just went over last week. John Hyrcanus is in power. He goes after Ptolemy, right? He goes after Ptolemy because there was a siege and a coup on the Maccabean family. Ptolemy, we read last week and the week before, that Ptolemy did what? Ptolemy was the father-in-law to Simon. They set the red wedding up against Simon. They killed him. They took the mother and 2 sons hostage, right? And then as soon as he did that, what did Ptolemy do in communication? He sent a letter to Antiochus II and said, come and bring men down. I've got Simon. Right?
Done.
So this lets you know that Antiochus II, since he got power and he was the head of he was the king of the north at the time, he was trying to get complete control over the region. Because you can't maintain your region if you can't tax farm and keep paying for your military. Remember, we read 3 weeks ago or so that in the midst of Antiochus VII cornering Trypho, I think in the city of Dort, Simon offered to send troops and supplies to help Antiochus VII besiege of Trypho and take him out.
Take him up.
In the middle of Antiochus VII receiving the supplies in the besieging of Trypho, he sends military captains to take out Simon because he wanted the coastal cities that Simon had control over.
He switched on him.
Simon, historically, is that Simon fought like a young man. And with John Hyrcanus' help and his son's help, they subdued Cinderbulus. I think it was Cinderbulus. It was the captain for Antiochus VII. They took him out and they regained control of the territory. But ever since then, Antiochus has been trying to find angles to regain the territory. So he gets connected with Ptolemy II, And obviously Ptolemy and Antiochus VII were in cahoots when they took out Simon and killed him. Because the first person Ptolemy called was Antiochus VII.
And this Ptolemy was just Simon's son-in-law,
Yeah, Ptolemy was Simon's son-in-law.
not any of the Ptolemy of the Ptolemaic king.
No, it wasn't a Ptolemaic king. He was given the name Ptolemy.
Okay.
So that means he is either an Edomite or Ptolemy was this some blockhead sellout Jew from a sellout Jew family that was living like Jews that had connections with the Greek Empire. So either he was a non-Israelite or he was a sellout Jew that Antiochus VII had done deals with. So with that being the case, this is almost like the third go about that Antiochus is trying to accomplish to take over the region. First time with Cinderbulus, second time with the authorizing of killing of Simon. And they, remember he said send troops to Jerusalem now.
Yep.
But they got there too late and the city got secured. Third time is here. Antiochus VII is like, you know what, man, forget this. I want the region. I want the money. I want the tax. Because by the time we got here, remember the Romans said, hey, we got this golden shield from Simon. Y'all back off.
As a league.
And we're in league with them, so back off. But Antiochus is like, no, I need this money. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to besiege them again. So now Antiochus VII is besieging John Hyrcanus. This is the second challenge of John Hyrcanus' reign. So we're going to see what he does with being besieged, how he responds to this kind of adversity. Continue.
Yeah. We're even top again. I think it's in the Jews, book 13, chapter 8, paragraph 2. But Antiochus, being very easy at the miseries that Simon had brought upon him, he invaded Judea in the 4th year of his reign, and the first year of the principality of Hyrcanus.
So, 4th year of his reign, but the first year that Hyrcanus is in power, remember I explained that everybody that gains the leadership has to deal with these new adversities that come to them?
Yeah.
It's not new to the nation, but every person that gets the position gets challenged and gets tested to determine what kind of character he has. Everybody goes through it.
That my son, when thou comest to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation.
So this is Hyrcanus' second temptation. The first was with his mom and his brothers. They all died. Maybe he did the best he could. Maybe he didn't because he didn't get counted. That was the lesson we got last week. Now, this is the second go around to determine where his character is. Read on.
In the 162nd year, like 62nd Olympiad.
Okay.
And when he had burnt the country, he shut up Hyrcanus in the city.
So that means they besieged Hyrcanus in Jerusalem. Now Jerusalem is besieged once again. We were besieged by the Ethiopians during the time of Rehoboam. We were besieged during the time of King Hezekiah. There was different times that we were besieged. I think it was by King Zedekiah, under Zedekiah's rule, by King Nebuchadnezzar. We've been besieged multiple times throughout our history, and a few more that I probably haven't explained. Well, let's continue.
Which he encompassed round with 7 encampments.
So there were 7 different military encampments that surrounded the entire country of Jerusalem. Right on. So that means if you see Jerusalem physically as a city, there are many exit doors, many exit gates. So there's many different ways of escaping a city. So you have to surround it and cut off all of those escape paths if you want to ensure that the besieging of the city actually works. Okay? Well, let's go. Let's keep going.
But in nothing.
Matter of fact, if you look at the screen online, this is like the Nehemiah wall of 444 BC. And all these little squares around it are gates. The Fish Gate, the Old Gate, the Ephraim Gate, the Horse Gate. There's all these gates, that the Valley Gate. There are all these gates that are there around you so that you can get around and escape and bring commerce in and do business and all kind of things happen. Okay? Oh, I got a thumbs down. You showed the gates of the Jews.
Congratulations.
It wasn't even like maybe they heard something, but maybe they're kind of late behind in the topic and then they said something, but we're just on this. Anyway.
I'm 100% about that. How dare you?
Oh, maybe that's what it is. That's what it is.
How dare you?
You don't want to hear that they're not as good as their forefathers. And then they're in a lesser caliber than their forefathers. It's true. It's true.
We're not David out here, right?
I disagree. I'm a king. Well, you're not. You're not a king, nor you're a prophet. How about that one?
We're Lion.
I'm gonna double down on that.
We're Lion King.
Not the animal type too. Lion with an Lying king.
We're Lion King.
I love it. Okay. So I showed just all the gates that surround Jerusalem. That's why there were 7 encampments of Antiochus VII's military battalion. So let's continue. I was like, well, why they hate? Now I get it. Now
I like them gates.
I remember.
It's those gates, huh?
Why they hate. No, it ain't the gates.
The gates of labor.
The gates of labor? How dare you?
That's so funny. So funny. But let's continue.
But in nothing at the first, because of the strength of the walls, and because of the valor of the besieged.
So listen, what it's saying is the walls were strong. They'd been fortified from Nehemiah down. And the besieged, they're sitting back here taking their positions on top of the fort, and they're fighting back. So our fighting while being besieged is buying us time. Okay? Read on.
Although they were once in the want of water, which yet they were delivered from by a large shower of rain.
Now listen, what I don't understand is how we were in want of water when King Hezekiah set up those underwater ducts under the city. We should have never been out of water at all. Because by the time we got besieged by the Romans, water wasn't the problem. It was a lack of food. So I don't know what was happening with our duct system, with our water systems, but Hezekiah many moons ago had set up those systems and they were functioning.
It could have been poorly maintained.
It definitely was poorly maintained, but I don't know how they missed that when they reestablished their city. So the water was obviously not accessible like it once was, and how it ended up getting fixed.
Conduit.
The water conduit. But you know, it's crazy. You know who fixed all that stuff? The white man. Herod fixed it. Gotta call it like it is. The white man fixed did all the repairs.
What's with this water problem?
Listen, Jake don't do the repairs. Jake don't fix nothing. Listen, Israel's house poor. You have a house with all kind of things falling apart in the house. You own the house, and it's just things just diminish. And you sit back here and you say, "I'm gonna get to it."
Don't put,
I'm gonna get to that part, that sewer system on that sink. You never get to the sink.
don't put your full body weight on the toilet.
You gotta be like a sumo wrestler and squat it. You gotta squat it. You got all these little nooks and crannies of how you nigger rig, excuse my French, the house.
Yeah, you gotta jiggle the handle 3 times and flush.
1, 2, 3.
You gotta be like Fonzie and Happy Days. You gotta knock the washer and dry. Hey, it cuts on. It works. Hey, it works. That's how Israel operates in their homes. But when Herod came in, like, can we spend some money on this, y'all? Can we sit back here, send paperwork up to the Romans, and can we get this thing done finally?
Everything's Mickey Mouse.
Everything's Mickey Mouse, so the white man has to sit back and get clearance and funding and get loans back. Jay can't get loans. Why? So anyway, whatever finances did not come in.
This is systematic oppression, brother.
Okay, yeah.
You didn't know
How about it? You didn't want to sign the paperwork out and do it right.
We don't know the TVs on top of TVs. What's that TV for? That's a TV stand for the new TV.
Exactly.
Yeah. That TV turned into a TV stand for the new one.
Yeah.
How about those old antennas? You have all these weird little doohickeys to sit back and make sure that the antennas are right. I put all the foil on. All these like different foil
Money
tactics to sit back here and get the most out of your television. That's what I used to see when I was young.
Because we couldn't put a satellite on the roof. They didn't have the money to put the antenna on the roof. They had to make one.
Tinfoil work.
Or coat hangers.
Yeah.
Metal coat hangers with fold off.
Crazy. So listen, there's no water for some stinking reason in the aqueducts. So now what ends up happening? The Most High blessed us and gave us rain and bought us time so we wouldn't sit back here and die of thirst. So the Most High was gracious with us through the besieging. Read on.
Which yet they were delivered from by a large shower of rain, which fell at the setting of the Pleiad.
The Pleiad is like a constellation. Pleiades is a constellation. You'll read about that in Job. So I guess wherever the constellation was directly up under was where the water drained out of rain, and they were able to collect it.
It just says a season. It just said when those stars were in season.
Yes,
that the rain would come.
Yeah, that because Pleiades is literally a formation of stars. So it is a season. So let's keep going.
However, about the north part of the wall where it happened, the city was upon a level with the outward ground. The king raised 100 towers of 3 stories high, and placed bodies of soldiers upon them. And as he had made his attacks every day, he cut a double ditch, deep and broad, and confined the inhabitants with it as within a wall.
So they sit back here, and whatever maneuvering Antiochus did, they found a maneuvering in, and they were on the verge of getting inside. Okay? Read on.
But the besieged contrived to make frequent sallies out. And if the enemy was not anywhere upon their guard, they fell upon them, and did them a great deal of mischief. And if they perceived them, they then returned to the city with ease.
Read on.
But because Hyrcanus discerned the inconvenience of so great a number of men in the city, while the provisions were the sooner spent by them, and yet, as it natural to suppose, those great numbers did nothing, he separated the useless part and excluded them out of the city.
So what is he saying? He's like, rations are getting low. Supplies are getting low. I have to make sure I ration the best of my supplies to my strength. So what is John Hyrcanus saying? I got to find a way to get the older people and the weaker of the nation out of the city so I can sustain my supplies to the fighters and to the men that can actually keep this city surviving. So he sets the scenario up. When he sets the scenario up to move out through one of the gates, the odor of the nation, the odor of the people, to get them out so they maybe can find solace and protection in one of the other cities of Israel while they're in the middle of this battle, to save on supplies, save on food, save on the things you need to keep fighting. Read on.
Gun. And excluded out of the city, and retained the part who were in the flower of their age and fit for war. However, Antiochus would not let those that were excluded go away.
But, he was like, no, I'm not going to let you get out that easy. We talked about how Antiochus VII had 7 units all around the city. So what Antiochus ends up doing is he sees that he lets out this large amount of people so they can run off, but he blocks them off. So the older people are stuck in the middle of the besieging. He doesn't take on these older people and feed them. He keeps them in the middle of the fight to starve. So you got Jerusalem, you have the older people, and then you have the besieged parties surrounding them. So everybody Hyrcanus sent out is just stuck in the elements, having to camp out and suffer and still starve, while the Israelites that are in the city are fighting and eating. So that move didn't work. Read on.
However, Antiochus would not let those that were excluded go away, who therefore, wandering about between the walls and consuming away by famine, died miserably.
That's crazy. So they sat back here, and he made a move. John's making logical decisions, but there might not be the most spiritual. I've never heard a king do this. Sit back here and send men out and people out because they're older. I don't understand why he would do that, especially after you saw that Antiochus VII didn't let him pass. So once Antiochus didn't let him pass, why didn't you bring him back in? Because they're dying in the middle of starvation. I've never heard any of the leaders do that. But he sat back here, made the decision to let them suffer it out on their own while he held the city down. I don't understand it, but he did it. Read on.
Those that were within, but when the Feast of Tabernacles was at hand, those that were within commiserated their condition and received them again.
So, for those, if you were able to survive to the Feast of Tabernacles, if you made it then, congratulations. We'll bring you back in for the ceremony. It doesn't make sense. If you were going to bring him in for the Feast of Tabernacle, why didn't you bring him in for the Feast of First Fruits? What's the difference? Doesn't make sense. But now you bring him in, but this is how the Jews sometimes think.
Yeah.
In the middle of the battle, you got to kind of suffer it out and starve.
Yeah.
But now that the high holiday is coming, now I got to think about the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
The high holiday reminds me that I got to sit back and consider the people. Bring him in for the high holiday, but not for the war.
Well, that's why they won their house.
Well, I don't know. I don't know when it started.
Well, the rainfall, I'm at the bottom, it said it started, those like stars, the Pleiades,
Yeah.
January, or like early spring.
That means before Passover.
Yeah.
But see, it didn't tell you when they let him out. So they probably let him out after the Passover. So somewhere between the Passover, that's why I said the Pentecost. 50 days. Maybe it was from the Pentecost to the Feast of Tabernacles. Then they remember it's about keeping the nation together. That's what I don't understand. If it's about keeping the nation together, why send them out in the first place? Or at least if you send them out, I get it. Once they're stuck. They're stuck. Why not bring them in? But you got to wait till the tabernacles to bring them in? So X amount of people died, but you let them in after X amount of people died, because it's Feast of Tabernacle. Doesn't make sense. But they did it. Are you guys kind of following me on this? Why would you bring them in after they die? Because it's a high holy day.
Now I need to get the Lord's favor, but I need to also maintain whatever strong numbers I have. Because I'm thinking about numbers. I'm thinking about maintaining strength. In His mind, that kind of mindset, I need to maintain the strongest people. People that can't fight and can't physically handle.
But if you're going to do that, do it all the way. Why all of a sudden become a Jew during the high holy day? That's what I'm saying. If you're going to bring them in, you could have brought them in 3 months before.
And put them on ration.
When they were dying.
Limited supply.
Already made the choice.
Well, why are you bringing it? So you're going to bring them in for the high holy day and send it back out?
Yeah.
We're going to have one meal and then kick it back out again?
Be your
That
last.
doesn't make sense.
It's the
Does that
holy.
make sense?
It's your last holy meal. He gonna get that and go out there.
And go back and sweat again and die?
It just shows his thought power.
Well, I can't say disjointed. I'm not going to say disjointed. This is why I said, this is why I
In
prefaced
comparison-
all of this about just the lessening of the caliber of men over time. Because I still don't see prayers. I don't see Urim and Thummim. I don't see consulting priests. I don't see that. All I hear is I'm in war. I'm making moves that make sense militarily. And that's cool. But now all of a sudden, X amount of folks have died outside the gates. Now I bring them in because it's the Feast of Tabernacle. That's what I'm saying. They did. But why all of a sudden now the Most High matter? People matter now because the high holy is coming. It takes the high holy to think about our people. But that's the truth. Yes, sis.
So when we're in the middle of our battle, like in a household, then all of a sudden Sabbath is coming, then I'm on.
Now God matters. But Sunday through Thursday, the people is forgotten.
Those around me during the week, but then.
And this is why we say the Jew plays cosplay. Yahweh Ba'ashuk Yahshua. What day is it? It's Friday. Yahweh Ba'ashuk Yahshua. It's Sunday afternoon. I'm doing my thing now. That's why the Jew does cosplay a lot. We don't live it every day. When we put our garments on, all of a sudden we're untouchable. We focus on the atrocities of the nation. That's the truth. Then we tap back into our vices 2 days later. It's the same concept. Now you have to have humanity because the Feast of Tabernacles. This is crazy. So, but if you were going to leave them out, leave them out. Don't get a conscience now.
Right.
Black is like
That's what I'm saying. You don't have a conscience now. Oh man, I know the Most High. Look, man, we're gonna be eating this food. They're gonna be dying. That was happening 2 months ago.
it's Christmas.
That's what I'm saying.
It's Christmas. We need to serve the community.
Let's sit back here and make some turkeys for the poor.
That's what we do.
They're starving before this.
What about the other 12 months of the year?
They deserve Christmas.
It's
too.
Thanksgiving, man.
That's crazy.
It's the season.
'Tis the season. You know that. It is something for the community. That's the spirit of our people too.
Joy, giving.
That's this. Noel. Well, whatever the hell does that mean? Here's it, Noel. What's that mean? Why ain't you put that name up there? You throwing up these your fingers like you're doing something. I'm throwing back to you. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
Anyway. Thank you. Somebody got it. Anyway, let's continue. I don't know what it means. Let's go. Let's keep going.
Line 242. And when Hyrcanus sent to Antiochus and desired that there might be a truce for 7 days because of the festival, he gave way to this piety towards the Most High.
So, John Arcadis sends a letter to Antioch, says, listen, man, we need 7 days to feast because we gotta please the Most High. And we're gonna sit back and bring all the hungry, the old that can't fight. We're gonna feed them for these 7 days. After these 7 days, I don't know. But we're gonna bring them in for the 7 days and can you stop fighting so we can sit back and just even now with the Russians and the Ukrainians, they'll sit back and say, hey, we have a holiday, Eastern ceasefire. And they'll negotiate that and they'll say, cool, ceasefire for this period of time. There's a holiday. would sometimes, or the Russians would say, hey, we have our national holiday as this day. Let's do a ceasefire. Ukrainians may or may not listen to it. Sometimes they'll say yes. Sometimes they'll try to bomb it.
Wasn't a bomb during Ramadan?
That's all the time.
Well, is that?
That ceasefire talking between white nations. That ceasefire stuff doesn't apply to like Arabs and non-white nations. That don't even happen. It barely happens with white nations, but never is honored. None of these agreements are honored among Israel, United States, and Iran, or all these countries. They don't care about that stuff, man. And they'll say whatever they say, and they'll still bomb. And they'll do this, the MOU, which is the Miranda of Understanding. That's not an agreement. That's not an ironclad agreement. That's just me and you saying we're trying to work on something.
Yeah.
So they do an MOU, and Israel's bombing Lebanon the whole time. Like, what are you doing, bro? You guys said you weren't going to do that. And Israel said, we didn't sign.
Yeah. America said that.
Yeah, so now they're in full-blown war again. Point is, in war, sometimes there's truces. John is asking Antiochus for a 7-day truce for their high holy. Antiochus obliges. And you're going to read, he ends up sending some cattle in consideration for their holiday. So read on.
Yeah. And besides that, he sent in a magnificent sacrifice, bulls with their horns gilded, with all sorts of sweet spices, and with cups of gold and silver.
So he did them a solid. I'm going to give you some animals so you guys can enjoy your meal, but this ain't going to last long, and we're going to still break. This is what Antiochus VII is doing. Read on.
Those that were at the gates received the sacrifices from those that had brought them in, or that had brought them, and led them to the temple. And Antiochus, the meanwhile, feasting his army, which was a quite different conduct from the Antiochian Epiphany, who, when he had cleaned the city, offered swine upon the altar, and sprinkled the temple with the broth of their flesh, in order to violate the laws of the Jews, and the religion they derived from their forefathers. For which reason our nation made war with him, and would never be reconciled to him. But for this Antiochus, all men call him Antiochus Pious, for the great zeal he had about religion.
Okay, so Antiochus was pious, but he wanted his money. He gave him some animals to sacrifice, and we jocked him like he was this honorable guy. Cool. Now we're going to start seeing how John Hyrcanus changes and how he changes his perception of Antiochus VII after he gets some animals to kill. Let's get paragraph 3.
Paragraph 3. Accordingly, Hyrcanus took this moderation of his kindness. When he understood how religious he was toward the deity, he sent an ambassador to him and desired that he would restore the settlements they received from their forefathers.
Listen. So because Antiochus VII gave him some cows, John Hyrcanus is going to give him everything that his forefathers earned and fought for like 10, 15, 20 years? Think about that. I'm going to give this Edomite all the land that they busted their tail for. Blood, sweat, and tears for their whole lives. Judas, Jonathan, Simon busted their tail, tooth and nail, to fight for that land. Listen, let's go quickly over this map. This is crazy. Look at the map. You got the Hasmonean kingdom. Judas fought his whole life for the light pink color. Then you got the expansion under Jonathan was the next color, the darker pink. The cities of Modin and Lod and all in Besur, Loden, Modin, Lod, Bethel, and the land outside of the right of Jericho. Jonathan gave his blood, sweat, and tears for that extended territory. Then you got expansion under Simon was the red. It was Hebron, Lachish, Ashdod, Apollonia, Samaria. He gave his life to recapture this land so that Israel can have safety and security and sovereignty and can be strong. And then one besieging, John gives it up. Or he's willing to give it up. This is the scary thing that comes from when you lead and you give your life to this work, and then the next generation can just piss on it and just throw it away. I've lived it. I've seen elders sit back here and give their life to it, and the next man up just throws it away. Like it didn't mean nothing. You know why? Because it didn't mean nothing. Because he didn't have to do it. It wasn't on his watch. And I've seen men just give things up because it wasn't theirs. It wasn't their project. And how difficult that is to accept. Can you imagine what Simon would say to his son? What are you doing? You are offering everything me and my brothers died for? The first year of your reign? Your first year up, you throw it away. Without praying to the Most High and getting advice?
Didn't ask no questions.
Does that make any sense?
You got Proverbs 22.
No, I'm just talking with passion. I'm just talking with passion. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
This is why Solomon said, vanity of vanities, all is vanity, all is vain. What Solomon can sit back and build an empire, and his son can throw it away in one day. He said that in Ecclesiastes. Because you know why? He saw what his son was. He's like, I'm going to do all this work and my son's going to screw this up. That is so disheartening. What verse you got, brother? I'm just looking at all this hard work, the red, the light pink, the darker pink. That was years of commitment. And one besieging, he gonna throw it away.
You look,
and not even fight to the death.
You look at some Edomites, when they know the quality and the character of their children, they put the inheritance into a trust fund that's operated by a trust. So the trust oversees the resources.
Yes.
Because they know what kind of child they have.
Yeah.
But
wow. Timmy's wild.
Yeah, he's wild. He's gonna blow this already. He gets bad friends and make bad allegiances.
There you go.
Hey,
man,
you know what? Sometimes it's good because the property we own now was given or handed down by a kid that didn't appreciate what his parents gave him. So we got it right now.
Hey, bless the Lord.
So bless the Lord. So that's a good thing. Proverbs 22 and 28.
That's crazy though.
Yeah.
What verse is it?
Proverbs chapter 22, verse 28.
Proverbs 22 and verse 28. Says, remove not the ancient landmark.
The Bible says, remove not the what?
The ancient landmark.
It says the ancient landmark is a location that was set up by people before you.
Yeah.
And there should be a respect for what your forefathers have done. There should be a respect for their sacrifices and what they laid down. He says, remove not the ancient landmark. Read on. It specifically, read on.
Which thy fathers have set.
Which who?
Thy fathers have set.
It says, which your fathers have said. So what the Bible is saying is there should be a respect for what was laid down by the generation that preceded you, that they established. There should be a respect for what they left behind and what they laid for you to inherit. But what we do is we look at all the sacrifices, all the landmarks, all the things that they've done to say, let's make sure that this stays and we're trying to build this to last. When you look at the Chinese specifically, and you look at Confucius, and the writings of Confucius was almost around the same time as the Babylonian Empire. Confucius was writing around 500 BC. Confucius talked about the Chinese culture, the way they built. They said, we want our society, and we're building now so that our society and our culture and our language and our laws can last for 5,000 years minimum. That's how the Chinese mind frame was. When we're building something, we want to build for the next 5,000 years. We don't want to just build something and then within 100 years or 20 years, the next generation, it goes down the drain. No ancient culture was trying to build and not make it last. But for us in particular, we despise all the work, all the sacrifices that our forefathers laid down in the past.
God.
And we have like War City made a great point about, well, that wasn't my project. Or times have changed. That's unnecessary.
That was the old way.
That was the old way. But but when you look at, I always talk about it. You look at the farms, the farmland that a lot of Israel had here in America. They despise. They want to go to the city.
Yep.
I don't want to be in the farm. Farm is too slow. Farm life is too slow. The country is too slow. I want to go to the city where things move faster.
Yep.
Where there's better opportunities. But I don't appreciate the labor of the farm. I don't appreciate the labor of the agriculture that was left behind, or the skills that was left behind. So we have what my family established. So we abandon that, go to the city, can't afford to live in the city, and then now that the farmland is occupied already.
Yep.
Somebody didn't bought it up already.
Yep.
Because you didn't see the value of it. You didn't want to pay taxes on it. So now some tax lawyer got it.
You didn't want to work hard either.
For dirt cheap. You didn't want to work on it. Now you can't feed yourself. Now you're living on government handouts and city handouts when your forefathers had land. They had mineral rights, they had agricultural rights, they had timber rights, they had the wood, they had everything that grew on it. But we didn't see the value of it. We wanted the city. We wanted fashion. We wanted the clothing. We wanted to be in the cool. We wanted to be cool. But we despise the lifestyles that our forefathers had before. And now we suffer for it today. We suffer for it now because we don't have those skills. We can't grow crops anymore. We can't, if the grocery store is closed, can't feed ourselves. We can't spin no cotton to make clothes. We don't know how to make nothing.
You can't function.
We can't function. Because we do what? That's why he says,
Remove not the ancient landmarks,
that's why I said, don't remove the things that the forefathers laid down. Go ahead.
which thy fathers have said.
Yeah, it's important. It's critical. And that is a Bible law. That's a Bible law.
Because my thing is this: can I understand the logic that Jonathan has? What he's doing is logic. The logic is what? Maybe I can negotiate with this guy so that my people don't die. Completely logical. But man, the question is this. As we go further in this class, there is a difference between making logical decisions, which is called prudence,
Yep.
and wise decisions, which deals with gaining a spiritual lesson from it. We're going to go into the difference because the decisions that are being made are simply based off of prudence. How many times, literally one generation prior to John Hyrcanus, were they being surrounded 100,000 to 10,000? And they were winning. How many times were they surrounded with these egregious numbers and the Most High provided a way? How many times did his fathers and uncles negotiate out of the battle? What happened to sending letters to the Romans? There were so many different things that could have been done instead of just saying, you can have everything my father and uncles bought. Would that make you guys happy? Why is that the first bargaining chip? Why is that the first thought? It's like he's just so quick to give up everything his fathers and his uncles fought for their entire lives. It's the consummate scenario where your father and uncles fight for 30 years to go forward. And then in one decision, you could go back to nothing.
That's what drove Solomon crazy. It drove Solomon crazy.
It drives any person who thinks about his mortality crazy. Everything I've sacrificed, one bonehead decision could put the family back 30 years ago. One bad decision. Because you're not thinking spiritually, you're thinking prudently. This is why, as leaders, we don't let anybody just come up here and be part of the decision-making process. It's the same reason. Why sit back here and just let anybody come up here and take the risk of throwing away everything we've done for the second time? Why do that? I'll be damned. Now, when I'm dead and gone, and whoever's going to do is going to do it. But while I'm kicking and breathing, I know what kind of dedication we put into this. And how we've been doing this for multiple times, multiple resets. I'm tired of resetting off of foolishness and a lack of appreciation and a lack of respect for what it takes for the position. So this is why everybody just can't come up here and throw their 2 cents in, and it don't make no damn sense. Because you're telling me Simon would sit back and do this? He wouldn't. Because everything he's shown in the history of what Simon did wouldn't do this. It doesn't make sense. And once again, what am I trying to explain? I'm going with this intensity, but you have to take this class from the beginning of class to now. What were we pushing in the beginning of class? The understanding that the caliber of men generationally has diminished. And the Most High is judging them accordingly. Because with the Most High is going to look after John. Despite this move that didn't make any damn sense. So let's continue. Elisha, where's he at? No, let's do it. Let's get you slowed in.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai Wan, Ban Yashala.
Nagaha, Shalom Shabbatah, Bashemai One, Banya Shalom, a bunch of Yahweh Bashemai Shabbatah.
Yahbashim Yashai Bragatham.
All right. Paragraph 3. Where are we at in paragraph 3? Let's just read it from the top of paragraph 3.
Paragraph 3, line 245. Accordingly, Hyrcanus took this moderation of his kindly, and when he understood how religious he was towards the deity, he sent an embassage to him and desired that he would restore the settlements they received from their forefathers. So he rejected the counsel of those that would have him utterly destroy the nation by reason of their way of living, which was to others unsocial, and did not regard what they said. But being persuaded that all they did was out of a religious mind, he answered the ambassadors that if the besieged would deliver up their arms and pay tribute for Joppa, and the other cities.
So what's happening so far is this. Antiochus VII is taking the position, even though Antiochus's men and his advisors said, no, destroy these people, wipe them off the face of the earth. Antiochus decides not to continue with the besieging. And he starts responding to negotiations. And what Antiochus is saying is this: listen, if you give me Joppa back, what was Joppa? What was Joppa for us? It was one of our major money-making ports. Joppa was our port city that we needed for shipping and shipping out our product. He says, I want Joppa back, and I want all the tax proceeds of these cities that you have, that you guys have control over. That's why he went down there in the first place. He needed money to maintain his war machine. But once again, Simon and them fought for those port cities so they can sustain and eat as a country.
Yep.
This is how Israel ate, was those port cities. And then Joshua's like, no, I'll stop the procedure if you give me the port cities and I get all the tax collecting and I have access to the commerce in the port city and I have access to the taxing of Jerusalem and all the other cities that you guys have control over. So once again, this is what all the brothers fought for. It's for sovereignty. John Hyrcanus is going to give back all the sovereignty, all the hard work and dedication of his forefathers because he's in a pinch.
And also because we don't appreciate it.
And that's the point. We don't appreciate it.
We have a lot of us have an inability to appreciate
what your forefathers
the
did.
sacrifice that happens even outside the camp. It happens in the black family all the time. Grandma's house. Classic story about how the previous sacrifices were not valued. Everybody wants to get a car and some rims. They want to pay a couple of debts off.
And they're gonna split the money. They're gonna fight for the little money so they can shine for a couple months.
Yeah, I want to go on a quick vacation, go to New York and blow some money. Let's go shopping, get the outfits and clothes. And then you look up, grandma's house is going back in the market, and everybody goes on like life is normal. But they negate all of the sacrifices it took to get something for the family.
God.
That's a classic element.
Because he's throwing away so quickly. Take it. Take everything my daddy and my uncle did. Just take.
But it's because I can't handle it.
Because it was his first year of leadership.
Listen, when there's something about pressure, fear, and doubt, and just wanting to heave that pressure off our chest and get rid of it. We don't want to sit in the pressure and sit in this.
The pressure is faith. I don't want to have faith. All the moves that are made were logical, not faithful. Because when you're operating with faith, you have to wait. You have to pray. You have to sit back here and literally cleave to the Most High every step of the way. And then deal with the hate and the negative and the blowback of the people.
And that's where it shows you the caliber of leadership. You have pragmatic leaders that are strictly logical and deal with prudence and basic common sense. And then you have men that have spiritual mentalities that lead. But it's just a different type of caliber of men.
Yes.
And their actions express their caliber. You don't have to say, I think that this. Your actions will, you would all tree by the fruit that it bears. The fruit that he's bearing is, I'm just about getting rid of the pressure. I really don't understand faith, or I'm not going to lean on my faith. I know my parents or my forefathers put a lot of effort and energy into it. I'm not in the fighting spirit to maintain it.
And that's what his actions show. And that's why I purpose this entire class on the caliber of men diminishing. Because none of this has anything to do with faith. It's just fear and logic guiding these terms and conditions of surrender. Because that's what this is.
Yeah.
This is terms and conditions of surrendering everything my father and his brothers did to get us to this point. He's literally going to auction off all of our sovereignty out of fear.
It's almost an Esau move, selling his birthright for a piece of meat.
Exactly.
You got, if you choose to look at things spiritually, yes. If you look at it logically, this made common sense. But did his fathers and uncles make decisions logically or spiritually?
That was the cloth that he came.
That was the caliber of man they were. Because you know what? They had nothing. They had no bargains. They had no options. It was fight to the end or die.
Or swamp.
So now the son has options. And he chose logic versus fight to the end. It just shows you the mindset. Different circumstances, different mindset. When John Hyrcanus was growing up, the conditions weren't half as bad as when Simon, Judas, and And Simon, Judas, and Jonathan were living with Mattathias.
Because it's comfort thinking versus suffer thinking.
Got it.
When you're in a position of suffering, you better believe. Better have some faith. Better find some patience. When you're in a position of comfort, it's about being pragmatic and being
And
practical.
this is the scary thing. You can't recreate being on the bottom and having to fight your way up to the next generation. You can't recreate that. So how are they going to fight? If when difficulty comes, are they just going to sit back and blow it up and go somewhere else and rent again?
Well, as a nation, it's almost as if we have to be slaves because we can't maintain our spiritual integrity. That's what it shows.
Let's continue in the
That's
story.
what it shows. Am I making it up?
You're not. But it's scary. It's yes, that one.
Is it kind of like saying when a child sits there and says, I'm not going to go through what my parents go through? Not going to sacrifice like they sacrifice?
Because they don't value. They didn't put no work into it. They didn't value it. So it's easy to throw it away. John didn't lose what Simon lost to get to this point. So it's easier to negotiate it away.
Let me get 2 jobs and pay these taxes.
Yeah. No, why? I got to start over and do something easier. I didn't have to build this house in the first place.
And that's why it's so important. I see nations do this. I see nations like they'll inject their children in the building what they're doing, and they'll make them be a participant in the restaurant. The kid, man, you go to Chinese restaurants, boy, these kids. I feel feeling bad.
They're raised in the
I
restaurant.
feel bad for them. Man. I'm trying to get some pho, get my soup.
You
This
exposed.
pho is so good. This is good pho.
Not-
I need more jalapeno. Come on, man.
But listen, why do you put so much flavor in it?
I need because
Because there's nothing in it. It's
dry.
just flipping
It's dry.
hot water and soup. It's hot water and noodles. That's all it is.
Every time I'm there,
So
it's chicken broth pretty much.
No, not even that. Chicken broth got flavor.
Yeah, beef
It's
broth,
just hot water.
veggie broth.
It's just hot water and noodles, and white noodles, and clear noodles. They're like, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm like, this is it, my dog. Ain't no flavor here, right? No, the one he took me to, it was nothing. It was nothing.
Pho hot long.
White noodles
Pho hot
and
long.
hot water. I was like, damn, this is it, us?
It was.
This is delicious. I was like,
You feel good after you eat. You feel clean.
that's a fact. But it was horrible going down. I can go to the house and just boil some hot water. I get the same feeling. You go to the house and boil some hot water and drink. That's what it is, huh? No, ramen without the pack.
without the salt.
Without the salt pack.
Yeah.
That's that. You get
It's something about
the
it.
same
It's
feeling,
something
huh?
about it. It can always be so much flavor.
Yeah.
And all it seems same thing. It's just a bunch of roots in hot water, and it's like
But at least that's healthy. Give me that versus some noodles that ain't doing nothing for me. It's just hot water and sugar. I ain't getting nothing out of it. It's just hot water and sugar.
It was tasty. I thought it was. If I get sick, I'm going to Pho Hot Long. I'm gonna get all the mucus out my nose. I did something.
That's true.
I did something.
That's true.
That's how.
That's true.
Yeah.
Don't put don't sit back and put black stuff on it. Don't put no pepper in there. Don't put no hot sauce. Take it like it is.
It's Bruce-
Dry and dead as it is. Right?
It's Bruce
Take
Leroy.
that way.
Bruce Leroy soup.
Like it was intended to be out.
Yeah. I'd say this. The little kids in there. I say the kids is all. He is like enslaved to the restaurant. And he just plays the little iPad. And he dances and he just try to ignore him. Just ignore him. But he is every day. He's there, like he's an employee. And then he starts working. He starts serving food. I'm like, that's the only way they can pass down these.
And then some of those guys get out of there as soon as they can.
I'm going to school.
I'm gonna make them out of myself.
I'm getting all A's. I'm getting out of here.
I'm running from these pots and pans. I don't want no part of this.
Yeah, that's the truth.
What's the
They
point?
try to pass it down too.
The point is, not everybody values what the fathers did, and right now he's negotiating away everything his family put on the line. And history could have been rewritten if the Most High didn't intercede and come through for us. Let's continue. Despite these issues, the Most High still interceded and sustained the empire. Let's keep going.
Line 246. But being persuaded that all they did was out of a religious mind, he answered the ambassadors that if the besieged would deliver up their arms,
So you gotta sit back here and demilitarize yourself. You have to demilitarize yourself, give up all your land and your ability to protect yourself. That was part of the sovereignty package. You can make all the military equipment you need, protect yourself, defend your nation, and you can sit back here and make money for your empire. And now you're going to be a broken, weak vassal state again. You're going to be a nobody nation again because you're afraid. Read on.
and pay tribute for Joppa.
Listen, we fought. All his uncles fought to not have to pay any more taxes.
You know what?
Now you're sitting back here, got to give up your weapons, give up your guns. You tell a white man to give his guns up. What's he going to do?
I'm down this song.
1776, 1776, 1776, everywhere.
Come and take
They're going crazy. Come and take it with the damn cannon on the shirt.
Yeah.
They go crazy telling people to take
Pa,
their guns
my
up.
pa gave me this gun. My pa.
Listen, you can't tell a white man to give his gun. Jay can give his guns up in a minute.
Something
Like
about
nothing
it.
now.
I'm gonna shoot nigga. Here he can have it back.
It's crazy.
That's what we
We're
do.
giving up guns like it ain't nothing.
But you know what I like about this point and topic? It shows you the power of fear. Fear will make you into a complete capitulator.
Now you're a smart guy. Now it's about practicality.
Yeah, you completely capitulate to pressure and give up all your spiritual leverage.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we do when we become over prudent, over practical, and we forget the spirit.
Yep.
We literally forget the spirit, and we literally forget the times Lord came through for us.
Bro.
All the miracles the Most High has done,
Mhm.
all the blessings the Most High has given us, all the times the Most High came through for the camp. Most High came through for camp a million times.
Yep.
A million times. We look like how much this is over.
Yeah.
the sink is shipping again.
Yeah.
The ship is sinking again.
Mm-hmm.
Sky is falling.
The sky is falling again and again and again. And the Most High puts us in positions of fear to remember that he's been there. But if we completely forget he's been there, then you have to capitulate.
So let's continue.
That if the besieged would deliver up their arms and pay tribute for Joppa and the other cities which border upon Judea.
I mean, you lose all your money in one day. You lose your weapon. You lose your sovereignty. You're paying taxes. What does that mean? Everybody's broke in the city again. The entire city is broke. There's no income coming. Everybody in the city is a taxpayer again. Every city that your fathers fought for, their money goes back to Antiochus II.
It's over.
You've lost all of your financial footing, all of your military footing in one day.
And what you can pass to your children.
You know what it was? The Jews were a bunch of paper tigers. Yes. And they fall apart like a house of cards, right? Just because you circle them up one time and they fold.
Yeah.
It's like these guys ain't what their daddy was.
Yeah.
John ain't what his daddy was. You flex on this guy one time, he breaks. That's what his actions are showing. Read on.
And the other cities which bordered upon Judea, and admit a garrison of his. On these terms.
So now, listen.
Yeah.
Listen now. On top of all that, he says, and admit a garrison of his. Why is he putting the garrison? It's going to be another damn Accra.
Oh, no.
It's another Accra, literally in one generation. I'm going to put a garrison back in Jerusalem.
The police substation.
We're back in slavery. We're back. We lost everything. And he wasn't doing wickedness. I can see if John was wicked. He wasn't wicked.
Oh.
He wasn't breaking the law. So why are you folding and capitulating like you was being wicked, like the Jews were when it first happened? When Antiochus Epiphanes came in, we were wicked and we deserved that. We deserved that sting. We deserved Accra when it first happened. John and the people weren't living wicked. And we're about to submit ourselves like we were wicked. This is crazy. Yes. This is I'm just trying to, this is for impact. We weren't wicked and we're going to give up all of our sovereignty like we're wicked. We're about to lose everything in a year.
Oh, man. That's
We're about to lose everything our forefathers produced in 1 year.
It just shows you how fast things go
That's
downhill.
crazy. How is that not crazy?
That's
30 years of blood, sweat, and tears and being on the run and being in the swamps. And this is what you do your first year in office? This is craziness, Doc.
Biden.
This is
Biden.
This is bad. Listen, this is good politics. Weak spiritual move. This ain't strong, man. You can't even call it strong. You can't even front like it's strength. Seriously. Somebody convince me. You're going to sit back here and allow an Acura to get built in here? Another Acura that it took 3 years to break the mountain down?
3.
It took 3 years to break a mountain, and in 1 year you build it up again. Simon said, we got to sit back and not just destroy Acura and the Citadel. We got to break down the mountain at its own. It took longer to do that than for him to sit back here and fold. It's like the damn Jar Jar Binks. Misa give up, Misa give up. Ha! Remember episode 1? Misa give up, Misa give up. He was ready to go to war, and all of a sudden, Misa give up. I don't want to do it. He didn't even fight. Remember the damn movie? He acted like he was gonna fight. He's like, Misa, I can't. Misa, I can't. No, I can't do it.
I hate that character.
What the hell? Exactly. Me too.
I hate that.
I hate it too.
It's an embarrassment.
What John is doing is an embarrassment. Misa give up. What are you doing? It's the first year of the fight. This is crazy, huh? There's no jarring speeches. There's no fight to the death. None of that talk.
He might even say, look, I got the perfect spot for you to put this police station.
It's almost like that.
It's already level.
This is Jar Jar Binks' wisdom, huh? Listen, this is bad, huh? This is bad. When you think of the magnitude of what we've been going through, all these months in these classes, you start getting engaged in the spirit of it, huh? These guys were fighting for their lives, huh? And I'm about to negotiate the feds gonna come back to the city, huh? You might as well break down a portion of the wall like we had to do in the past. Bring the feds in, bring the police in, give up all of your land equities, all your ways to make money, and just become completely broken. In 1 year.
Hell of a year.
The hell yeah, it's hell of a year. And the Most High, you don't hear nothing about the Most High in this.
Yeah.
That's my boy. You don't hear nothing about I'm talking to the people, strengthening the people, going into the book with people, counseling about the Most High, praying to the Most High. You don't hear nothing about it.
This is important because this is when a man leads and does business godless. When a man operates in the office and seat of authority.
Be careful with godless, because it's not wicked. This isn't wicked.
Will not depend on the spirit.
Well, that's my point. But that's a difference between godless and not operating in the spirit of wisdom and faith.
It's almost like he's making it up as he goes.
Well, but he's making it up as he goes, but he's not breaking the law.
Right.
And that's important because like I said, there's no wickedness going on. So if there's no wickedness going on, why are you giving up the entire kingdom and the power behind it? It's almost a person that doesn't understand what he's got on his side. Remember Elisha said, listen, man, the people that are with us are stronger than the ones that are against us.
Yeah.
Remember they were surrounded? And then he showed the apprentice how many more angels had his back. It's like when you're righteous and you're living right, you got protection. Why are you giving up everything you got when you didn't break the law? You know, it's just not connected to the spirit. You're following the law, but you don't really understand what you're doing. This is why you can't just give a guy a breakdown and think he understands what leadership is. Because you can't have your brain with lack of experience in how to lead and deal with spiritual matters, and just because you got some verses, think he's gonna make sense of things. But a lot of people think they got some breakdowns, some scriptures. I was taught here. All of a sudden, I'm going to make the right decision. How do you know? You weren't taught the right way. to identify how to make a spiritual move, how to make us take a spiritual stand in a matter. When to sit back and not be afraid to lose because of integrity. There's scenarios where you have to make a spiritual choice and stand on principle and deal with the losses because you did the right thing. Listen, that was not the time to just give in and fold. And you'll never know because he just gave it up. And the Most High winked at his ignorance. Because you're going to see how the Most High winked at. Because listen, this is crazy. The Most High sat back here and responded quick enough to salvage it. Because you will look at it, if the Most High let this nonsense go on, we would go back to the Stone Age and be Greeks again. Because you bring the police in, this is Greeks again. Now all of a sudden, all those boys, they got ousted from Africa. They're coming back in. It's Antiochia again. Because you were afraid.
So I want to pull a scripture.
Yes, sir.
Romans 14:23.
Golly, it's scary, bro. This is scary.
Romans chapter 14, verse 23.
Uh-huh.
And he that doubted is damned if he eat.
So the question is, let's go to verse 22. Let's see. Start from the top.
Verse 22. Hast thou faith? Have it to thyself before the Most High.
That's why it's all our responsibility to gather our own faith as if it's a treasure. We have to collect every class we're in. We're supposed to be collecting faith. Every experience we're supposed to be collecting faith. Every council we're supposed to be collecting faith. We're going to need faith as a treasure to protect us from these circumstances. Read.
Happy is he that condemneth not himself in that thing which he alloweth.
What we get is not about condemning yourself. You understand that? Read.
And he that doubteth is damned if he eat,
Read on.
because he eateth not of faith.
Because he's partaking. Listen, obviously John is fearful and does have that issue with faith. He don't have faith, and he's dead. The moves he's making are damn because there's no faith behind the move.
And this is the importance. Just the logical, prudence-based play is not enough. It's showing you that we're hollow and we're nothing without faith. We're nothing without collecting faith and maintaining faith.
Or in making sure the decisions you make are
connected
faith-based
and tethered to the Father.
and conscious of what is the most pleasing. What is the most pleasing way to the Father? This was not a wicked way. This wasn't wicked. It was just faithless.
Yeah.
It wasn't wicked, but it was a faithless move. You give up all of your finances. You become a slave again. You give up your military weaponry. You give up and you allow Esau to come back in a police state in your country. You give up all your shipping industries. You give up everything your uncles and your father did over one besieging.
That's
when
why-
you know your history. We've been besieged for hundreds of years.
We always be sick.
And we sat back here and all of a sudden the Most High defended us back then and he won't now?
That's why I want to read this last part. Read.
For whatsoever is not of faith is sin.
So the question is, we're always saying that I didn't eat pork. We're always saying I didn't XYZ this, and I didn't XYZ that. I didn't violate the Sabbath. We're always saying that. Are we quantifying how much doubt that we're processing? How the Most High looks at that same doubt that we're processing as if we're eating pork? As if we're violating the Sabbath? As if we're not in the holy garments? The way we process is also quantified as sin.
In the eyes of the Most High. But then with it being sin, it goes back to the beginning of class and the acknowledgement that this iron that's detached from the magnet is really not that strong. And these generations that have detached from Adam really ain't as potent as it used to be. And it's almost like this next phase of the Hasmonean dynasty is a significant drop-off from the era before. It's almost like you're seeing in real time a drop-off in caliber within one generation. It's like you had this potent group of men, and all of a sudden, don't forget, John Hyrcanus is the governor and the high priest. He's both. It's a significant drop off from his father and uncle.
But this is the same quote that we have, or not quote we have, but it's the Roman quote that strong men come from hard. I'm saying it wrong. Come from hard.
Why you saying it there, man?
I try to get it out there. Strong men come from hard times, and weak men make the hard times. A good
Why people go back and take a picture?
They make the hard times a party. They make it a
Hard
party.
times make strong men.
God.
Strong men make weak times. And weak times make weak men or something like that.
Yeah.
I got it.
Hey, this
Hard times create strong
Strong
men.
man.
Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. Weak men create hard times.
it's in the room for a reason.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it's a very important
Hard
statement.
times. Weak men make it to a party and
And the crazy, you're gonna find out that John's sons were even worse than him.
wow.
The fall off continued.
Yeah.
It's just scary, and it's so important that as brothers are learning and they're growing in Christ and they're growing up the ranks, you can never forget that everything is about pushing towards spiritual strength and growth. And there is a difference between innovation and diminishing of the spiritual caliber as when it is your turn. It's one thing to sit back and build a better running operation, but the challenge is to build a better running operation while maintaining the strength and the potency that got you there. Because sometimes people sit back and trade potency and spiritual strength and virtue in the decisions you make for a
Smart and
more efficient, more money making,
No.
a more streamlined scenario. Sometimes you can't streamline certain aspects of the work because you'll lose potency, strength, and the development of men. You can't do that. You have to be able to manage never letting go of this. Why everybody wants to talk about One West and how messed up it was. There was a lot of strength that came from them and came from that approach. And the challenge is to maintain the strength that made us who we were while tweaking and adjusting the other aspects
The defense.
that might have needed to get better.
Tom.
But a lot of people will sit back and abandon everything and try something new. And then you have a damn church. You have a damn Black Joel Osteen. Or you'll have just some weekend group that comes together and sits back here and barbecues all week. You give up all the strength. And then you lose the potency. Now you got a Sabbath camp where nobody does nothing but sits back here and eats chicken all them weekend. You can't do that either. Anyway, let's continue, man.
At the end of line 246. On these terms, he would make war against them no longer.
So he says, I'll sit back here and pull off this pressure that I got on y'all, but you got to damn near give up every aspect of your empire. The empire that you had for like 10 years. Don't forget, I think Simon's reign was 8. So listen, you're going to give up everything your daddy did in 8 years when we were at our apex at the time. You're going to give it up 8 years of work in less than a year of your stewardship. That's crazy. Crazy. And if you go cumulative, it's almost 30 years of fight. I think Jonathan had it for 14 years. And then Judas fought for at least 6 to 8. And then Mattathias had it 4 years. So all that time, for one time you break, you got a police station, you lose your ports, you lose all of your holdings, all the taxes that come to you from these different cities. You give it up. You give up all your weapons too. Because you're folded like wet tissue paper. Read on.
Line 247. But the Jews, although they were content with the other conditions,
Because the caliber had already broken down. We were already weak. What does it let you know? That the people agreed with John Hyrcanus too. They were just ready to fold out. It's almost like the 8 years of prosperity softened them up. And they lost their ability to fight. They got weak. But this is the problem that happens when you create a society, when you create a camp that's stable, then the people forget how to fight. So when adversity comes, they crumble. So the people didn't trip that John folded because they were ready to fold too and bring a police station back to the city. Read on.
Although they were content with the other conditions, did not agree to admit the garrison.
Oh, okay. So we'll give up all of our sovereignty, but we don't want another emperor. Read on.
Because they could not associate with other people, nor converse with them. Yet were they willing, instead of the admission of the garrison, to give him hostages.
Listen, so we won't bring any police station here, but we'll bring some of the elite and the best minds of our nation as hostages, because it's not like you're gonna give the bums of the city to the king. You're gonna give the best, brightest mind to the white man to spoil it and to keep them as hostages and make sure it was the sons of the elites would have to go to Antiochus to ensure that we don't do no mischievous stuff.
Ensure.
Is it sure?
Yeah.
So you're still watering down your nation. Read on.
And 500 talents of silver, of which they paid down 300 and lent the hostages immediately.
So they put 300 down, 300 talent deposit, and sent slaves to damn Antiochus in surety that will pay the other 200 and give them access to the other land. Read on.
And lent the hostages immediately, which King Antiochus accepted. One of those hostages was Hyrcanus' brother. But still he broke down the fortifications that encompassed the city.
I told you they would break down some of the wall. So they broke down some of the wall like they've been breaking down the wall to keep breaking it. We're back. We're literally back to Judas Maccabees. When Antiochus came with the elephants, had them surrounded, went into the city and said, man, this place is too damn put together. Break down the wall and keep the garrison, keep the police station in the center of the city. We're back. We lost 25 years in one decision. We're back to zero again.
You know the feeling?
Golly, we damn sure know the feeling. Back to square one again. Keep going.
And upon these conditions, Antiochus broke up the siege and departed.
And everybody's celebrating that they ain't dead. Everybody's happy that we ain't dead again. We can eat chicken for free without no stress. Keep going.
But Hyrcanus opened the sepulchre of David.
Now listen, we're going to find out. You gave up your money. You gave up all your access to making money. You gave up your access to money. So how are you going to pay these guys their money? You gave up your money. So how you going to pay for these debts? Read on. Read it again.
But Hyrcanus opened the sepulchre of David.
You had to go into a dead man's coffin to pay the white man because you did a bum deal. Whoever in the history of Jewland had to go to David's temple, David's coffin, and steal his money, steal his gold, steal his silver? Who did this? Who does this? You give up all of your economic freedom and stability. And you got to go you got to be a Tomb Raider now? You got to be Laura Croft out of this thing? He's Laura Croft out here. Tomb Raider, huh? He's Indiana Jones, huh?
It's a bad word.
You going in, the temples get bread out?
Man, you might make David's eyes open up in that too.
Yeah, what you doing, huh?
Yeah.
What you doing, that? You're tripping. I need that chain though. I need that jewelry.
Forgive me, David. Forgive me.
I'm gonna take all of it. I won't take all of it.
Yeah.
This is craziness, huh?
The wines are 8 times.
What's that?
The Lions 18 times.
Who the one?
It shows the generational difference.
This is crazy, y'all. It just shows you the diminishing of the caliber of our people. So now I gotta get my money up. I gotta run up in David's spot out
To get statues? Are you serious?
You gotta run up in David's spot to get stacks up. This is crazy, y'all. Because he messed his money up, right?
Yeah.
You gave up job, but you messed your money up. You did.
In 1 year.
Let's read about him going up in David's spot and
He
get
blew
stacks.
all.
And we're gonna read about John doing this.
But
Read it from the top again, brother.
line 249. But Hyrcanus opened the sepulchre of David, who excelled all other kings in riches.
Because he earned it. How about David earned it? And he fought every day. And how about Solomon screwed it up too? Because he didn't have to fight like David. That's why he sat back here and wanted to sit back and wear robes and wear cloths and mess with other guys. Because all he had to do was sit back and execute and be intelligent. He had to sit back here and kill so many damn Philistines that the damn blood closed his hands on his sword. When you have to fight that hard, you don't want to give stuff up. You don't want to do stupid stuff and disconnect yourself from the Father. Same thing happened with Solomon. So anyway, David's one of the richest kings ever. So they put some gold in his tomb. Read on.
And took out of it 3,000 talents.
So listen. The debt was only 5. Okay. The debt was 5 and they put 300 down. And they were on a payment plan. So you only owe 200 talents. Why did you pull out 3,000 talents?
Out of the spirit.
And then he gives the 3,000 to the white man.
Guys,
He gives him money on top of money. That wasn't even part of the damn deal. That wasn't part of the negotiation.
you might want to take them to the city.
Like, what is this? I'm not gonna give him 3,000 racks out of gold at on top of the 300 that I already gave you.
That we
I'm gonna
agreed
give you
to.
3,000 more. Why didn't you just take 200 talents of silver and give it to this guy and be done with him? It was a weak play to negotiate 500 talents in the first place. Then you doubled down and went into David's kingdom, David's sepulcher, and took 3,000 talents out. For what?
Yeah.
This is crazy. And history say he did a great job. He did a great job. This doesn't make sense. Read on.
He was also the first of the Jews that, relying on this wealth, maintained foreign troops.
That's not true. Remember King Asa did it? We're going to go into it. Remember King Asa was threatened by the northern kingdom? And what did he do? He sat back here and hired the Syrian king to fight the northern kingdom. And he did that and won. And the Most High said, why would you do that? Why would you operate so weak and hire foreign troops to protect you when I showed you I had your back against the Ethiopians? Because of that weak move, I'm going to have you in constant wars for the rest of your life. Remember that?
Yeah.
So he was not the first king to do that. But he's the first king that didn't get stung for it. Because the Most High stung him for that. He stung Rehoboam for not fighting. Remember when the Ethiopians had him cornered and he was crying and shivering and just open the doors for him to come in? And they sat back and clowned him and they dissed him and they hung male genitalia up all around the damn city?
Yeah.
Calling him a chump?
We can't just fight.
Yeah, well, it was probably female. Yeah, we came to fight, and you didn't want to fight, and he was forever shamed for that. Why wasn't John shamed for that? When Rehoboam was shamed for it, Asa was shamed for it. How come? Because the caliber of men had already diminished by them. These were weaker dudes. Hell, King Hezekiah was cornered. What did he do? He prayed to the Most High, and the Most High defended him. This is why the beginning of the class is so important. Because this is a diminishment of the nation. John was weak, and the people that backed him was weak. That's why history says John did the right thing, because everybody was shivering in their boots. and was ready to give up their power overnight. So he goes and tomb raids David's temple, David's damn sepulcher, or his coffin. Read on.
There was also a league of friendship and mutual assistance made between them.
Yeah, hell yeah, the white man's gonna love you. You sat back here and didn't even make him fight for it long enough.
This guy overpaid.
He overpays. We've got to show up with troops and horses. You gonna fold? You gonna send your ode out within a few months and just give up and throw up the white flag? I love this guy. Read on. I'm gonna go back. Well, keep going.
Upon which Hyrcanus admitted him into the city.
You gonna bring him in the city yet? And give him a tour out, give him a war tour out? Read on.
And furnished him with whatsoever his army wanted in great plenty.
You know, that means you gave him jewelry. You gave him gold pieces out. You gave him something to hold on to out. What are you furnishing the military? Food, supplies, trinkets, gifts? You just completely folded. You just gave in.
You let him go shopping in your neighborhood.
You just gave in, huh? Listen, was he wicked? Did he break a law? No. But he folded spiritually, huh? What about our sovereignty and our strength? He's gonna let this guy come in here and just break us down without even praying?
Without praying.
And asking the Most High to protect you? You had 1 year of being in power, and you just gave up everything your forefathers fought.
Did he have a fighting background?
He fought a little bit because Simon gave him jurisdiction over one of the forts in Philistia. It was near job, but he gave him. He gave him a fort to run. He fought towards the tail end when there wasn't no fighting anymore. He fought in wars, but they were minor skirmishes. Because by the time Simon was in power, he had leverage over the empire. He had larger numbers of soldiers. He had an established military. He had weaponry. It wasn't like when Simon was up there having to sit back here. You kill this guy, you get his weapon. Well, like a video game. You set off your adventure just with your hands.
Yep.
And you sit back here, you take this guy out and get the shield. It's a weak shield, but it's good enough. You get a little weak sword. Then you kill the underboss, and you get a bigger sword with a bigger shield. And you just keep winning, and you get stronger merch. Then you sit back and spend $50 and you get this awesome armor out. But that's what Simon had to do, the old-fashioned way. But anyway, let's keep going.
And furnished him with whatsoever his army wanted in great plenty, and with great generosity, and marched along with him when he made an expedition against the Parthians.
Then you fight with the white man. You fight for the white man, huh?
That's classic.
You gonna fight for him, huh?
If you can't beat him,
Boss, can we use some of the weapons that you took from us so we can fight for you? That's what we did, huh? We gave him our weapon, then asked Captain and Boss to give us the weapons back so we can fight a war for them. This is crazy. We just gave up everything and we became servants again. And listen, and you know us, we're gonna always talk about when we're vassals, be vassals and accept that you have to serve because of our sin. If you sin, you gotta serve. They didn't sin, and they gave up everything. This is just as bad as when Ptolemy Soter the first enters into Jerusalem because they just left the doors open and they put everybody in captivity and sent them back to Egypt. It's just, why didn't he fight? It was the Sabbath, so they just took us and they put us in chains. We sat here and they put shackles on our legs, but I didn't want to kick out of the shackles because it was the Sabbath. Like, what kind of craziness is this?
Yeah.
It's just as stupid. They didn't break the law. But I'm going to sit back and just let you. Yes, you did. You just give them your hands? What are you doing? It's no different. They didn't break the laws then. So let's recap what we gave up. We gave up the taxation from the Philistines and the Samaritans. Let's go back on this sign. All the red, from dark red to dark pink to light pink, all that area We gave up that tax money. We gave up the tax money. We gave up which is income. We gave up the shipping center in Joppa that gave us access to sending out merchandise and receiving merchandise. We at this time we didn't have to pay taxes. We started paying taxes all of a sudden. The best and brightest of our nation are now subject to Antiochus VII. We were about to give up, put a police station in the city. The only reason we didn't is because they said we don't get along with the nation. What about what we believe in?
Man,
They didn't say that. They didn't say, well, we don't get along with people. We're introverts. Well, that's it. Because we're introverts, all of a sudden, now we can't put a police station in here? You did everything but put a police station.
forgive me for my
You give them 500 talents of silver.
Yeah.
And you start paying, the whole nation pays taxes now.
Everything it took to move forward.
We just gave it up. And we're going to war for the white man again? But now we're back to glory.
Glory.
Oh, my Lord. We're back to that again now? Fighting for the Confederacy?
That sounds like a job to me.
Yeah.
It's like you're looking for a job from the white man.
You don't want to fight. You don't want to be independent. You don't want to be spiritually independent no more. Then they break open your gate, your temple, your walls. You break open your walls so they can have easy access to you again. All in one half of a siege. The siege numbers take a whole year. You didn't even get to the cold season.
Yeah, it's just like a couple months.
It's only a few months.
Warm season.
Brother.
It wasn't a whole season. It was like 8 months. And you break and you fold. Continue.
And with great generosity, and marched along with him when he made an expedition against the Parthians.
Man, you gave this guy everything, bro. You hooked him up.
Gave him soldiers.
God, this is crazy. You gave him
You'll fight harder.
You gave him money to pay. Listen, don't forget. You gave him money to pay for your army, for his white man's army. And then you're fighting for free. You're fighting for free. And you're fighting for, and you're paying the soldiers that you're fighting with. So they're getting paid for their fight. And you're just fighting for free.
Yeah.
This is crazy. This is crazy talk, guys. Continue, sir.
Of which Nicholas of Damascus is a witness for us.
Thank you.
So there's witnesses of this shenanigans and tomfoolery. Yeah?
Who's the witness? Nations watching?
No, Israel. Witnesses happened. They saw us fighting for the white man against the Parthians. Ooh, let me sit back here and fight against Hitler. Let me get my time. I want to get Hitler. That's like now. Read on.
Who, in his history, writes thus: when Antiochus had erected a trophy at the river Lycus, upon his conquest of Endates, the general of the Parthians, he stayed there 2 days. It was at the desire of Hyrcanus the Jew, because it was such a festival, derived to them from their forefathers, whereupon the law of the Jews did not allow them to travel. And truly, he did not speak falsely in saying so. For the festival, which we call Pentecost, did then fall out to be the next day to the Sabbath.
Can I ask this question?
Mhm.
The scripture says, Jews like a lion's whelp.
Yes.
Who's to raise them up? Or old lion. Is this that old lion nature? Just going back to sleep?
I don't want to say it. I just want to say we've diminished in count. Because his daddy didn't do that. His uncles, his grandfather didn't do this. Think power down this easy. He just didn't have what his fathers and forefathers had. Read on.
Nor is it lawful for us to journey, either on the Sabbath day or on a festival day.
And it's all good. Once again, it just shows how Israel thinks sometimes. We will follow the law, but not trust that the Most High will defend you because you follow. You don't make decisions as if you're confident the Most High will back you because you had integrity following the scriptures from the beginning.
And I've been there. It's when you feel like you're at the mall, and like you're trying, nothing's coming through. Like quick on the card, they're like, listen, man, I'll buy a ball for $10, man. Like, don't sell it. It's a $30 product. And we got nothing on the board.
Yeah.
There's nothing on the board. We literally at zero. It's 4 o'clock, we're at zero. I gotta get on the board.
No, you don't. But you can sit back and say, you know what? I'll wait till 9 damn p.m. I'm holding my ground.
But once you crack, if there's a crack,
it's over, right?
Because that does happen. And the next customer says, man, I'll take it for $5.
Got it.
They'll pull out $100 out. You got to change 100, like, oh man.
Yeah. No. The market value is $30. I didn't hear that crap, man.
Nah, you said 5. We made an agreement.
Because it goes the other way. You could be at 0 till 5 o'clock, and the guy said, I got $10 on this bottle. No, man, it's 30. And he walks off, and the next person buys a $50 bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what faith is. That's what faith is. So which play you gonna go? This is what John took the $10 bottle. Huh?
It's a 1 ounce. Too. It's a 1 ounce. You give it just about. And a 1 ounce. You want that too?
Golly. You know what you do? You give him the Egyptian bottle for $10, and you give him the oil. You give him 1 ounces out of the oil on top of the empty Egyptian bottle, because the guy wanted the bottle empty.
Thank you for buying something for me.
And he wanted to sample too.
And you wrap it all up for $10. That was a sucker move. For those who work the mall, that is the worst thing you can ever do for a customer. Is all that for $10. And you just sold out.
And you call. What we was told? I'm at $10. What'd you sell?
Yes.
What the?
It's like, what are you doing, huh?
Listen,
You're in council all night for that one, huh? Because it's the greatest offense.
You gave it.
But did he break the law? He didn't break the law. He just showed no faith.
I had to go to the board. I had to go to the board.
That's extreme, man.
That's what happens.
Those spirits are trying to always shake you. Those doubts are trying to shake you to break the standard.
Let's keep going, man.
Line 253.
Praise God.
But when Antiochus joined battle with Arsaces, the king of Parthia, he lost a great part of his army and was himself slain. And his brother Demetrius succeeded in the kingdom of Syria by the permission of Arsaces, who freed him from his captivity at the same time that Antiochus attacked Parthia, as we have formerly related elsewhere.
So, at the end of it, the Most High gave us mercy and killed the guy we went to the bar.
I gotta kill him.
Because these guys ain't gonna fight. Listen, they're not gonna fight. I gotta kill him myself. Because John Hyrcanus just screwed the whole pooch up and gave up the empire. I gotta kill him. So that was the Most High looking out for horrible management on John's part. For my name, I didn't pay for this thing to fall yet. Then I gotta kill this guy, so all that kill is reneged.
He was on the temple. He was
gonna give him $15. Huh? And what the hell is going on? You want the gold in the temple? You can have it. You want the gold trinkets? Take it. This is what's happening. So what does the Most High do? I'm winking at this weakness. I'm a weak at this lack of faith, because I know you're just not what your daddy and your uncles were. So now I'm gonna get you to start off free again. Start off free and clear with the control of the region still. Because historically, he expands out the empire. But he gave it up year one.
I was so scared.
He gave it up year one. Yeah. But history doesn't say it that way. History says, man, John took it even further than Simon. Did he? He did. But what did he do first? He showed he didn't have it in him. So the Most High had to take out the competition and bring down the fight to his level. Yeah. And that's the Most High's love and mercy. He even does us.
He had to make the battle manageable.
For him, for his faith. Yeah. And that's how the Most High shows us love. But don't get it twisted. That was horrible. That was horrible what he did. And how quick he was willing to give up everything his fathers built. And Most High's like this. You went to David's temple, bro. You went to David's sepulcher to give.
David's in the spiritual realm. Like,
he's
what
like
they
this.
doing?
This is what Esau said. David's rolling over in his grave when he heard about this. He's like, oh, God. Listen, that's what Esau means. David's rolling over his grave. Right? You think David will sit back and let somebody go in his temple and take all this out, take all this gold out and break us like this?
And he fought for the nation.
He fought tooth and nail for everything.
It wasn't about the gold. It was about the principle of everything he sacrificed for.
Don't forget back in the day. Remember when they said, okay, we're going to take over Jerusalem. He said, who wants to take over Jerusalem? Joab said, if anybody raised their hand, I'm going to kill him. I got this. It was like, take it, dude. And listen, Job went in as a one-man army and took over the city. He said, come on in, the door is open. Like, what? One guy did it? That was the kind of guys that were back then, huh? And now John's giving up, bro.
That man had ambition.
But he wasn't just talking. He was backing it too, huh? That dude brought that smoke on top of saying it.
Yeah.
But those were the caliber of men. Now you got John get up the whole kingdom up. The Most High said, no, that's not what you do, son. I'm going to give you a redo. Rewind! I'm going to give you a rewind. Kill this guy. You can start over and let's not lose your mind.
We don't always get those.
We don't do them. We don't. That's my point. It proves that he had good intention, just weak of heart. And the Most High, it goes back to the point, the Most High loves us enough sometimes to wink at our ignorance and to wink at our mistakes. He had to have had a good heart. The Most High said, man, he got a good heart. This is weak. This is weak sauce right here. So you're going to fight the guy that took out your kingdom, and you didn't break the law?
That's like buying a ring and you only known it for a month.
That makes exactly.
You just bought it already. You didn't spend your whole check, and you just met her.
Yep, it's the same thing.
That happens. That happens too.
Happens all. We see that in the mall many times.
Mm-hmm.
Especially those military guys.
Where'd you meet her? After basic training?
Yeah, I just met her, but you got your whole.
I love her. I love her so much.
And then you look back at the jury guy, he's smiling.
Yeah.
He's happy.
You know what you're doing.
He had like around a month check stacked up already.
Yeah.
Blew everything up. It's either that or like guys will go get 25 CDs out.
Yeah.
You don't even like this music like this. What are you doing, bro? Those CDs will cost like $19.
Get the whole master, no limit series, the whole series.
All those whack cartoon images. Silk the sock.
Charge to the game. Cain and Abel.
Mr. Servo.
Mr. Servo. Mr. Servo. Mr. Servo.
You know that's not a good album. You can tell by the album cover it's not good music.
Yeah, they had the little diamonds on it. I was like, man, this might be good.
It's not. Trust me.
Oh, it's a little flipper, the Lucky Charms.
Yeah. I gotta get all those CDs. I missed out a lot. I've been out of the loop.
He's only out of loop for like 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, these are just memories we brought up in past times. We'll see what it is about. Okay, so with that being the case, now that we've digested what John did, let's go back historically. Because what we're seeing is this. The Most High winked at it, killed Antiochus VII, and gave John Hyrcanus a fresh start without having to give anything up. Because once the man dies, the hostages come back. There's no need for the hostages. Everything resets them.
Well, the hostages came back. They're free.
The hostages aren't talked about anymore. Neither is the forfeiting of the territory talked about again. So the territory is unforfeited again. Because don't forget, the state of the king of the north is so up and down and chaotic that they're sitting back here fighting to get themselves together. So while they're getting themselves together,
the king of the north is Esau, right?
The king of the north is the solution line. The king of the south was the total man line. So while the king of the north is trying to reestablish their empire, Cleopatra is running on her fourth husband.
The Kardashians?
So this is all this craziness is happening. So they're fighting for the next heir to take on the empire. We're able to sit back and resettle and reestablish our place again. And that's what happens in chapter 9. John Hyrcanus starts going on and starting fighting forward and extending the empire. We're not going there. We're going to go now into some scriptures because we got to remember the story and see the Most High winked at it. But then sit back and go in the past and see if the Most High allowed other kings to do the same thing and how did they fare. So let's go to First Chronicles chapter 16, verse 1.
And, I like the point this class that is showing that it's like the future and the past. We're looking at the current time, which is the future, that time period. Let's go back to our records. Go back to the search of our forefathers and look at the things written.
This is what Shams Shawan brought out last week about you have to go to past wars to see how the Most High, how we fared in those wars to determine how to adjust your war tactics in the future. It's the same thing looking at historical decisions and how leaders in the past operated and see how the Most High looked at men that made those decisions. So First Corinthians 16, verse 1. First Chronicles? Did I say Chronicles? Yeah, it's First Corinthians. No, it's not Corinthians, sir. It's Chronicles. And I may be wrong. Is it Second Chronicles? Yeah, it's Second Chronicles. I put first, but it's second.
Second Chronicles chapter 16, verse 1.
Read that.
In the 6th and 30th year of the reign of Asa, Baasha, king of Israel, came up against Judah and built Ramah.
So, first of all, this is the 36th year of Asa being in power. The Most High had obviously shown King Asa that he was with him. And he had obviously gone through battles to be reassured that the Most High had his back. So now he's dealing with the king Baasha of the northern kingdom, and he's coming up against Judah. Read on.
And built Ramah, to the intent that he might let none go out or come in to Asa, king of Judah.
So he said he built a city in between the south and the north to keep Judah under control on the wrath. They were building cities and fortifications so that Judah couldn't freely roam to the north and to the south and conduct business. Okay? Read that. Read on.
Then Asa brought out silver and gold out of the treasures of the house of the Most High.
Listen, they took silver and gold out of the house of treasure, not a king's coffin. Not a king's coffin. They just took money out of the storehouse. Read on.
And of the king's house.
Out of his own pockets. He took money out of his own pocket. Read on.
And sent to Ben-Hadad, king of Syria.
So he said, I'm going to send some money to the king of Syria so that this guy can do dirty work for me and take out these damn northern kingdom people. Because they're making my life miserable. I need them out of my life. Read on.
That dwelt at Damascus, saying, there is a league between me and thee, as there was between my father and thy father. Behold, I have sent thee silver and gold. Go, break thy league with Baasha, king of Israel, that he may depart from me. And Ben-Hadad hearkened unto King Asa, and sent the captains of his armies against the cities of Israel. And they smote Ijon, and Dan, and Abel-Maim.
So Ijon, Dan, and Abel-Maim were the northernmost cities of the northern kingdom. Because Syria was northeast of them. They took out the upper half of the upper portion of the northern kingdom and defeated them. Read on.
And all the store cities of Naphtali.
Okay.
And it came to pass.
So if you're taking out store cities, that means you're taking out food supplies, weapon supplies, supplies that you need to sustain your empire. Read on.
Verse 5. And it came to pass, when Baasha heard it, that he left off building of Ramah and let his work cease. Then Asa the king took all Judah, and they carried away the stones of Ramah, and the timber thereof, wherewith Baasha was building.
So he says Asa took all of Judah, meaning the entire city. So he wasn't just isolated in Jerusalem. He recaptured his city, got the timber and the supplies of the surrounding cities, and reestablished power in the south. Read on.
And he built therewith Geba, and Mizpah. And at the time, Hananiah the seer came to Asa, king of Judah.
This is the prophet came to Asa with a message after Asa sat back here and paid foreign soldiers to fight his battle. It didn't they say in Josephus that nobody had ever paid foreign soldiers to fight a battle for us? That's not true. This happened first with King Asa. Read on.
And said unto him, because thou hast relied on the king of Syria, and not relied on the Most High thy power, therefore is the host of the king of Syria escaped out of thine hand. Were not the Ethiopians and the Lubims a huge host with very many chariots and horsemen? Yet, because thou didst rely on the Most High, he delivered them into thine hand.
Because in this 36 years of reigning, the Ethiopians challenged him earlier. He relied on the Most High. He went to the Most High, he prayed, and the Most High helped them, the Israelites, the southern kingdom, defeat the Ethiopians. So the Most High is like, why in the hell are you paying off Syrian soldiers to fight the northern kingdom when I already showed you all you had to do was go to me and I would come through for you in war? He's like, because you sat back here and forgot or lost your faith or your fear got in the way of you making a spiritual decision and going to the Lord for answers, there's a punishment that Asa has to experience now.
That's the judgment. That's the normal judgment the Most High does.
What
For not consulting.
That's the point. So that's what I'm saying. What John Hyrcanus is doing is out of character of leadership that the Most High had us go under. And historically, we didn't do what damn John Hyrcanus did. Sitting back here just giving in. Paying, going in coffins and giving up riches. Giving up all your daddy's power and empire because you're afraid without even consulting the Lord. Read on.
You know, we do that. I got to say one thing. We don't even go to counseling. It's the same thing. Consulting the Lord. Do we actually consult the Lord now? We actually talk to God? We don't. But do we have access? Do we have access to at least counseling? Back in the days, you had the and the Thummim, right? You had access to the and the Thummim. Someone brings it up to me. If you don't got that, okay, do you have access to counsel?
I got a better one for you. He may have access to counsel, but he have access to strong counsel. Because everybody else was breaking too. Maybe, and I don't know for sure because I wasn't there, did John have access to men that was going to push him to strength?
The question?
Push him to the most spiritual solution? Because it seemed like everybody was in agreement with John to give up what they had.
Yeah, yes, men would. And it's the problem. Listen.
Or fearful men.
Every generation has some type of connection they have to fight for the Most High. Ark of the Covenant. I'm mispronouncing it.
Urim and the Thummim.
Urim and the Thummim.
Thummim, yeah.
So Urim and the Thummim. Ark of the Covenant. The Council of Samuel. You got the council. Say you're gonna be. You'll get the right answer, man.
Or the priesthood. You still had the priesthood.
The priesthood.
At least the priest could have sat back here and you could have said, okay, historically, what did we do in this situation?
Yeah.
If you didn't have the answer, you had access to the answer, and you could choose the strongest solution.
Yeah.
And that wasn't.
But he didn't have that.
Or he could have consulted the ephod. The ephod could have gave an answer.
I don't know if the ephod was still there. It could be, maybe not. I don't know.
But the Most High always leaves a remnant of something that we can attach ourselves to get his perspective before you go to war.
And I want to get some real quick, Job 2 and 4 real quick. Because what we don't understand is that when we don't look for the Most High to solve our issues, and we go about making desperate moves that we can look back on and say, man, this really don't make no sense. It says, read this right here.
Job chapter 2, verse 4.
Read.
And Satan answered the Most High.
So Satan, what does Satan know about? Satan has some type of knowledge. What does Satan know about man? Read on.
And said, skin for skin.
It said, what Satan understands is that when you put a man's skin on the line, as soon as you start touching a man's flesh, as soon as you start making a man uncomfortable, as soon as you start making a man doubt,
yeah,
He says skin for skin. Read.
Yea, all that a man hath,
What is one thing Satan understand about us?
all that a man hath,
Go ahead.
he give for his life.
What does Satan understand about us?
All that a man hath,
He will do what?
will he give for his life.
One thing Satan guarantees to understand is, and he told us to the Most High, if I touch a man enough, if you let me touch a man enough, you let me make a man uncomfortable enough, you put enough fear in a man, and it doesn't matter what he has, it's all up for sale. It's all for sale, and it's all negotiable. Everything a man got is negotiable. House, negotiable. Kids, negotiable. Families, negotiable. Wealth, negotiable. Ancient landmarks, negotiable. Posterity, negotiable. Lineage, sovereignty, negotiable. One thing that Satan understands is if the conditions are right, and what right for Satan means hard enough for us.
Yeah.
If the conditions are right, everything's negotiable. A man's not going to hold on to his integrity. That's what Satan was banking on with Job. He was banking on that, and he's not wrong. And we're reading about it right now. That's how you know Satan wasn't wrong. He wasn't wrong in the fact that he knows that everything is up for sale and everything is negotiable when you touch a man enough. Read.
Verse 4. Verse 5. But put forth thine hand now,
And that's all Satan's asking the Most High for. Read on.
and touch his bone and his flesh.
Touch his what?
Touch his bone and his flesh.
You don't even have to go that far. You can just hit his job up.
Yeah.
You ain't got to hit his flesh yet. You ain't got to touch him on a personal level.
Freeze his bank account.
Freeze his bank account. You know, let the lights go off.
Yep.
Let the lights go off in the house.
It's a real.
Let the power go out. You know what I'm saying? Let certain things happen. And what happens? Read.
Touch his bone and his flesh, and he will curse thee to thy face.
And he's willing to let go of everything and turn on the Most High and make a desperate move. He'll disconnect from the Lord.
Yeah.
He'll disconnect from the Most High, and he'll go to making desperate moves.
Yeah.
Satan understands you just gotta touch the right thing.
Press the right button. You
Press the right button, and this guy's gonna turn on the Father. He's gonna turn on the Most High. He's not gonna be dependent on the Most High anymore. His faith is gonna go out the window if you touch the right things. Is he wrong?
Nope. No.
Not wrong. He understands it. It's very few men though that you read about that when they've been touched, they don't fold. Job is one of them. When you touch what they got, they don't fold. They keep their faith. They hold on to their integrity. Then they don't start trying to negotiate everything that they have right away and become desperate. But that's where Satan is at his strongest. Is when we're at our most vulnerable. That's when he's at his strength. So the idea is to, you know what, if we understand this about ourselves, because he understands it about us, then let me not give Satan that ammunition. That means that when there is, we talked about this last week, that when there is some type of trouble that comes our way, then there's a certain level of cleaving that we have to do to the Most High in order to survive through the temptation, through the situations. We talked about last week about praying was the first thing that you got to do. And then next, the counsel. We had the whole class was damn near about counsel.
Yeah.
Prayer and counsel.
And we're repeating it. This is the second time it doesn't happen. This is the second time within a year of his administration that he fails to counsel, he fails to pray, he fails to do the things necessary to guarantee that the moves he's making are going to be backed by the Most High. Well, second time in a row. He's just lucky he wasn't sinning, and the Most High winked at his missteps. Listen. That's why also David said, "Blessed is the man with a mouth that doesn't impute iniquity," because he said, for what Asa knew, the Most High wasn't going to let Asa off the hook for paying for foreign soldiers. But for where John Hyrcanus was, he winked at the fact that it's the exact same thing. And this is where a person will say the Most High is not fair. Because why would the Most High let John Hyrcanus get away with the same fearful move as King Asa did. Because obviously, the Most High didn't look at John Hyrcanus' weak decision and decide to punish him. And that was the will of the Father. Because I can show you many times where when men did what he did in his position, they got stung and shaken. That's the Most High's will. And John Hyrcanus was given a reputation of being a great man for his people, but he made some very suspect decisions that was not about strength. Had a lot of fear in these decisions. And the Most High winked at. And he got away with murder. Because King Asa didn't sit back here and get away with this. You got more on this? Let's go back to verse 9. 2 Chronicles 16:9.
2 Chronicles chapter 16, verse 9. For the eyes of the Most High run to and fro throughout the whole earth to show himself strong in the behalf of them whose heart is perfect toward him.
The Most High is going through earth to sit back here and show the Most High strength to anybody who sits back here and is living right and whose heart is perfect. So all we have to do is be in order, and the Most High is going to look after us. You telling me if the Most High had enough mercy for John to kill Antiochus off before all of the new policies were into effect, you're telling me that if he just would have held on and prayed, the Most High wouldn't have killed Antiochus then?
He blessed him though he failed without counseling.
So if he would have counseled and prayed, the Most High wouldn't have killed him?
This shows though, I love this point. It just shows how us forfeiting the Lord doesn't benefit us like we think it does.
Okay.
Sometimes we have the illusion of mind that if I forfeit the Lord, it'll come out at least better.
Because we think that our wisdom works. We think that how we process things, we can work through these issues with our intelligence. And it's about faith.
And we're not as smart as we think.
We're not.
That smart guy stuff, this is like a really a case against trying to be smart.
Good. So let's read verse 9 again.
Without the Lord.
Good. Read verse 9 again.
For the eyes of the Most High run to and fro throughout the whole earth to show himself strong in the behalf of them whose heart is perfect toward him. Herein thou hast done foolishly. Therefore, from henceforth, thou shalt have wars.
He said, you're going to have wars and discomfort because you didn't trust me. So the Most High gave a harsh response to Asa for not having faith. But the Most High let John Hyrcanus blow money, blow riches, and still protect him. It's crazy. Let's do real quick. Let's do another one.
Got to get a point on this too.
Okay.
What this proves is something similar to what the law says. Go to Numbers chapter 30 and read verse 13 and 14. What this proves is how the Most High is responding to John Hyrcanus is similar to what happens on in a household.
30?
Yeah, Numbers chapter 30, verse 13 and 14.
Numbers 30, verse 13.
14, read that.
Every vow.
Every what?
Every vow.
Go ahead.
And every binding oath.
Go ahead.
To afflict the soul.
Go ahead.
Her husband may establish it.
Who gives the authority to establish a wife's vow that she makes? Read on.
Her husband may establish it.
Read.
Or her husband may make it void.
The Most High gives the husband the power to either establish a vow or to disannul or to cancel out a vow that a wife makes, because sometimes a wife may put her foot in her mouth. And a lot of women a lot of wives put their foot in their mouth. And they do things that are out the spirit. And they do things that are disconnected. And the Most High gives the husband authority to either say, you know what? Well, I'm going to let you go with that decision that you decided to do. Since that wasn't a wise decision, I'm going to let you ride. I'm going to let you rock with that. And let's see how far that goes. Or I'm going to save you the trouble as a good husband. And I'm going to say, you know what? We're not going to go that direction. And that was a foolish vow that you made to the Most High. What does that sound like? that sounds like somebody that the Most High is giving power to cover you. You have a covering. That's the Most High's covering. A lot of times women go outside their covering and they don't realize that they're about to put their foot in their mouth when they step outside of their covering. Especially if a husband does this. Read on.
But if her husband altogether hold his peace,
And that's what it went, hold his peace. That means, you know what? I'm going to let you do what you think is the best thing for you. But I don't condone it. I don't co-sign it. I don't agree with it. But since you got that idea and you think that's a fly decision, and you think that's a wonderful decision, then the Most High will hold his peace. Just like a husband could hold his peace and say, go ahead, do what you think is best. And read on.
but if a husband altogether hold his peace at her from day to day,
Go ahead.
then he established all her vows,
Go ahead.
or all her bonds, which are upon her. He confirmeth them.
He does what?
He confirmeth them.
You're on your own. So the Most High could do that with leaders also. The Most High could either cover a king or a priest or a leader's decision and disannul that vow, like we're reading with John Hyrcanus. Obviously, John Hyrcanus wrote up a bad deal. That was a bad deal that he made. And what did the Most High do by killing Antiochus VII? Disannul that vow?
Yeah.
Because that was a bad deal. But that's signs of a good husband. That's signs of somebody that actually cares more than what your opinion is. But if you keep silent, that's like the Most High said, you know what? You made that decision. Now I'm going to let you live with that decision. Now you're going to suffer for that decision. Like we're reading with King Asa. You made that decision. You wanted mercenaries. You didn't want to depend on me. Now you got to eat that decision. Read on.
He confirmeth them, because he held his peace.
It said because he did what?
Held his peace
Read.
at her in the day that he heard them.
Go ahead.
But if he shall anyways make them void after that he have heard them, then he shall bear her iniquity.
Then he shall what?
Bear her iniquity.
Then he'll suffer for it. So he's showing you, but if not, she's going to suffer for it. Because you know what the Most High understands? We all need coverage. We need coverage as wives. We need to make sure that a husband can disannul a bad decision. And leaders as men, we also need coverage from the Father so that he can disannul our bad decisions. But it's up to him. And we looking at King Asa, the Most High he didn't void that contract that Asa made. He let him suffer for it. Let that go.
But that's how kings who were out of pocket, that's how the Most High stung them when they didn't do things spiritual. But the Most High gave John mercy. So now let's go to another scenario when Israel was besieged and how the Most High dealt with that. 2 Chronicles chapter 32, verse 1.
2 Chronicles chapter 32, verse 1. After these things, and the establishment thereof, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, came and entered into Judah, and encamped against the fenced cities, and thought to win them for himself.
Read verse 2.
And when Hezekiah saw that Sennacherib was come, and that he was purposed to fight against Jerusalem,
What did he do? So Hezekiah was circled by the preeminent nation and power at the time. What was the first thing Hezekiah did? Read verse 3.
he took counsel.
What did he do?
He took
He
counsel.
took counsel. He stayed in order, he stayed humble, and he took counsel about what the next best play is to do. Now, the rest of the verse goes into sitting back here and cutting off the Assyrian water access and funneling all the water inside the city. But it was counsel that he went to. It was humility that he displayed. Jump from there and go to verse 9 through 11.
Verse 9. After this, did Sennacherib, king of Assyria, send his servants to Jerusalem. But he himself laid siege against Lachish, and all his power with him.
So Sennacherib was actually besieging Lachish, which is a city south of Jerusalem. I think it was a Benjamite city. But he sent his ambassadors to Jerusalem to soften them up and see if they were willing for negotiation. Read on.
Unto Hezekiah, king of Judah, and unto all Judah that were at Jerusalem, saying, Thus saith Sennacherib, king of Assyria, whereon do you trust? that ye abide in the siege in Jerusalem? Doth not Hezekiah persuade you to give over yourselves to die by famine and by thirst?
So listen, they're saying Hezekiah is trying to teach you to stay strong and to have faith. But it ain't going to work out that. Now, the Assyrian guy was literally speaking in Hebrew to the people. The ambassadors for the Jews were saying, listen, speak to us in your foreign tongue. We hear you. We can understand and interpret your Assyrian tongue. He said, no. We're going to speak in Hebrew so all your people can learn. So they can understand what fear looks like. So the Assyrian ambassadors were speaking in Hebrew saying, listen, man, your king is trying to teach you to be strong and have faith, but it's going to be in vain because we're going to overcome you. Because that's what the king is supposed to do. Get counsel from elders about how to sit back here and survive a besiegement, pray to the Most High, and get the people to have faith and stay strong while waiting for the Most High to deliver them. These are still things John did not do. Read on.
Doth not Hezekiah persuade you to give over yourselves to die by famine and by thirst, saying, the Most High our power shall deliver us out of the hand of the king of Assyria?
Because that's what you're supposed to do, is tell the people the Most High is going to deliver us out of the hand of the Assyrians, even though I don't know how it's going to happen. As a leader, you have to push faith in the midst of chaos. You can't just be the guy that's trying to open up these easy deals because it's convenient. The lesson is always got to be pushing the nation to some type of cleaving towards the Lord. Read on.
Verse 12.
No, not verse 12. Jump now to verse 20 through 23. I'm trying to get through it fast and we're not stuck on this chapter forever.
Verse 20. And for this cause Hezekiah the king and the prophet Isaiah, the son of Amos, prayed and cried to heaven.
So after the Assyrians scared the bejesus out of the Jews in the city, and they walked off and left back, and they're starting their sieging, Hezekiah and the prophet Isaiah are praying to the Most High, praying for solution, praying for battle, praying to be taken care of. Because that's what you're supposed to do. Get counsel and pray and strengthen the people and teach them. It's about having faith and waiting for the Most High to deliver them. All these things are it's textbook what you're supposed to do. Read on.
Verse 21. And the Most High sent an angel, which cut off all the mighty men of valor, and the leaders and captains in the camp of the king of Assyria. So he returned with shame of face to his own land.
So there's other intricate details that explain what happened and what led the Assyrian Empire to just go back home. The Most High sent them bad omens when they were in Egypt, ended up sending lightning from heaven and destroyed the Jews, or destroyed the Assyrians that were sieging them at Jerusalem. And for those of us who might hear a class like this and say, well, by the time we got to John Hyrcanus, we had gotten past the age of miracles. Because that's what a logical person would say. Well, this was the age of miracles, where lightning could come down and destroy armies. Well, was that the case when
The age of miracles.
maybe 3 generations ago? Remember that angel that ended up whipping that tax collector out of the temple?
In the temple.
Heliodorus.
Heliodorus? That happened 3 generations ago, or 2 generations ago. So was it the age of miracles really leaving? Because a logical person would say that. The age of miracles is over now. That's not true. The Most High will come through for you in different mysterious ways if you do things properly. You stay in order. You seek counsel. You send prayers up. You teach people to be faithful. The Most High will come through for you. That's what John should have did, because that is the most godliest method you could take. That's what godly disposition is. It's a conversation about what was the most spiritually effective decision in scenarios like this. Hezekiah showed the blueprint. King Asa showed what not to do. Most High shows us enough stories in time to give us enough information on how to fight your battles. And honestly, John just wasn't looking like that. He wasn't thinking that way. Because if you ask, seek and knock, you'll get the answers too.
That's true too.
But despite all that, the Most High still blessed him. It just shows the love, beauty, and mercy of the Father. Okay, so now let's go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 10, verse 3 and 4.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 10, verse 3.
Let me type it up and bring it over there because this is an important thing to understand, and it explains how much the Most High loves us and has mercy for us. Read that.
An unwise king destroyeth his people, but through the prudence of them which are in authority, the city shall be inhabited.
So listen, the city was inhabited and maintained by John's prudence. But prudence is different than wisdom. Prudence is a lesser caliber way of thinking than thinking in the spirit of wisdom. We're going to go explain that in a very short time. So it wasn't like John was wicked. It was just a lesser caliber way of conflict resolution, spiritual conflict resolution. The thing is that the issue that we're seeing is some men in Israel take a spiritual battle and solve it with practicality and prudence versus looking at a battle, seeing it spiritual, and choosing to fight the battle spiritually. And that's the difference in caliber of leadership, whether it's in your home or it's in a camp or amongst the body. Either you're going to operate with prudence or wisdom, and we're going to explain the difference. So let's go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 25 and 9 so we can explain the difference. So it's Ecclesiasticus 25, verse 9 through 11. So we can get a better grasp on what we're talking about. We talked about this many years ago at the school on 4444 because it gave us clarity on what prudence and wisdom really what does wisdom really mean? What does that even look like? Okay,
So everybody uses the word wisdom, but
yeah, a lot of people use wisdom, but it's really just how you think.
it's a code word for convenience.
Yes.
Oh,
Or
yeah,
it's a code word for lust for some people.
Yeah.
And then it's a code word for others for an easier path. Okay. But we're going to sit back and find out what biblically prudence is. So let's do this. Ecclesiastes 25, verse 9.
Ecclesiasticus 25, verse 9. Well is him that hath found prudence.
So it's not bad to have prudence. It's well with you if you're able to grasp prudence. Read on.
And he that speaketh in the ears of them that will hear.
Okay, so let's go and find the definition of prudence. In the 1828, I have it. It says prudence implies caution in deliberating and consulting on the most suitable means to accomplish valuable purposes and the exercise of sagacity in discerning and selecting them. Prudence differs from wisdom in this, meaning prudence, the application of prudence and the application of wisdom are different. It says that prudence implies more caution and reserve than wisdom. So to be prudent, you're operating with more fear of loss. A person will be prudent all day long. The prudent man makes decisions that are safe. They make sense at the time.
It's risk averse.
It's adverse to risk.
Yeah.
But a person that deals in wisdom is not adverse to risk.
That's true.
The person that deals in wisdom is more concerned with the spiritual lesson behind the endeavor and less concerned about what loss could happen. So a person with wisdom has more faith because they're more concerned with getting closer to the Most High than making a neutral decision that's prudent. Prudence is I made an intelligent decision I won't be harmed in this. It's safe. I can't lose here.
It's very
But,
defensive.
but wisdom is a defensive posture. Wisdom is, I'm going to sit back here and take the risk of losing it all so I can grow spiritually. People would say that a person that operates with wisdom is extreme or overboard, because that's sure in the hell what we've been called. But when you sit back and make the quote unquote wise decision or the extreme decision or the perceived overboard position, you do it
For the spiritual
so
premise.
you can
For the spiritual
you
premise.
gain more understanding about the Most High. You can get more clarity about what it takes to please the Most High. You can actually cleave and get stronger with the Most High when you make wise decisions. Versus when you make prudent decisions, you learn nothing about the Spirit. You learn nothing about the Spirit. You're neutral. You're easy. You make the safe play. John Hyrcanus made the safe play. The wise decision would have been more risk averse, having faith that by holding out and not negotiating, the Most High will come through and defend it. That's the application of wisdom. Versus sitting back here and giving up your entire empire because it's the easy answer.
So one premise of thought is I make the risk, but I'm not willing to put the spiritual lesson in jeopardy.
And this
I
is,
don't lose. I cannot lose the spiritual lesson or premise. The other process of thought, I can't lose. I can't take a material loss or a position in my leverage. I can't lose any kind of
or
leverage.
I'm so afraid I don't want to lose the people. I'm afraid that if I take the spiritual move, I can lose and the people suffer.
That's what Saul did.
Well, I don't want to go to Saul. Let's paint this picture. John was like, I don't want to lose the people. Was he wicked? No. But he deprived the nation of a spiritual lesson they could have learned. He saved them. He saved them physically. But maybe that entire generation needed to see the Most High come through for them. And maybe that lesson would have catapulted his son and everybody else to trust in the Most High that much more. Same thing with Hezekiah. Hezekiah sat back here, they prayed, they counseled, and the Most High came through for them. So you tell me those people that were in that city didn't learn a lesson that day about cleaving to the Most High and trusting the Most High will fight their battles, and he did? What was the greater solution? Making the easy, comfortable decision that's logical. You save their life, but in return, you lose the spiritual lesson. And this is why you can't have two different thoughts like that when you're running a camp. You can't have a guy sitting back here constantly pushing to do the easy way, the prudent way, and you got others sitting back here pushing the lesson. Because you split the camp that way. That's how you split the camp. You split the heart of the camp. Everybody has to sit back here. That if the camp is built on wisdom and faith, then let it be that. That's why the Most High said, how can two walk together unless they be what? Agreed. We're going to be agreed by living a life by faith and wisdom, or we're going to sit back here and run a camp off prudence. It can't, I'm just driving the point. It can't be both. Either you're going to be about prudence or be about wisdom. And that's why it says, all flesh consorteth to his what? The ones that think prudently connect to other prudent thinkers. The ones that want to operate in wisdom connect to people that want to operate in wisdom. And it's better that way for the effectiveness of the body. What you going to say?
I got a question. How would you show somebody that made the prudent decision that they didn't make a wise decision?
Why? First of all, they got to be humble. One. And then you got to be able to sit back here and show them through godly discourse.
Because I say that because a lot of people may feel like they may call prudence wisdom. I may misclassify my decision that was prudent. I may misclassify that as wise. I made a wise decision. But how do you show them that was a prudent decision, not a wise decision?
They have to be humble enough to accept that there's a better way to do it. It's still humility. Are you humble enough to acknowledge that your approach wasn't bad, but there's a better way? This is what destroys the nation. Everybody wants to prove that their method matters too. And this is where you're battling pride. You're battling hard feelings. You know why? Because people just don't want to live their life based on what method is more spiritually connected to pleasing the Most High. Because if you read the scriptures, the Bible continues to talk about abstinence, discipline, self-sacrifice, humility. He tells us what the fruits of the Spirit are. So if he tells us what the fruits of the Spirit are, and then we're put into a situation that brings out fear, doubt, worst of your outlook, then what are you going to do? Are you going to sit back here and choose the most virtuous of the paths? Or do you choose a convenient, easier? And then who are you surrounding yourself with that you're taking and receiving counsel from? Like Daliah said, there were no counsel. You can't say that. Maybe there were priests that they themselves hadn't given themselves to living your life based off of wisdom versus prudence. Who knows?
So then, if I'm humble enough, you say that I would open myself up to allow somebody to troubleshoot my actions and my decisions that I did. It's just for the fact of saying that could have been something I could have done better, or they get to determine whether I did the prudent decision, the cautious, or I made the wise decision.
That's why David said, "Let the righteous smite me." And David also prayed and said, "Listen, I pray, Father, that you remove any lying parts of me." David literally prayed for that. He was looking to operate with the most effective way to please the Most High. So did Moses. It said in that Philo page, I think it was in the 600s, Moses was sitting back here, was gifted with talent and virtues, and kept living the rest of his life looking for the most superior way to serve the Most High.
He said like a fertile soil.
And he explained his desire to find a superior path, like having fertile soil. But the problem is we don't sit back here and look for the superior method. We look for the convenient method. But we're not honest enough to acknowledge that.
Well, I'm gonna tell you the reason why.
Because we're liars.
No.
It's that simple.
Not just that. You know what it is?
That's part of it.
We look at. I think it's how we look at it. Because, for example, Jeremiah was in the Bible giving the counsel of the Lord. But I don't like the fact that Jeremiah said it. Because remember the letter? There was a letter. And they say, who wrote this letter? This is an excellent letter. This letter is exceedingly wide.
I think it was Jehoiakim.
Who wrote this scroll? It's so wide.
Baruch had it in his hand.
Exactly. And then they found out who the author of the scroll was. And then people want to kill the message. I think sometimes this could be, I could be wrong, but I doubt on this one.
Or you're saying the disgust that I may have of the person that's determining my decisions will alter how I look at my decisions, whether I admit that this was a prudent decision or a wise decision.
Exactly.
It's based upon the reception of it. It's based upon how I view the person that's telling me or showing me my decision making or discerning my decision making.
Exactly. Because sometimes there's times when an older man has to listen to a younger man. Sometimes the younger man has the better counsel. And you're the older man, you have to make a decision. Are you going to be I'm the older man? I know more than you. I've been here longer than you have. Or is it just the right method and the best spiritual choice win? But because it came from the younger man, cancel that. Or if it came from a brother I disagree with and I clash with, even though the message is true, cancel that. Sometimes, what's the word for it? The idea of being older or the idea of I don't like this kind of person. We completely distort the message because we look at people versus look at the message. You think that's a part of the case?
Yeah. I would say that's part of the case for those that are rejecting the counsel to determine if their decision was prudent or wise, because they may despise a person that's given the criticism.
I think it happens a lot. Because like, you read the Bible about Jeremiah. Jeremiah wrote this phenomenal letter said the same thing he'd been saying. But when another person says the same exact thing, I think it happens with marriages a lot of times. The husband says, you know what? This is the spirit. And then she's like, I don't know about that. And another man will say, you know what? You should do it like this. This is the spirit. Like that makes sense.
Listen, have you seen
Why
that?
does it
Have you seen
make
that meme on the internet where the Chinese guy and the Chinese wife were at the grocery store, right? And then the wife is looking for like a certain fruit, like an apple,
Mhm.
and the husband sits back here and has the camera and is looking like this. He goes in the bag of the fruits that she already chose, and gives her the fruit. She takes the fruit and puts it away like it was a bad fruit, but she chose the fruit. She chose the fruit herself. It's good. And he sits back here like this. She's like this. Like, why is it not good enough?
Because it can't be his hand.
You seen that one before? He's so hilarious, man. And listen, a Chinese guy did it in his wife, and like a Hispanic guy, like, this is like a challenger? It's like, you sit back here and get the fruit that she chose, and she does it with disgust like this.
Yeah.
Like, why are you mad? It was the fruit you chose.
Because this is the nature of people. The nature of
He
people.
was doing a study.
And he was like, but his face was completely stoic, like, watch what happens. And he's like this. And he doesn't, he get like 3 or 4 fruits out, and she like was vexed at every fruit he got.
Canceled.
Like, what is this?
This fruit is canceled.
This is not good enough. Why are you giving me this crappy fruit?
Yeah.
The fruit that you chose?
Yeah. Because we
Well,
have
you know what that shows is that her disgust for that fruit shows her
Her disgust for his method.
for him. Her disgust for him as a man.
there you go.
And his decision making ability.
There you go. And so we completely negate the message because we have a bias towards the
person.
They still stole that experiment from the Most High, though.
Of course.
Because that experiment that you explained is what the Most High has been doing with sacrifices.
Yeah.
That's why the Most High said you got a male in to sacrifice, but you give me that which is lame.
Yep.
Because we're the ones that do that to the Lord on a daily basis.
Yep.
We give the Most High lame sacrifices when we got it in us to give him the best sacrifice or better sacrifice. But because we don't view the Most High the same or the right way, we give him the crumbs of what we have to offer.
Yep.
And that's an experiment. That's a biblical experiment. The Most High do that with us all the time, because that's how he's able to see how we look at him based on our sacrifices.
Yeah.
It's so true, bro.
Yeah.
Can I pull 2 scriptures? Yeah, well, let's pull one.
All right.
It's not wrong. Psalms 139, verse 23. I'll just read it. It says,
So 139.
verse 23.
Psalms 139, verse 23.
Uh-huh.
Search me, O power, and know my heart. Try me and know my thoughts.
This is the mindset of King David. He's not saying because I'm the king, I'm right.
Yeah.
A lot of times people get authority and power, and because they're in the seat of authority and power, they say they're automatically right because they have the rank, the position, or the leverage. But a righteous man that has that leverage and has that position, has that power and authority and that stature, a righteous man, which is David, is like, I want the Lord to search me. I'm not beyond the Lord's critique.
And what you're saying now is perfect, because to answer your question, I'm wrong. The only way to get a person to see it is they have to want to search out the best method. If a person doesn't want to search out the best method, they're going to say that their effort is good enough. It doesn't get any simpler than that. A person has to want to make their life choice. Let me sit back and live my life to be the best I can be in this field. Listen, you can look in sports, you can look in politics, athletics. There's certain people that want to be the best at their craft. Like, you'll sit back right now, like Wendy last year was sitting back here, and he was in the pool and doing these workouts in the pool and all this extra work and sacrifice. Other guys are at the club chasing women. Why would one guy dedicate himself to training and adding on to his game, and another person just wants to run and jump and think he can do it forever? That's an inward thing. A person has to decide himself that what he does already is good, but I want to do more and add on to what I already do. Well, I'm telling you, it is a question that you cannot put into a man. That's either in you or it's not. I've tried my entire life in the truth to get people to embrace adding on talents to themselves. And the more you push the need to add talents, some people get very mad at you when you tell them, yes, what you do is good, but you know what? It's nothing wrong with adding more onto. I have been told to my face, it's not about adding talents, it's about the body. What does that mean? So that means I'm supposed to just stick to what I'm naturally good at, and you're supposed to just stick to what you're naturally good at, and then you're supposed to stick to what you're naturally good at, and that's how the body of Christ is put together. That's not the scriptures. That's an opinion. And the more you push the need to add talents to yourself, you're hated for it. That's why one person can get one talent and say, I feared you, so I kept that one talent underground. And another person has 5 talents and doubles it. What makes one person think that the 5 talents he has isn't enough and makes another person think that the 1 talent I have is enough? It's what's inside of them. You can attempt to convince them. You can give a person scriptures to convince them, but you can't make a person find joy in adding other talents
Because the minute you say you did okay, but you still need to add this talent, then they may feel like, what are you saying? Are you saying that what I'm doing is not good enough?
And you're saying that you're better than me?
Right.
It's both. You're saying I'm not good enough, and you're saying you're better than me? No. The answer is we all should be fighting to add more talents to ourselves. But a lot of us tell ourselves it doesn't have to be this way. You don't need to do this. What you're doing is good enough. So to answer your question, it's almost like you can't convince them. You can show people the scriptures and hope and pray that they decide to give more than what they feel like giving. And then hope and pray that life will teach them that whatever they're giving isn't enough.
Isn't that what teaching is?
Didn't Ecclesiastes say that you can never go far enough? Mm-hmm. So if the scripture says you can never go far enough, then why do you say what you're doing is enough? Why would you ever say what you're doing is enough when the Bible says what you're doing is not enough? Because we're liars. And we tell ourselves we've gone this far. There's no need to change now. All those are excuses to not feel the discomfort of adding new talents to yourself. Because when you add new talents to yourself, there's a shame that comes with that. There's an embarrassment that comes. You look bad and deficient when you add talent. But that is literally what it takes for us to stay connected to the Father. The humility is what you need so that you keep cleaving to Him. And without that, without the need, without the cleaving, without the shame, why do you got to study more? Why do you got to cleave more? There's no need to cleave when you stay in your strength, in your wheelhouse. There's no need to rely on the Most High. So the Most High lets you know the only way you can grow is you have to keep shaming yourself to remind you that you got to give closer, to give more to me and cleave more to me.
That's how Allen Iverson looked at practice. He was already the scoring leader. He didn't feel like he needed practice. Yep. He didn't feel like he needed improvement. Practice is improvement, but he felt like he didn't need it. You practice? You talking about practice? You talking about practice?
Not the game.
But you know what he didn't he didn't calculate. I'm gonna say calculate. What he didn't calculate is that all those tumbles and falls on the ground started adding up, and that 4.3 speed that you have turns into 4.5. So now you're 6'2". When you're 6'2", when you're running a 4.3, you're unstoppable. When you're 6'2", running a 4.6, you're just another 5-letter word that plays basketball at LA Fitness. That's the difference. I remember when he was at when he got traded from the Sixers to Denver, he lost that first step. After he lost that first step, what good is it? It isn't like he learned how to pass. It isn't like he learned enough about playing off screens and playing like Steve Nash and getting guys involved. He never learned how to get guys involved. He never learned how to move the ball around. He had to dribble the ball 10, 15 times to get a shot up. That's inefficient basketball.
Or John Stockton, pick and roll.
Well, once again, those guys could play to their 38.
He played 19 years.
Iverson literally stopped playing by like 32. Why? Because when his athleticism ended, You were just a short guy in the court that never defended. It's a difference between using your speed to get steals versus locking a man up. Historically, the Spurs never led the league in steals. Why? When you try to get steals, you take chances. And sometimes you try to cut a lane and they backdoor you and you get easy bucket. So it's better to just stay on your man than try to sit back and get steals. But you know what? Iverson never learned how to play man-to-man defense and do his job. What he would do is cheat the lanes. You can only do it when you're running 4-3. Running 4-5, 4-6, you can't do that no more. So to answer your question, he didn't take advantage of learning the game on a greater level. A guy like Steve Nash playing in his 40s. Slow as hell. But you know what he can do? He can sit back and move, facilitate, shoot threes, create space in his way, slow as hell. He was a student of the game, and it gave him 8 more years, 2 more contracts.
John Stockton played, 19 years?
Yep.
And he only missed 22 games out of 19 years?
Huh? But think about all the money Iverson lost because he didn't take care of his body. He was running around, drinking and smoking. He didn't learn and add on to his game so that as he got older and slower, he can still make a team pop. How in the hell can a guy like Andre Miller, who ran like a 4.6, 4.7, how can he be in the league at least 38, 39 years old? And Allen Iverson is no good in the league by 32. Because Allen Iverson was just running a 4.3, blowing past people, being an athlete. And a lot of times, it can't just be you're an athlete. When you get slower, what do? You think Curry is still running a 4.5, 4.3 like he used to? He's slower. How is he still dominant? Because he is a student of the game. And you can add on to your abilities.
Yeah, other ways to impact the game.
And this is why guys like J.R. Smith, once they lose their athleticism, they're no good. You got to let go.
One-trick pony.
That's the point. But you can't teach a person. You can't convince a person that wants to be a one-trick pony to add more to their game. You can't convince them. You can't shake it out of them. You either got to want to do it or they don't want to do it. It's the same reason Shaq couldn't last 5 more years in the league. He didn't stay in shape. He never learned mid-range game. So when you lost him to sit back and just run and jump and just blow up on people and bang on people, you couldn't play no more. Why couldn't he have kept losing weight and keep his game shape? How come he never learn a step back? How come he never learn a sky hook? How come he never learn a mid-range game? Well, I'll play with force. I'll play with force. I dunk on. That's all you do. Then when you can't dunk on people no more,
I retire.
I know. I retired. What I'm the most dominant MDE. Most dominant ever. Well, why don't you lose weight in MDE? Why he couldn't play? Because his feet went bad. Why did his feet go bad? Because he was 70 pounds overweight. That's the real obese. Now listen, the real obese is when you're 70 pounds overweight. Listen, I run when I was overweight. Trying to run the hill and murder mountain out. You know what's the first thing to go bad at? Is your feet and your ankles.
Oh, yeah.
Your feet and your ankles are yelling at you. Ah! You can't do this no more.
What the hell?
You gotta lose weight, man. You gotta lose weight, man. You better get on this ice, making this ice every day, because this ain't getting no better. My feet were killing me. I was like, what's wrong? What's wrong with my feet? I need to change my shoes. Maybe I need to get some new shoes, running still. No, it has nothing to do with shoes, my guy. You gotta lose this weight. It's just your body wasn't meant. Your joints can't handle the weight you got in your body. That's why Shaq was playing with it when he was the big cactus at Phoenix. And he was with Boston. He couldn't do nothing. You're too fat.
Is that Boston?
Nobody told him, He was with Boston. He was forgotten because he didn't do nothing.
Are you serious?
Yes.
They didn't get him.
No way.
Well, he didn't get no time. He even played for the Cavaliers.
Yeah.
Yes, those are forgotten years. He wasn't nothing.
He had one good dunk at Boston.
Listen, his feet was messed up. He had bad feet, huh? Why? Because he was out of shape.
He had one good dunk, and he surprised himself that he dunked it. If you go back and watch the video, he was shocked that he even dunked it.
Listen, that's because he didn't take care of his body. He didn't add on elements of his game to sustain him. You can't make people want to change more themselves.
Or when they created the hacker shack, he couldn't shoot a free throw.
And the problem, and this is why, if you can't make people want to add talent to them, you just can't work with them on a higher level. You respect them, you respect brothers for who they are, but you can't build with the person who don't want to add on things to themselves and doesn't believe in it. You can't do anything with it.
Is that lack of humility?
No, it isn't. Whatever the hell the reason is. Sometimes you can't even overthink it. Either a person wants to do it or they don't. And if they don't, it's cool. That's fine. But you can't build with people that aren't like-minded. And this is why leadership is so important. You build with people that are like-minded so you can push the intensity and the energy at the level that we're all in agreement.
So they would have to be coachable.
And the coachable is not about one person greater than the other. We're all subject to strength. Even that we're subject to whose wisdom makes the most sense. Whose wisdom is the most potent. And that's how we try to operate. What's the most effective spiritual way to overcome this situation? And if you live by that, you can get the most out of your experience serving the Most High. When you don't, nothing gets accomplished. And that's the difference between prudence and wisdom. Do you make decisions that make sense to you? That is good. There's good intentions there. It's not evil, but it's different than living a life based on following wisdom, because following wisdom is different than prudence. Prudence is about what? Prudence differs from wisdom in this: that prudence implies more caution and reserve than wisdom. What makes more sense? Let's sit back here and make decisions that are risk adverse. A lot of us make decisions in hopes of not failing, not growing. We make decisions to not fail versus making decisions to grow. And that is a different philosophy. Then it says, that prudence implies more caution and reserve than wisdom, or is exercised more in foreseeing and avoiding evil, which isn't wrong, than in devising and executing that which is good. Because in order to sit back and execute that which is good, you have to face evil. You got to face your fears. You have to face the things that cripples you mentally and spiritually. That's what wisdom is. There's no running from a difficult situation. It's facing difficulties head on and assuming the risk that comes from facing difficulties head on. And that's the difference in men, people, ways of thinking. Some people don't want to face evil. Some people don't want to face a hard situation. And they tell them, why do I got to go this far? For what? And it's hard convincing people that you're supposed to face hard things because the Spirit wants you to do it. Then people like this, the Spirit one? What do you mean the Spirit? And that's how you get closer to the Spirit. That's how you gain access to the Spirit. Because that's what wisdom is. You think wisdom the wisdom we're reading about in Ecclesiastes 25 is about intelligence? Wisdom is about gaining access to the Spirit. To gain access to the Spirit or the Holy Spirit, you have to be willing to engage in facing your fears and doubts and your insecurities. Things that aren't based on the law alone. And that's the challenge, trying to get people to realize the law is more to it than just the law. Because if you want to gain access to the Holy Spirit, are you fighting your fears? Are you attacking that pride in you? Are you learning to see the purest you can in the people around you?
Are you being honest?
Are you being honest? These are the things you go through when you're chasing and pursuing wisdom, which is the Holy Spirit. So, he says, it is sometimes mere caution or circumspection. That's what prudence is. It's just caution. But you can't always make the cautious move and get rewarded spiritually for the cautious move. This is why we lost 3,000 talents, just so we can quantify that, of gold. This is gold. 3,000 talents was $9.5 to $11.5 billion in value.
In the poorhouse,
John Hyrcanus, gave up 3,000 talents, gave up 9 billion, just because.
Yeah.
Just because he was glad, boss, say, let him free. $9.5 billion? Because you was afraid and the white man saved you? And that ain't prudence? I ain't make a cautious, scary play. Versus letting the Most High sit back here and save me, deal with the fear of death and the fear of possibly losing everything, but saving everything. It's like the greater risk you take in the spirit, the greater you gain in the spirit. But you can't explain that to somebody who's full of fear and doesn't want to be uncomfortable and challenge themselves. You can't teach that. So you just work around it. And you don't elevate it because you can't, either you got that or you don't. Jake talking about you got that dog in you or you don't. Don't Jake say that all the time? Yeah. They say it for sports, they say it for all that. You either got heart or you don't have heart. Either you got the heart to fight your battles and chase and pursue the spiritual lesson which gives you access to the Holy Spirit, or you don't. And you want to play the cautious role and play it safe.
And the problem with that is when you play it safe and cautious, that decision always becomes a soft spot when criticism comes up every once in a while. You know, men make decisions and you talk about that decision. No, brother, don't talk about that. Let's not talk about that right now. Yeah. Let's not talk about what decision I made. I did what I did. I made my bed. I'm laying it. Let's not talk about that. Yeah. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about what we're doing now.
And because of that, you can't work with. There's limits to what you can do with that type of thinking, with that archetype. There's limits to what you can do with that. Just being honest. That's why people say there's an all or nothing mindset. You know what all or nothing is? That's wisdom. When you have an all or nothing mindset, that's how you pursue wisdom and get to greater glory in Christ. Don't you think Abraham had an all or nothing mindset when he was going to kill Isaac? That's extreme, don't you think? That's all or nothing. It's all the way the Most High's will, and I'm going to take an L, good, bad, or indifferent. And that's why he gained access to the Spirit. Everybody else wants to play that middle path, you never get the glory. You never even get a chance to get glory. You never even get a chance to see the power in this word. Unless you want to risk it all for the word. Get ahead of?
Yeah, I was just say so prudence is like self-preservation, the safe base.
I don't want to say no. I don't want to say self-preservation. It didn't say that. What it said is caution and circumspection. It's safe. You don't lose nothing. You lose something, but at least you gain your life. This is what John did. He saved the people's life, but you never learned the lesson.
At the cost of sovereignty.
Yeah, but you saved your neck, you saved your bacon, but you never learned how to cleave to the Most High. You don't even know what that looks like. John, at this time, never understood when you put it on the line of the Most High, he'll come through. That decision, he never had access to. Did he? How can you learn to trust the Most High by giving in so quickly? All he did is he saw that John Hyrcanus was willing to concede with some bulls and some damn cows. So now this is my angle to play the Jew religious card and save the people from starvation. Versus waiting, holding out, sending prayers, and convincing Israel to pray to the Most High as a collective unit and ask the Most High to come through to them. You don't hear that happen. If they did, you would have heard in his story. And if they did that, there was a great chance the Most High would have came and killed that guy on the spot. And then that is the lesson of wisdom. That's how people listen. They say, damn, man, I saw John sit back here and we prayed to the Most High, and man, the Most High removed our enemies right from our eyes. What lesson did John show him? If you got money, you can get out of here.
Buy your way out.
You can buy your way out of a problem.
That was the lesson.
And that is what prudence looks like. I paid my way out of doubt, but I traded sovereignty for money, with money. You see how it was good, but was it close to being great in spiritual of aptitude, it wasn't close to being great, which means he robbed the nation of a great lesson that they would have and hold on for the rest of that generation's life. So he really deprived that generation
And they need
of what it looks like to cleave to the Most High because he was afraid. He deprived the nation of the lesson they needed. And that's what a leader's job is to do, is to push the group to strength so they can learn the Father. Look at the things we've done to get to this point. Nobody can ever take that from you. And you can sit back here and use the lessons you've learned in this arena to do it again. Because you saw it done. Nobody can take that lesson and that wisdom from you. And that's how that is superior to doing the safe play and just rent until Christ comes back. It's the same damn thing. We could have just rented and just took the easy route. Would you have grown in Christ? Would the word have actually come to life in your life by just paying rent forever? We sat back here and went through a hard damn journey so that men can see the benefit of unity and sacrifice and dedication.
I went into a financial. I don't know the word for it. It's a financial challenge.
Yeah, and the prudent man to say that was a waste of time, that wasn't necessary. All you had to do is pay rent. That was overboard. But that's a prudent man. That prudent man that's cautious and lives in fear and never takes risks. The prudent guy would say that didn't make sense. You could have just sat back here and just save some money and just have everybody just give up $200 a month out of their check, and you be in the same place. Wait, but what are you doing? What are you doing by making that soft move? By making that soft, easy move, you strip the people of the spiritual lessons they need to keep moving forward so they can see the Most High work in action in real time. That is a big difference. Do you want the body of Christ to see that unity works? Or you want to make the safe, easy play and say, oh yeah, everybody ship $100 to make life easy? What kind of lesson are you teaching the people? That's why you can't work with people that think that way in this position. Either you got to have all-in guys or have all-out guys. Have a camp full of prudent guys or have a camp full of people that shoot for wisdom. You can't mix the two because you'll have a watered-down body. What was you going to say?
I was going to say that the beauty and the lesson I saw, because we've been in a situation where we had to rebuild a camp from scratch.
Yes.
A couple times over and over.
A couple.
Yeah, listen. I thought that's what the truth was. I thought the truth was always about I thought the truth was always about losing God. I come to camp
or this guy was always fault.
I thought the truth was that was the truth. I thought that was the truth. The truth is about you're always on the verge of capitulation. But the point I'm getting to is
a bunch of antilles and sevens coming around.
I thought that's what it was.
In perpetuity.
Every year or two, we're gonna lose the building, lose the building. Right? But what I see is this. I see that the young men that put their hands to the literally to the walls, that painted the walls, that laid the floors, that set up the wood. I'm not a carpenter, bro. I'm an oil man. I like to smell good and sell good. That's what I do. But you saw the men physically have to do your job, and then after your job, hey, come over here and put an extra time. I'm saying
just like in Nehemiah's time, people were building the wall half all damn day long, and at night sitting back here having a sword in your hand, ready to defend the city because the walls were still exposed.
And I thought in the past we lost men in the past. This is my personal opinion. I thought we lost men in the past because sometimes you don't see your effort and your work become something. It's hard to believe. You have nothing tangible to say this is what my effort did.
Mm-hmm.
So I know Shaka One always brings this up. It was before my time. He always brought up when they built the podium.
Yeah.
They built the podium. They laid down the tile. I always brought up the tile. How the tile was super dope. It was Scott Wayne style.
Wayne Scott.
It was
Wayne on the wall.
It was Wayne Scott. And I just came into a dope building. This is phenomenal. You know what I'm saying? But not having the opportunity to be a part of that process, you don't get to get the power of the faith that built something. That's why I was glad that we got to do it. That the younger men got to see it for themselves so that they can hold it.
But how do you get the spiritual lesson unless you lose?
Yeah.
You have to lose comfort, lose security,
Sleep.
face the fear of something not working out, face the fear of your endeavors not coming through. Giving 110%, going all into something is how you get the other side.
And we're not saying the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord.
No.
We're not saying that.
Listen, the things that we're doing, we're all rehearsing the what?
Right.
So whether we have the building or not, it's not about the building. What is it about? It's about the lesson.
Yeah.
It's about the lesson that you learn when you serve the Most High and put the Most High first. And so the building is just a reminder that the dedication and going all in works. So these endeavors are necessary. They're necessary exercises to gain us closer to the Spirit.
But I think the men needed the experience in their, in their backpack.
Yes.
To know that the Lord's with them. I think everybody in their life needs experience where they see the Most High come through for them. They can never let go. I think we're too quick to let go of the Most High's miracles and the Most High coming through for them.
Because that is your belief. What good is belief? What good is following the laws if you can't see the Most High in action? What good is sitting back here and quoting Bible verses if you haven't lived the word and seen good consequences come your way? Good results come your way. And you don't see the good unless you lose. Give me Ecclesiastes 25 and 10.
2:30.
No, we're good. 25 and 10.
Ecclesiastes chapter 25, verse 10.
So read verse 90. Read verse 90. We'll run through.
Verse 9. Well is him that hath found prudence.
So it's good if you learn to make cautious, non-reckless decisions based off your knowledge of the Bible and the following of the law. That's good. Read on.
And he that speaketh in the ears of them that will hear.
So it's good if you make prudent, safe decisions and your action in prudence actually works and people buy into it and people hear your message and they listen. That's good. So I'm not here to poo-poo a prudent person. There's good in prudence and safe decisions and being risk averse, and your methods people are able to buy into and listen. More power to you. Read verse 10.
How great is he that findeth wisdom?
He said good. He says well to somebody who follows prudence. He said great is a person that finds wisdom. There is a difference between living your life in the safe zone and living your life to gain access to the Spirit. He says you're great if you sit back and live your life and make decisions that make you uncomfortable so you can add on the fruits of the Spirit in your life. So the $1 million question is, what does a man want to do? Do you want to live your life safe and get minor respect? Or live your life to be great in the eyes of Heavenly Father and pursue every day of your life to gain more access to the Spirit? The choice is yours. Read verse 10 again. But there is a difference. Read verse 10.
Oh, how great is he that findeth wisdom.
So wisdom this is the definition in 1828. Wisdom is the first sense, meaning it's the best way to do it. The first way of thinking, or practical wisdom, is nearly synonymous with discretion. So when you read about discretion, discretion still isn't based off of caution. When you're making moves and thoughts that are based on discretion and wisdom, it is an elevated form of how to handle problems. It says it differs somewhat from prudence. Wisdom is different from prudence in this respect. Prudence is the exercise of sound judgment in avoiding evils. Wisdom is the exercise of sound judgment either in avoiding evils or attempting good. So it's different to make good decisions after you excuse yourself from the battle. Wisdom is using discretion, applying the Most High's word under pressure, under fear of loss. having to face that anxiety when you have to fight your battles. When you're fighting your battle, it's a whole different set of thinking than when you remove yourself from the pressure of the battle. It's easier to make decisions. It's the difference between a person that can practice like $1,000,000, but when it's time for the game, you can't make a play. Who's been around that kind of guy? He's a workout warrior, practice machine. But when the you know what hits the fan, he can't buy a bucket. Like damn De'Aaron Fox. This guy couldn't buy a bucket in the damn finals. Huh? What was his problem? If you would have took him out of the garden and let him shoot jump shots, he's making everything. But with 3 minutes left in the game, he can't buy a bucket. Making bad decisions. Using a sports analogy to explain what? It's a difference when you remove yourself from the battle and you make decisions. Versus you're sitting back here fighting for your spiritual life, having to live by faith every day, having to trust the Most High. You're injecting yourself in arenas where you're not comfortable at, and you still make the right decision. You still operate in discretion. You still choose the Most High's path in the middle of your battle. He says that's the difference. The guy that's the prudent guy can make a decision because there's no stress, there's no pressure, there's no challenge. The person that operates with wisdom, that fights to gain access to the Spirit, is always in the midst of his battle, being humble and subject to the conditions of the body and the newness and discomfort of growth, and still makes the right discretion, still makes the right decision, still does the right thing. That's what he's explaining the difference. And there is a significant difference between the two. So they said prudence then is the species and wisdom is the genus. Wisdom is the root of it. Prudence is an offshoot of the application of wisdom. It's a lesser version of what wisdom is. And the challenge that you have to find in life, are you going to live your life based on prudence or wisdom? What kind of man are you? You're not wicked if you choose prudence, but there's limits to how far you can grow if you operate in the spirit of prudence versus the spirit of wisdom. There's a difference. Read verse 11.
But the love of the Lord passeth all things for illumination.
He says, but the love of the Lord passeth all things for illumination. So your love of the Lord is what's going to illuminate you. Your love of the Lord will illuminate you. The only question is, how bright do you want to become? If he's telling you there's a difference in the application of prudence and wisdom, then he's also telling you there's a difference in how much you're going to be illuminated, how much you're going to shine, how much potential you have in you to be the greatest version of yourself is predicated on if you want to be illuminated through prudence or wisdom. How much do you want to shine? Everybody says they want to be great until you sit back here and have to face real commitment to get out about the heavenly. Read on.
He that holdeth it, whereto shall he be likened.
If you hold that illumination, you hold that light, you hold that blessing, he says, who's going to be like that person who wants to shine the brightest? Because in order to shine the brightest, you have to give the most up. In order to shine the brightest, you have to live in a perpetual state of discomfort, pushing yourself to grow. And all of us, when we start taking this journey to please the Most High, has to decide how much you want to change. How many more things you want to change in your spirit. How many more things you want to add to yourself. That's the question everybody has to ask themselves. And that determines if you're going to lead or not. I think we're going to leave it at that. But let me go one verse. Let me go to a couple more to finish this thing off. Go to Proverbs 27, so we don't come off like we're just hating on John. Proverbs 27 and 23.
Proverbs 27, verse 23.
Read on.
Be thou diligent to know the state of thy flock.
So listen, John Hyrcanus was diligent to make sure he looked after the flock and to take care of the flock. And because he cared about the flock, that was the motivation behind his decision. Was it in the spirit of pursuing wisdom and being tapping into the Holy Spirit? No. It was prudent. It was cautious. There was a lot of fear behind it, but at least his intentions were pure. At least his heart was pure, and his decision making was based on his love for his nation. Go to Psalms 32 and verse 2.
Psalms 32, verse 2.
Right there. Psalms 32 and verse 2.
Blessed is the man
He said, blessed is the man, read.
unto whom the Most High imputeth not iniquity.
What does that mean? He said, blessed is the man unto whom the Lord imputed not iniquity. Read.
And in whose spirit there is no God.
Now give me that definition of guile. Because that guile, when you look at the definition of guile, guile is all about deceit or duplicity. And what that is somebody that is fractured, or somebody that is not honest about where they are. Read that definition of guile.
Craft,
Go ahead.
cunning,
Go ahead.
duplicity.
Duplicity. That definition is duplicity. That means I'm not hypocritical, or I say one thing but I do another, or I say I want something, but I don't want to do what it takes to get it. For example, I'll hold that real quick and go to Luke chapter 11, verse 13.
Luke chapter 11, verse 13. If ye then,
And James chapter 1, verse 7. After that, read.
if ye then, being evil,
Christ said, if ye then, he was talking to the Pharisees, if ye then be what?
if ye then, being evil,
Read.
know how to give good gifts unto your children,
They said, you know how to do good when it comes to your children. Read.
how much more shall your heavenly Father give the Holy Spirit to them that ask him?
They said, but if you know how to give good gifts, then why don't you ask for what?
The Holy
The
Spirit.
Holy Spirit.
That's a gift.
That's a gift. You know why he said you don't ask for it? Because Christ understands that in the Pharisees, what was in the Pharisees that didn't allow them to get the Holy Spirit? Duplicity. Because Christ knew that it was the duplicit nature of the Pharisees of why they couldn't get the Holy Spirit.
Yep.
So what the whole chapter of Matthew 23 is about, that duplicit nature that exists in the Pharisees. And that duplicit nature is what caused them not to receive the Holy Spirit, and for them to misunderstand all the works that he was doing while he was right there in front of them.
They were focused on prudence.
So if they would have removed their duplicity and their hypocrisy, they could have received the Holy Spirit. But the Pharisees never got the Holy Spirit because there was things in them that were retarding them from getting the Holy Spirit.
And see, that's why when he said Holy Spirit in the New Testament, that is literally what's being talked about in Ecclesiastes. It's just being called wisdom. But it's really the Holy Spirit. In order to gain access to the Holy Spirit, you can't make the prudent decision. You won't gain access to the Holy Spirit being cautious and fearful and taking the path that's the most comfortable way for you.
Abraham showed.
You only gain access to the Holy Spirit when you sit back here and have the capacity to follow these scriptures and apply the word despite what you may lose. Doesn't matter about losing. What only thing that matters is the lesson. When you get to a point that you don't care what you lose, ribs, family, whatever, the lesson is what matters. Now you have access to the Holy Spirit. But a lot of men don't want to live that life. A lot of women don't want to live that life. And that's why they don't gain access to the Spirit.
They call it, in the world, they call it staying on principle.
And then that's why the scripture says, how can two walk together unless they be agreed? It's why in a marriage, both parties have to buy into pursuing the Holy Spirit. When you have one person pursuing the Holy Spirit and the other person pursuing prudence, it ain't gonna work. We can see that in a marriage, right? You should also see it in the camp. If all the parties that run the body aren't committed to pursuing the Holy Spirit, the connection ain't gonna work. The body can't function and operate potent. Listen, I'm good with that. You want to go more on it?
No, I just run this one more verse that's showing that duplicity. Read that right there.
What verse?
James chapter 1, verse 5. We just read Luke. But get that in Matthew 1,
Matthew
1 and 5.
James chapter 1, verse 5. If any of you lack wisdom,
Go ahead. That's why I said it. Any of you lack what?
wisdom,
Wisdom versus prudence. Read.
let him ask of the Most High.
And this is what we just read in Luke chapter 11 when he says, if you want the Holy Spirit, all you have to do is what? Ask for it. He said, if you want the Holy Spirit, all you got to do is ask for it.
He gives all men liberty. Yeah.
Yep.
But how many people want to give their life up and be in a constant state of discomfort for the love of the Most High Christ? Most people choose the comfortable path. And you get comfortable and you get very, if you choose caution, you don't get the blessing. You don't get the caliber blessing. It's like a gambler. The higher you risk, the higher reward you can get.
Yeah.
People understand that in gambling terms.
Yep.
You sit back and go against the odds, you'll get more in return. Same thing in the spirit. You put more of your life on the line, you gain more back. If you give little and put little on the line, you'll get little understanding back. It's what you're getting.
It does cost.
Huh.
If that's the point, you're definitely going to cost. But keep going, sir.
Read.
If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of the Most High, that giveth to all men liberally.
It's free. He said wisdom is free. Prudence is free. Wisdom is free. Read on.
And upbraideth not.
And the Most High don't hold back from no man. Read on.
And it shall be given him.
And it shall be given to him. Read.
But let him ask in faith.
Read.
Nothing wavering.
What is that wavering? The thing that says wavering is that duplicity that we just read about in Psalms 32. Which is that guile. That means I can't have any dishonesty within myself. I can't say I want wisdom, but I'm not willing to do what it takes to get it. And I'm not honest for the fact that I'm afraid of losing whatever it is that it takes to get it. Or I can't have any hypocrisy in me. Read.
For he that wavereth is like a wave of the sea, driven with the wind and tossed.
Go ahead.
For let not that man think that he shall receive anything of the Lord.
So the ones that don't get anything from the Lord is the ones that don't remove the falsehood. They say they want wisdom, but they're not willing to put the work in to get it. They got to remove that. They got to remove that out of them. That falsehood, that deceit that it takes to get wisdom. There's only one way to get wisdom. You can't make the prudent decision expecting to get wise rewards.
That's the whole thing. You can't. And it's important, if we're going to be honest, to distinguish in yourself which man or what woman are you? But for those of us who are pursuing comfort, you're the prudent thinker. For those of us who want to sit back here and push aside all of your comfort, then you have a chance to get access to the Spirit.
You know, it's like for many years in the truth. You know, you see, it's like what I learned like 20 years ago. You see brothers meet a sister, and they get told by the elders, "Hey man, why don't you go ahead and bring that woman to class? Why don't you bring that sister to class?" No, brother, you don't understand. She ain't ready yet. You don't understand, bro. She ain't ready.
She made a beauty teacher.
Yes. She can't handle all this.
It's a lot. This is a lot.
This might be too much.
That means you don't believe.
Is that the prudent? Is that the prudent decision? Or is that the wise decision?
Oh.
I can teach her at home because the scripture says if she learn anything, let her learn at home with her husband. The Bible does say that. But there's a lot of things that she's not going to learn unless there's community.
Yeah.
Because it's also
Because when she sees the worst in you,
yeah.
is she going to sit back here and stay in there? Probably not. Listen, listen, the Bible's great. The Bible's great, isn't it? Is it not?
Wow.
The word of the Lord is great. Either we're going to hear, forbear, and take this knowledge to heart and make changes, or we sit back here and we don't. But just know, there's the people who pursue wisdom, and there's those who are prudent. Prudent isn't wicked. What John Hyrcanus did was obviously prudent, but he did rob his people from a great spiritual lesson, and that can't be denied. Now, did the Most High wink at it? Yes, he did. Because the Most High still saved us, and we were able to retain all of our position, despite his fear. We just came up short 3,000 talents out. 3,500 talents. Came up short 3,500. No, 11 billion. We came up short 11 billion. But at least we didn't lose our holdings in position. With that, I'm going to end up class. All right? Imagine we're playing out your Russian. And brothers are giving up 11 billion spirit out. Go ahead. Please listen to us right now. Send my God. And the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong. The people of Yasharala also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, much love, spiritual power. Forgive all of our sins. The house shall come quickly. For relief. It's our hope. Always. Forever. Amen. Brother, say how about Shem Yahshai?
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Brother, say how about Shem Yahshai?
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Right there, how about Shem Yahshai? Right there, how about Shem Yahshai?
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Right there, how about Shem Yahshai? Right there, how about Shem Yahshai? Shaman, Zayan, Lamashah, Yasharala.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every day.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon the instrument of 10 strings.
Upon the instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the sound of sound.
With the sound of sound.
Without Yahweh.
Without Yahweh.
Has made me glad through thy word.
Has made me glad through thy word.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither let the fool understand it.
Neither does the fool understand it.
When the wicked spring into grass.
When the wicked spring into grass.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
Without Yahweh.
Without Yahweh.
Our Most High forevermore.
Our Most High forevermore.
Below thy enemies.
Below thy enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
Below thy enemies.
Below thy enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the works of iniquity.
All the works of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
When my horn shall not exalt.
When my horn shall not exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I should be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
Over my enemies.
Of my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Shem Yahshai.
By Shem Yahshai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'ayawa. La Dua.
La Dua.
Mana.
Mana.
Ma.
Ma.
Tawa.
Tawa.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Atyab.
Atyab.
Yam.
Yam.
Yatai.
Yatai.
Kashaman.
Kashaman.
Atawa.
Atawa.
Ayo. Hara'as. Yuran. Ayo. Asikwan. Sikwan. Aharan. Sayaran. Ayo. Payak. Parawakyawa. Patol. Haramwan. Sayaran. Ayo. Haraya. Tazayawa. Kaya. Sham. Tazawa. Yahawa. Habaraka. Kayayim. Ay. Allah. Ba'ashem Yahshua.
Psalm 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshua. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshua. Rabbanoah. Wa'ashem. Support. Turn. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshua. Rabbanoah. Wa'ashem. Support. Turn. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshua. Rabbanoah. Support. Turn. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshua. Rabbanoah. Support. Turn. Right there, Yahweh. Right there, Yahweh. Right there, Yahshua. Right there, Yahshua. Right there, Yahweh. Right there, Yahweh. Right there, Yahshua. Right there, Yahshua. Right there, Yahweh. Right there, Yahweh. Right there, Yahshua. Right there, Yahweh. Right there, Yahweh. Right there, Yahweh. Right there, Yahshua. Right there, Yahweh. All knowledge. All wisdom. All understanding. All love. All patience. All mercy. All grace. All compassion. All power from your house. All power from your house. All power from your house. Ba'ashem Yahshua. What? Yad. What? Love. Slowly, have your Yahweh. Why Yahweh Shai? Woke Yahshua. Minister. Amaki. Rock. Yahweh Yahshua. Come. That's on top. Turn to your sisters. Sisters, please stand. Bashma. Salute now. Darazan. Minister. Amaki. Rock. Yahweh Yahshua. Yes, Machado. Dismiss. Follow. Israel. Welcome to the day, guys. Appreciate you. Enjoy the rest of your Shabbat. See y'all on Monday.